What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God!
Lilu Dallas Multipass.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. However you're doing it with whatever, and all that other intro stuff I do. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to whoever you are, wherever you are, whoever you're with, whatever you're doing with them, however good it feels, etc., etc. Hey, welcome. It's a Sunday morning makeup session for me, a Saturday evening makeup session for a good portion of you out there. So thought we'd just kind of hit this one. We're 2 days behind. We're not going to be able to power through 2 days of testimony. That's just a given. I mean, it's 10 hours today and however many last time. But thankfully, Tuesday, which would be Monday night for US, is a holiday here. So we can make up some ground on Tuesday, I think. I really want to catch up. I really want to be here live when the jury comes. The prosecution is the defense is probably going to rest on Monday. So Monday is the last chance for me to catch up, I think. We'll just have to play this one by ear. With that, there's really not a lot else to get through. It's just a murder trial and it's going wrong. It's going bad for the prosecution the way I see it. Other people seem to disagree, a few people, but even law and crime chat is way in support of the defense, which is very, very strange. The prosecution, they're getting ready to rest. I think they've got a few more witnesses. We're powering through a few witnesses today. The judge really wants this to get going. The judge really wants this to wrap up because he was supposed to be starting a jury selection on Friday for another case. And an interesting, I don't know if you saw it, but at the end of last stream, the end of the last day, day 5, after the jury left, they brought out they kicked the jury out. The jury went home, and then the judge was talking to the lawyers, and the prosecution made a stunning admission, which apparently led to nothing happening. I'm doing nothing. Their witnesses got pummeled for doing a crappy investigation, and the CSI Bronson lady, she did it. Whoever the lady was, we were calling Brienne of Tarth. She was doing the same thing. The defense lawyers were not attacking them directly, really, because they were sort of the following orders thing. They were just being told what to do. And it was like, well, did so-and-so tell you to do this? Did this person tell you to do this? Were you ever told to do this? And their answers were repeatedly no. To me, that seems like they're setting it up to really just crush the lead investigator whenever he or she gets on the stand. But after the jury was out, the judge was trying to get them to find things they could stipulate to speed this trial up. And the prosecutors said, something to the effect of, we agree it's come out that the police did not do a thorough investigation. And the judge said, well, that seems to be the crux of the defense's case. And they just rolled right over that little bit of conversation like it never happened. And that is incredibly stunning to me, that the prosecution was sitting there and said on the record, but out of the presence of the jury, it's come to light that a thorough investigation was not done. They are putting a guy on trial for first-degree murder and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder, while they sit there and admit that the investigation was not thorough. Now, I would, you're playing devil's advocate, I would say what they're saying is, yes, the investigation was not absolutely complete. It wasn't thorough, but we still got the right guy. Although it wasn't perfect, we think we've got enough evidence to convict this guy. To me, that seems to be the rationale they would make if it ever became an issue. Yes, we didn't investigate who did it. We just didn't collect every single piece of evidence we might have been able to. But still, it looks really bad, and possible appellate issue. I don't know. I'm not an appellate lawyer. I have no idea, but that seems like a huge admission to say that it's come out that we did not do a thorough investigation, or the police did not do a thorough investigation. The defense is hopefully going to argue that, yeah, they didn't do a thorough investigation, so therefore they didn't get the right guy. And the prosecution is going to be forced into a position where they're going to have to show that although the investigation may not have been perfect, they still got the right guy. And Yoda is having a moment over there. All right, that was just a striking thing that happened at the end of day 5. But again, they just kind of steamrolled right through it. Neither party really making a big stink out of it, so I don't get it. But here we are ready to go. Oh, I was looking for my other baseball hat. I just found it. It's under the hat that's sitting on top of Sif the Wolf. I can see the white part of the hat there. Have to take care of that. All right, I have sent a link out to Flux because it's her fault we're watching this trial. But she hasn't responded yet. So, Flux, if you're in earshot, you've got the link. Nicholas Starov should be joining us in about 5 hours because he needs to take a little bit of a nap. Hayden, I'm pretty sure, is still dead to the world, Aussie Overlord. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. MG Law says Flux is probably asleep. Well, I talked to her like 10 minutes ago. 10, 15 minutes ago. We'll see if she shows up. If not, we're just gonna wing this one alone. All right, what do we got going here? What's been going on behind the scenes while I've been setting this up? We have Rain Man YYC, member for 1 month of the Clean and Sober crew, saying hey from Calgary, Alberta. Thank you for being a member of the Clean and Sober crew for 1 month, and a 2-month member of the Clean and Sober crew. It is Blue Varo. Thank you so much for that support. All right, rules as always are almost non-existent. We're doing good here. The super chats, if any of them come in, they will be read during the breaks. We'll flash them up on the screen for a bit so you know that they're there. We'll talk about them during the lulls and breaks. Super chat's not required, but guarantee an absolute response from me. Whatever questions, comments, where they get read and they get responded to. Please like the thing, subscribe to the thing, subscribe to the channel. We're doing great with the subscriptions. We're continuing to grow. We seem to have come out of YouTube hell, but please hit that like button. That's the algorithm part that YouTube really likes, to get about 600 likes, and then that really triggers things where it draws people in. It puts it on the notification page and whatnot. Come back later and leave a comment too. They like comments. 4 words or more apparently is what they tell me. More comments. It doesn't even really matter what the comment is. You suck. You suck. You have to say it twice because that's only 2 words. Or hey, you're the most awesome guy ever. Or anything in between, or any comment about this. Just leave a comment later. And people joining us on the replay crew, welcome. Make sure you hit the like button as well. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. And you can leave a super thanks if you want to. If you're like, oh my gosh, I feel terrible that I can't part with my hard-earned money to give you a super chat because I'm not here. Super thanks. All right, that out of the way, the grift is done. Our like and subscribe poll today, after you have hit the like button and made sure you are subscribed, take our like and subscribe poll. The choices today, let's start smashing those like and subscribe buttons because they ain't gonna smash themselves. If you've been following the witnesses, you know. And what, if any, reason not to? And the final option, objection, smashed and answered. That's our lame poll for the day. Let's bring this up and get going because we've got a lot of ground to cover. This court hearing went 10 hours on day 6. Hopefully there's lots of breaks and a really long lunch hour. All right, ladies, gentlemen, and it's Pride Month, so whoever else is out there, let's do it. Ex-NFL, I've said a lot because I'm running on about I just did it again. I'm running on about 3/4 power today, It's 12 p.m. here in Korea. And I woke up about an hour and a half ago, but I didn't get out of bed until just very, very recently because I'm tired. Streaming these trials all night and then working all day, it's tiring, but I do it for you. So let's go.
Numbered stanchions, which are.
And again, we don't know. They skipped something. I don't know how long they've been going. Just a few minutes because there's a bit of a dead space here at the beginning. But this lady here, her name is, I've got to bring it up here on Twitter because they didn't announce it at the beginning because they cut it off. Sorry about that. I should have remembered that I have to do their work for them. This is CSI Amy Ali. Amy Ali, CSI Amy Ali. We'll get her name up there in lights. And let's get into her testimony. This is the direct examination of her by the prosecution.
For the little yellow tent-looking things next to each casing, and then documented them again, and then they were eventually collected.
Okay, so I'm going to start
The yellow
with
thingy. That's the
now before you start placing stanchions.
that's the
on-
technical term for the stanchions they put around the evidence. The yellow tent-like thingies.
An item to be of evidentiary value.
My mic is way
When
hot.
you start
Sorry.
placing your stanchions down there, do you take photographs of the scene?
Yes,
And did you do that in this case?
yes, I did.
All right. Prior to you placing any stanchions down, CSI Ali, did you notice anything in the roadway that got your attention in addition to the shell casings?
Yes, there was a large area of, I called it engine fluid because I don't know exactly what it was, in the roadway that was fairly wet.
I'm going to show you what is, just part of this is already in evidence from CSI Grant.
All right.
But there were certain photos that CSI Grant could not authenticate, so this was.
Okay, thank you.
Can we use the microphone, please? I just can't this morning.
Yes, you may.
I just can't this morning, people. Use the damn microphones. You've got 6 of them.
You may have to take the
Yes, sir.
microphone.
Thanks, Judge. It's like they haven't figured it
Okay,
out after
that's fine.
5 days. There's 5 microphones right in front of them at the lecterns, and they've got a mobile one they can carry around.
Okay, so the first 3 photos that I showed you, do you recognize those photos, CSI Ali?
I do, yes.
Okay, and do they fairly and accurately depict what you just described to this jury as what you thought was some sort of fluid, could be oil stain on the ground?
Yes.
All right, Judge, permission to publish, please.
You may.
So first of all, Judge, I would move into evidence 54 as a composite right now, J, K, and L, part of 54. And I believe it's without objection.
No objection to any of this.
Okay, they're admitted, so they were omitted from the original 54.
I believe that we did admit everything is just for clarification.
Okay, all right, fine, thank you.
Okay, so now what are we looking at right here?
This is what I called engine fluid. It didn't appear to be there very long. It was still wet.
Do you know it was engine fluid, or are you just calling it engine fluid?
Thank you.
Judge, I'm sorry. I didn't hear the exhibit number.
This is
That
what?
was J,
J.
yes. So that's 54J, Mr. Shiner. Okay, so you took a picture of that because it appeared to be fresh. Is that accurate? Okay. I'm going to show you what is 54K.
Yes.
Is this just a different angle of that?
Yes.
Same thing? Okay. And if you can tell us why you took a picture here of 54L, what is looking at here?
The sprinklers were on at that residence, and so some of the casings that had been located were in that area. So I was showing that the ground was wet from where the sprinklers had been turned on.
Okay, thank you. So now, as you are make note of the oil stain, and it appeared to be fresh to you.
Oh my God. All right.
After that, what did you do?
Then I marked the
I'm
area.
going to bump
with
the
numbered
volume just a
stanchions.
little bit.
And
So I don't want your ears to get blown out when the person on the stand actually uses the microphone. Oh, Salvador Dali. That's vicious.
For us, for the sheriff's office, it's a little yellow tent with a number on it, and it also has like an L-shaped scale next to it. So when we place it next to the evidence, there's a scale in there for if it needs to be blown up later or something, so you get the size of the item.
And so, is this when you start to identify shell casings?
Yes.
Okay. And are your stanchions are numbered?
Yes.
Okay. And were you the only one looking for shell casings that night?
No, some of the deputies on scene assisted me with looking for shell casings in the area.
Okay. Now that obviously it was dark,
Yes.
right? Can you tell what was the temperature like out there, or the weather?
It was cool, but it was humid as well.
It's cool, man. Hello, Mom.
And did you need assistance? Did you need other lighting in order to locate casings that you were looking for?
Yes, we used flashlights.
And how many, aside from yourself, how many do you think, if you can recall, how many of you guys were looking for casings?
2 or 3. So myself and maybe 2 other deputies.
And in your search for casings, where did it take you?
It was the side of the road. I believe it was the west side of the street. And near where that engine fluid stain was, where it ended, in the area where the sprinklers were on. I don't recall the address of the house right there.
Okay. And at some point, you guys are searching for casings. At some point, does the search for the casings come to an end?
Yes.
And how do you guys decide, well, we believe, or how do you make the determination that you located all the casings that you could locate out there?
After a period of time, and no more are found, a thorough search of the area, we searched the swale area between the sidewalk and the road, as well as the yard and the sidewalk and the roadway. After we searched that entire area, I believe thoroughly, we stopped searching for casings, and that's when I began to document them again with the numbered markers.
Okay. How many did you locate?
39.
And so I'm going to show you what is going to be states 34A through double M, Your Honor. I believe these are going to be in without objection.
All right, the number is what?
So it's going to be states 34.
34, A through double M. Got it.
Yes, sir. Just my first witness, please.
Yes, you may.
Please approach the witness.
And as you're looking at that, just turn the face down. Just let me know when you're done with all of them. Okay.
All right. While she's looking at that, we're going to do 2 things. We're going to hit some of the super chats here, and then we're going to bump this thing to 1.25 speed. I cannot deal with it on normal speed today. I just can't. So it's happening with Harper. So excited. Twitter told me you were going live because YouTube surely didn't. I had forgotten. What a great surprise. Hashtag innocent and less proven guilty. Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. It's happening with Harper. Thank you so much. And American Dreamer, doggies, Jeff. Well, it looks like they're well on their way. About $30 to Doggo Cam, so we're doing pretty darn good. And Rush to Judgment with Jessica, bringing the heat with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much for the pups and you, hearts. Oh, thanks, heart. And Startup Lab, who has usurped the position of the vice racks of the day with the $50 super chat. It's going to be a hard one to beat. Fellow lawyer here in NYC, thanks for hosting and entertaining us with your justifiable contempt and irreverence.
I do.
I'm particularly full of contempt this morning. Thank you so much.
Yes, they do.
Huge thanks to today's vice racks. Startup Labs.
34A through double M.
All right, 34A through double M, I guess that's 39 photographs? Yeah, 39 photographs, composite exhibit admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, permission to publish briefly?
Yes, ma'am, you may.
Okay, so this first one,
Yeah, I guess Flux fell asleep. It's funny.
Okay, it'll work.
okay. Now, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are we looking at here?
So that would be my numbered stanchion, the little numbered card with one of the spent shell casings that I located.
Okay, and you indicated a few minutes ago that you located 39 cases.
Yes.
Did they all look like this?
Yes.
And did you put a stanchion by each casing that you found or located?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So all of these photographs here look like this,
Yes, they do.
just with the stanchion number 2, 3, 4 in numerical order. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, this is going to be interesting to see if they place where each of these
Please don't.
39 things were found on the grand scheme of things. Were they all in one place? Was he standing in one place and unloading this, the 39 shots, or was he walking forwards, or was he walking
But I would like
backwards? It'll be interesting to see.
What it looked like after you numbered them. Okay, so I'm going to show you now, CSI Ali, what are going to be states already in evidence as states 54, beginning with M.
Jay Liebgott says you're echoing, but I'm listening to myself on YouTube, and it's not echoing for
You may.
me. So that's what we call a you problem.
You just look up when you're done.
If I'm just weird and it's echoing for anyone else, let me know.
CSI Ali, do you recognize these photos first of all?
I do.
Okay, and these photos, do they fairly and accurately represent the stanchions as you place them at each casing that night?
Yes, it does.
Judge, at this time, state will offer into evidence, or it's already in, but we'll make it a part of the packet.
Okay.
54, and it's going to be Judge M through R, as in
Right.
that it.
Any objection?
No,
All right, thank you. 54M through R is, I think, readmitted into evidence.
Yes, sir. These are the ones that CSI granted on this case.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, so now what are we looking at here?
This is an overview of the area where the casings had been located with them marked with the stanchions.
Okay, and they were in close proximity.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And that's 54M. What are we looking at on 54N? Same thing?
Same thing, just a different angle.
So sorry.
That's so sorry.
54O, is that a close-up? Is that a close-up of all of them?
Yeah, that's a closer view.
Why can't seriously, prosecution, learn to use a microphone? It's not that difficult. You've got one in your hand.
54P, a different angle?
A different angle. This is
That's
from
right.
the other side. So this is from the south side looking north.
Okay. What about this side?
This is the east looking west.
Okay. And this one right here is that number 1?
Number 1.
Okay. And this last one, which is R.
Again, east looking west, just a little bit further south to get the majority of the stanchions.
Okay, thank you. Now going back to number 1,
Mm-hmm.
which you indicated is this one right here.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Now, did you take any measurements? For instance, You labeled that casing as number one. Why did you label that number one?
That was the farthest north that we located, the casing, the farthest north that we located.
Farthest north of what?
The casings. So the area of the casings, that was the farthest north.
Okay. Now, did you take any measurements from, let's say, from that casing to where, well, first of all, were you informed or did you at some point learn while you were out there where Mr. Rudolph lived?
Yes, I don't recall when, but at some point I was made aware where his residence was.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that. The
And
volume is so
when
unbalanced.
you
Jesus.
were made aware of where he lived, did you at some point take a measurement from where he lived
Oh, yeah, it's going to
to
be
where
sped
that
up right
first
now.
shell casing was located?
Yes, I took a measurement from the front door to that number one.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what was that measurement? What was it?
Approximately 311 feet and 2 inches.
Now, if we take that and break that down into feet to yards, what is that?
Approximately 103 yards.
Okay. And do you recall, CSI Ali, what was the casing that you labeled number 39, which would have been in numerical order, your last casing? Where was that casing located?
Further south.
Okay. And did you take a measurement of that? How far that was from, let's say, number one or the house?
I know I took measurements of it. I don't recall if I took from number 1 to 39. I know I measured it from I believe the northeast corner of the sidewalk at one of the residences.
Okay. And do you have the number for that?
I do in my report, if I can refer to my report.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Just make sure you refer to the report.
Yes, you
Okay,
may.
Go ahead, please.
Would it refresh your memory if you refreshed your memory by looking at the report? Great question. All right. Well, she's doing that.
Okay.
We
So
may
it's,
need doggle
stanchion
cam
number
at some
39,
point,
which
so
was
I
the
better get that
southmost,
set up just in case.
stanchion, was located 32 feet 9 inches south of the southeast corner of the driveway for residence 586 Redwood.
Okay, got it. And when you said 586 Redwood, now,
These casings, they were located all on Redwood. Is that correct? Okay.
and you indicated you did not take measurements from number 39 to number 1,
Correct.
or number 39 to his
Wait, what?
Correct.
Okay, so there's 39 shots fired. They're taking their measurements, but they didn't take measurements from where the first shot was reportedly fired to where the last shot was reportedly fired. So they don't know if you walked ahead 10 feet or 100 feet. We don't, well, I mean, they said the 100 yards or 300 feet thing, but they're not measuring two pretty important measurements between the first casing and the 39th casing. Whatever.
All right. Now, after you place the stanchions next to the casings, at some point, do you, because you photograph them, right? You obviously photograph them with stanchions there because we saw that. Do you then collect them?
And again, I know this is just stupid and petty of me to say, but would y'all just look at this here? Look where she's standing. Right here, if you can see my cursor, right here is a microphone. 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 Right here, over to her right, is a microphone. And she has access to this microphone right here on the desk. That is literally 6 microphones within arm's reach of her. And she's not using any of them, although the court has repeatedly told them throughout the trial, not so we can hear it, but so that the court clerk can hear it.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what it's going to be states 2.
May?
Do you recognize that, CSI Ali?
Yes, I do.
But seriously,
And what is that?
we know where the first shot was
This would be
fired,
all
100
of
yards
the
down the road,
casings.
100 meters-ish.
And when you say all of them, is that all?
39 of them.
Were all 39 of them, were they fired
Now, when
standing
you
in one
collect them,
place,
what
or were they
exactly
walking
do you do?
half
I
a
mean, they're in a
mile?
bag, obviously. And how do you know that those are the casings that you collected?
Well, the bag has my initials and ID on it, my initials and ID and date on the seal. when they're collected, they're each placed individually in their own coin envelope, which is labeled with the number that corresponds with the stanchion that they were located next to.
Okay. And now, does the bag look to be in the same or substantially the same condition as it was in when you initially packaged those casings?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, state will offer into evidence states 2. I believe that was.
All right, thank you. All right. State's Exhibit 2 is admitted without objection. Thank you. You may.
The glovening.
If you can just cut that open for me and just take out one, you don't have to take them all out.
Don't eat it. Just take it out.
Take out.
Says the fat guy. Benjamin Lewis, this is not the lead investigator. Unless you're talking about future things, which we don't do here.
Okay.
Nicholas, go to sleep
Okay,
so you
so
can
now
wake
can
up
you
and
open-
join me here.
That little package for me.
She just looks like he
And-
never eats.
I'm just gonna.
Oh, I love a fat guy calling other people fat. That's just the irony. But I have the microphone. She doesn't.
Okay, so I'll take this one. Now, you pulled this out of one bag there, right? Okay. How many bags are in the large bag?
39.
Okay, so there are 39 of
Not
those little
counting
small
yourself.
bags that look just like that. Okay.
Not
not
counting
published.
yourself.
Okay. I think I'd lay it down.
Judge laying
Well,
it
Judge,
down.
I'll just do it old school.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, she's doing it old school, laying it down. Laying it down old school. Prosecutor knows her way around a microphone. Just saying.
Okay, so there are 39 of these casings in that large bag.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Ali. You can put that back in there for me and put that small envelope back in the bag for me.
It is, to me, it's getting kind of worse. Or, I mean, very most it's stagnant. We still have nothing that I've seen. Maybe I've missed a huge important piece of evidence, but I haven't seen anything yet
Just on it.
to show that it wasn't self-defense.
Okay, so now at this point, you've collected the casings,
Yes.
right? Did you do anything else at the Teak and Redwood Drive
No, I did not.
residence?
No.
That was it?
That was it.
Okay. Now I want to go back to where when we started this examination, and you indicated that you collected Tyler Robinson's, who you learned to be Tyler Robinson's clothing,
Yes.
right? Aside from collecting his clothing, CSI Ali, did you take photographs of the area, like where the clothing were, the house, anything that you thought of evidentiary value?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what is going to be 13A through I and 38A and B.
You may.
First, we're going to start with 13A through I. As you look at them, you can just fold them down. Okay, turn them over.
No. I was trying to think of a nickname for her. I can't use that one. No. Oh, dear. Honey Boo Boo's mom.
Do you recognize 13A through I?
I do.
Then you start to take off into evidence 13A through I.
All right, submitted without objection.
And while I'm up here, you can take a look at states 38A and B, please.
Sorry, Judge.
Yeah, either keep your voice way up or use the microphone.
That was 38A and B. Do you recognize these two, CSI Ali?
Yes, I do.
But this time, state law into evidence 13A through I as a composite, and then 38A and B as a composite.
All right, all admitted without objection. Thank you.
Now let's talk about 13A.
I haven't seen
through I.
Matilda.
First of all, permission to publish. Judge.
You may.
All right. Now what is this we're looking at here, CSI Ali?
So when we start our photographs on a scene, we take an initial photograph to give the case number, the date, my initials and ID, as well as the location.
You're blocking it again. You got to either use the pointer perhaps, or just remember to step back.
Yes, yes.
All right, thank
No,
you.
nobody
If
was
you get
tested
back
for
too far, then you're
gunshot
gonna need the
residue.
microphone.
None, nobody. They only talked to the guys for like 5 or 10 minutes. That was their investigation.
B. What are we looking at there?
This is the residence at 536 Jasmine Drive.
Okay. And the Jasmine Drive address is where you did what?
This is where it was across the street, I believe, in near proximity to where the clothing had been located.
And so these photos of this home, are these photos that you took just to show where you gathered the clothing, you collected the clothing from?
Yes.
And is that a closer angle of that residence?
Yes.
What about that photograph?
This is the same residence, just a different angle showing the driveway and the tree line. And then I don't know if you can see it. I can't quite see it from here, but there's a fence next to that vehicle.
There's a fence next to this vehicle here?
Yes.
Okay. Is it on this, is it back here or alongside here?
It's on the right side where your pointer is.
Okay, along here.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna show you, this is E. Is that the fence you were just talking about?
Yes, that's the fence.
Okay. Now, obviously, took a picture of this fence because it has some significance, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Now we already had Larry Bird last stream. We can't have 2 trans Larry Birds.
What are we looking at here?
There is a handgun in the bottom of the photo next to the fence.
Is that right down here?
Yes,
Okay. And is that
That's
the
where they
same
found the
fence that we
dude's.
saw
Okay,
in the previous picture?
it is.
that's where they found dude's gun. Tyler. This is where they found Tyler's gun. With the extended magazine fully loaded with hollow point rounds that he never bothered to tell anybody about until the dog found it.
Closer up of that same gun?
It is, yes.
All right. And then this picture here is just, what is, I'm sorry, that is 13H.
So this is the fence just above where the gun is laying. And there's some, what we call BLS, a blood-like stain on the fence.
Is that there?
Yes.
Stuff here?
Yes.
And that was the purpose of this photo?
Yes.
So now let's go back to the gun. Okay, that was at that fence area. Did you, when you arrived on scene and you saw, when you arrived on scene at that location where that gun was, were there other law enforcement officers there already?
Yes.
All right. And were they near where this gun was?
Yes, they were.
All right. Now, how did you know to even go over here?
While I was on the previous scene where the shell casings were located, I was informed that a gun had been found. Deputies were standing by and waiting for me to come to that scene when I was finished with the previous one.
Okay. And when deputies standing by, what does that mean?
Securing the scene, making sure no one comes in or out and disturbs any evidence.
And if you recall, do you recall when you arrived where this gun was located, how many deputies were there?
I believe 2.
Okay. And were they just standing there?
Yes,
Was the gun still lying on the ground as far as you know?
as far as I know.
Now, when you get there, are you made aware that obviously that's where the gun is located?
Yes.
What happens after that?
I photograph the area, document it, and then the gun is collected.
Now, when the gun is collected, after you photograph it, because you photograph it in the position that it's located, is that
Correct.
after the gun is collected, who collects it? Do you collect it or does someone else collect it?
I collected the gun.
All right. And when you say collected, does that mean that you picked it up off the ground?
I had a deputy render the gun safe, make sure that it was unloaded for me to collect it.
Okay, so let's talk about that just for a few seconds.
Oh, so you didn't collect it. You took it off from someone else handed it off to you.
They will drop out the magazine and then rack the slide back, pull the slide back to make sure there's no rounds in the chamber.
Now, were you standing there when this process was done?
Yes, I was.
And when they rack the gun back, that motion is to
Rack
ensure
city
there's no
bitch,
round
rack
in the
city
chamber, is that
bitch,
right?
Correct.
rack city bitch.
Did you observe them doing that?
I did.
Was there a round in the chamber?
There was not.
And what about, you indicated that they removed the magazine, is that correct?
Yes,
All right. And did you watch them as they removed the magazine?
I did.
And once that magazine is removed, at that point, there's no round in the chamber, magazine is removed. Is the gun then handed over to you?
Yes.
Okay, so they're saying there was not a bullet in the chamber, so therefore he was a good little boy.
It is secured in evidence packaging, and then it's secured in my vehicle.
Now let's talk about this magazine for a few seconds, okay?
Nice one, King Ginger. Oh. I'm sorry.
Now, you watched them, you indicated to us as they removed the magazine.
Yes.
When they remove that magazine, the deputies, do they count, like, they tell you, well, the magazine is full
Or there are a few bullets missing. Did they tell you that?
No.
all right? Is that up for you to make a determination once they give it to you, once they render the gun safe and give it to you?
It's up to me to document how many are in the magazine. I can't determine if any had been used.
Okay, so let's talk about the magazine. I'm going to show you what is states 37A through C. Judge McMichael,
You may.
Well, she's approaching. Delilah, I hope that's pronounced Delilah. Thank you so much for the super chat, putting us closer to Doggo Cam. Thank you for hanging out with us on a Saturday night. Hey, I would not want to hang out with you all on a Saturday night because it's a Sunday afternoon for me.
do these photos very accurately depict the gun or the item that's reflecting the picture as you saw in that day when you made those photographs?
Yes.
At this time, state reference evidence states composite 37A through C.
All right, 37A through C admitted apparently without objection.
Apparently.
Thank you. Yes, you may.
Okay, so now let's look at this. You, at some point.
Oh, that's not an unreasonable thought there,
Is that
Jim.
right? Or it's somewhere.
Yes.
It's not on the ground anymore.
Correct.
All right. And
Roll up on
it's-
somebody, rack it in front of them. Yeah, ooh, I'm a big bad scary guy.
This is the gun that was found by that fence, right?
Yes, it is.
And this is that magazine that came out of that gun.
It is.
All right.
That's a
Now-
long ass magazine. Holy
Is
crap.
this magazine full?
I believe it was close to full.
Okay. And when you say close to full, what do you mean by that?
It contained 10 live rounds,
All right.
10 bullets.
Now, do you know how many bullets this magazine right here holds?
I do not.
After you photographed this picture right here, did you remove the bullets?
I did.
Okay. And when you removed the bullets, is that when you counted them?
It is, yes.
All right. And you said you counted 10?
Yes.
Now, looking at this picture, I'm going to show you what is 37C.
Yes, that was Tom Jones.
Is that the same magazine we were just looking at?
It is.
Now, this is the top of a bullet.
It is.
All right. Now, are you familiar with guns, CSI Ali?
Somewhat, yes.
That is a long ass magazine.
What is this, when this bullet is at the top, right here like this, what is this indicative of to you?
That would be the next bullet that would go into the chamber if the gun was fired.
All right, okay. And as you pulled all 10 of these bullets out of here,
That's only 10 round magazine?
did you put them back in to see if you could get more than 10 in there? Did you do anything like that?
I did not know.
All right, so you just
That's only a 10 round magazine. That looks like about a 412 round magazine. Okay, let's see. That's the size of the
What is
weapon.
37B?
3, 4, I guess so. It just looks ridiculously long.
And is that the same gun that we were looking at a few minutes ago?
It's the same gun.
Okay, and this area that's open right here, what is that right there?
That's the chamber.
All right, and when that was pulled back, had there been a round in the chamber, what would you see right there?
It would come out, that area right there. It would pop out.
All right, and when the deputies who were there, when they made the gun safe in order to turn it over to you, there was no bullet in that chamber, is that right?
There was not.
Now, as it relates to Tyler Robinson, did you make note of another area that you thought may have some evidentiary value? Because there was, obviously, that Jasmine area that you just talked about, all right? You took photos of the house, you took photos of the fence, you took photos of the gun. Did you go to another location and take photos of any place else?
I did.
Okay, and where was that?
It was on the opposite side of that wooden fence from the house.
Okay. And why did you go over there?
There were more areas of blood-like stains.
All right. So I'm going to show you what is going to be states 38A and B.
You may. 38.
recognize these photos, CSI Ali?
I do.
Okay, and do these photos fairly and accurately depict what you observed the night that you took these photos?
Sorry.
It does.
Your statement offered to evidence states composite 38 A and B.
All right, 38A and B admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, let's look at 38 A. Okay,
So you took a photograph of that. And what did you think was evidentiary value in this photograph?
There's some blood-like stains on the ground, as well as obviously the wall right there and the front door.
And speaking of a blood-like stain, it's Nicholas Starov. As soon as I can find the screen, there we go. Hello, sir.
Hey, good morning.
That was a nice 4-hour nap you just took. What?
Yeah, I took a 1-hour nap before Steve Gosney's stream that started at 2 a.m. my time, and now it's almost 6 a.m. and that stream ended for me an hour ago, so that ruined my sleep schedule. But well, I can sleep next week.
Sleep when I'm dead. Mm.
Yeah.
Well, let's get back into this obscenity.
You do know you only stream 50% of this trial, because that's 50% of the sound that's actually recorded, because you don't hear any questions from the prosecution.
Yeah. Well, she seems to be sort of kind of using the microphone now, but let's see how this plays out.
so right here,
Yes.
and are you talking about referring to right here from the front door?
Yes.
I'm gonna show you what is 38 B. Okay, and you just mentioned blood-like substance on the ground.
Yes.
Is this what you were referring to here?
Yes.
Okay, and if we, over here somewhere, is that same door that I just showed you in the previous photograph, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, whose blood is it?
And while they're doing that, Rosman Ranch says, good evening / morning,
Of course.
Vice is off to bed here soon. We'll have to catch up, but I appreciate you covering the entire trial. Well, I appreciate you appreciating me. Thank you so much for that. It seems really simple to do this, but you know, we're working 8-9 hour day and then sitting down for another 8-9 hours to do
But I just
these
have one more
and
thing
getting
to
a bit
do.
of sleep.
All right.
It's rough, but I enjoy doing it. It's fun to share these things with you and to do these live events, even though this is like 2 days behind live.
What is already in evidence.
Thanks for being
and
here.
States 1A. And Judge, I'll just hold it.
All right.
They've seen it a million times. All right.
You got the microphone?
Cup cage happens when we hit the magic release the hounds.
Okay, CSI Ali, what I want to do is I want to go back to those casings, okay?
We're in
And I'm
the
sorry to
cup
keep jumping
cage.
around, but I want to end with this, with the casings where you located them, okay? Just so that the members of the jury have an idea of where they were on Redwood, okay?
All right.
Now,
Good.
first of all, do you recognize this map?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the area where you would have responded that night?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, may she step down, please?
Yes. Watch your
Okay, now
step
this is actually potentially very important evidence, because again, they're arguing self-defense, but if somehow they can show that he was just walking towards them, blasting away, if he can show that where the car was parked and was no longer parked and was driving away and he's still shooting at them, that does somewhat weaken their case. If he's standing in one position, that's a different story. But it doesn't prove necessarily that he did it if he was walking towards the vehicle while firing. But it kind of does say, well, they were running away. He was shooting. And at some point, and that's the thing, we still have to get to that point. Was he justified in firing all 39 rounds at the people and the car? Or at some point, did the threat end and he just continued blasting, at which point self-defense becomes murder?
And it has a bit with not only the between first and last casing, but you also have this guy who started running away with a gun, who he says, "Oh no, it was in my pants the whole time." But if he didn't have, if he kept pointing it at him, then you keep firing.
Yeah, if the dead guy in the car had a weapon that was still in his hand, which may have been the case, and he saw it, or he can even suggest he saw it. I mean, this is the thing. The prosecution at this point, they've argued self-defense, and the defense has. That's part of the theory of their case. And if they put Travis Rudolph on the stand and he says, "Yeah, I didn't shoot anybody. I had this here just in case, but as soon as they got in the car or got near the car, they started pointing a bunch of weapons at me. So this happened." And then you go, okay, has the state proven that this is not the case?
Yeah, my favorite so far, after the testimony from the hand expert, or whatever you call him, the prosecution,
The hand job expert.
the hand job expert, yeah. The prosecution went into a questioning as to create reasonable doubt to his testimony. Shouldn't it have been the other way around? Because if you, as a prosecutor, is trying to create reasonable doubt to an expert, to the defense expert, then you have a losing case, unless you can actually put up an expert who says this is fraudulent. And the one person they put up there had no training. Well, workplace training, but no actual education. And didn't even know, no, I never heard of the death grip. And I'm not American. I'm not proficient in weapons. I've heard of the death grip. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's this. Luke Pearson makes a point here. So you're simplifying the 39 shots. Yes. If at some point between shot 1 and 39 self-defense fails, then they need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the bullets hitting Sebastian occurred after then. But I mean, also, it kind of, if we assume that it fails after shot 10, they can probably get him for attempted murder for everybody else. But I mean, we'll just have to see. Like I said, the prosecution at this point hasn't proved that it was that it was not self-defense for any one of these 39 rounds.
And since the injured guy more or less testified he never got in the car, or what was it? Well, then he can argue he was pointing a gun at me the entire time when he, so I fired at him. Hence the casings over a 20-yard stretch.
It's just weird. They would, I mean, they would measure the distance between his front door and the place where the first casing was. That actually helps the defense case. For me, because they were going back and he was following them, but he wasn't shooting them. If he wanted revenge and just wanted to gun them down, he wouldn't have had to leave his front lawn. He could have just shot them while they were running away. But to show that he walked nearly 300 feet, nearly 100 yards, or was it? It's 100
311. 311 feet, and they have always argued that the car was parked 300 feet away. So, and the measurement to the last bullet was from the sidewalk in front of the house. Why don't you use the same measurements for both? I mean,
to me, it just shows that he wasn't acting irrationally, and he fired for a reason. Because at anywhere in that 300 feet, that 100 meters, he could have shot them as they were running away if he was planning on shooting them when they run away. He followed them. He followed them with the gun, but at some point, 300 feet away, 100 yards away, something happened to make him go, okay, now I'm going to start shooting. And the prosecution hasn't proven to me beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't because they tried to hit him with a car, they had pointing guns at him, they were throwing rocks. I don't know, but we've got an ass load of case here to cover, and I mean like a CSI investigator size ass load to cover here. So get back into it. Oh, but we do have the couple of super chats here. We have one super chat from AA Ron. As someone that actually does carry a firearm, not having a round in the chamber can mean the difference between life and death when fractions of a second count. And that may have been the case there.
Yeah, and it doesn't prove much because they didn't search his home for the second mag that he allegedly owned. And they haven't searched any stretch of the road, anything. Can he prove he has the second mag at home? He could have switched mag because they didn't. They searched that little part of the tarmac.
Yeah. And the ghost says legal advices are the lead. The lead attorney has a different take. He brought into the prosecution that it was excessive, and that it was a shooting to end other attacks rather than a present threat. Was interesting. I'm not sure what you mean with that, Ghost. Are you saying that the lead attorney was saying that at some point self-defense ended and then another event happened that made him start shooting again? I'm not sure.
Kept firing because now I know you're driving away, but I will keep firing just so you know I'm prepared to unload a full. I don't know.
And well, and regardless of whatever is whatever his view on that lead attorney is, to me, the state has not shown that he was not justified in shooting 39 times.
Okay.
They haven't shown that he wasn't justified doing it yet. So yeah, I don't know. Let's watch. 9 hours to go.
Now, where did you respond that night? Where did you collect those casings from? Okay. There you go.
So from where?
Right around the intersection of Sable Palm and North Redwood.
Okay, so this is Sable Palm right here, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is Redwood right here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so you indicated with, when you were pointing out just a few minutes ago, you indicated that somewhere right in here, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and is that where number 1 would have been?
Yes.
Okay, and then from number 1, it would have gone, obviously numerical order, further down the street, the cases moved.
Wait. Well, why aren't you having her testify as to where these bullets were? Why are you doing this, lawyer, for the prosecution? I would be objecting like a mofo here. Have her come down and show where 1 was found. Have her shown where 2 was found, not this leading garbage.
Yeah, and then show it via pictures.
All right, and where did you take the measurement from number 1 to Teak Drive?
So the front door of Teak Drive, which would be on this north face,
there we go.
all the way down to number 1 right around here.
She pointed at 2 different locations for number 1. This is just roughly this, but if every shell casing is within 10 yards, that means to me basically no movement, because these spray out.
Well, if this is what lead attorney said, I actually agree with the lead attorney at this point, because they had broken off the fight. There's no question that the fight was over.
Yeah.
And they were retreating to their vehicle. So I agree with that.
Yeah.
And whatever happened to cause him to pull that trigger would be another event. I agree with that.
Redwood and Teak, over to Jasmine, where you collected Tyler Robinson's stuff, found the gun and all that. Can you just tell the jury, if you know, that gun that you found at that location over there that we just looked at, that was Tyler Robinson's gun, how far was that gun located from the scene where Teak and Redwood is?
That I don't know.
All right, you didn't take any measurements today?
I did not. No.
How far that was?
No, I don't.
So that's all that.
All right, any cross? Okay.
You have the different locations. You just check a map. I mean,
wow, that was weird.
You know what she didn't say? Did
A
you
lot.
test it for being fired recently?
Yeah.
That she didn't testify to.
And now, as I recall, again, the memory may be flawed, was they were doing the 2-on-1 fighting. People are jumping back and forth. 2 of them ran to, as they said, get the car so they could escape. And Tyler looked back and saw his buddy getting his ass kicked. So he went back to help his buddy off the defendant's brother. And then they all got off him and ran away. There was no shooting that occurred while the fight was still going on, as I recall.
Yeah.
Everybody was in the car. Tyler was the last one to get in the car. if he got in. He said he got in, then later he said he never got in. So
Yeah.
we're not sure what happened there. But everybody was in the car. Tyler was at or in the car. And at that point, the shooting happened. So the fight was over. The fight itself was over. And I do agree that was an intervening step. And that's what the prosecution's been harping on as well. The murder begins where self-defense ends. But self-defense can end and then it can start again.
Yeah.
So I'm essentially just spewing words out of my head. The fight is kind of irrelevant to all of this.
Yeah.
So what happened after the fight?
Yeah. And Mandy, it's 6 a.m. here, Sunday morning.
Now, fam, he said they were going back just to get the car so they could escape because they didn't have any guns except for the one in his pocket that he forgot about, apparently. That's
if you believe him credible.
Yeah, well, see, we're all just speculating about going to get the guns. Wink, wink. All right, all right. Let's get this going here. We are on day. Oh, I got to fix that. We're on day 6, not day 5. Sorry if anybody's been reading that, thinking you went to time zone warp. To witness CSI Amy Ali. She is just about ready to start her cross-examination. And a huge thanks to the current Vice Racks of the day, Startup Labs, the US $50 super chat. And we are $10 away from Doggo Cam, it looks like. So let's go. And I will fix that banner.
Yes, sir. Please do.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
You're a civilian employee for the sheriff's office?
Yes,
Do you carry a gun while you work?
I do not.
And obviously, some of these scenes have to be cleared before you get there to make sure no one hurts you, right?
Correct.
And who protects you? The other police officers?
Yes.
All right, let me start with hello. Okay, the gun that you collected.
You're gonna have to use gloves, apparently.
I'm not taking that, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you. Just going to show you. It's been entered into evidence as states number 7. Is this the firearm that you collected?
Yes, it is.
And you write your initials on the box?
Yes.
Initials on the gun, probably?
We don't actually write on the gun. just in
Insert
case.
initials on
What's the
box
writing on the
jokes here.
on the clip?
That's done by the firearms unit.
All right. To you, this looks like a real gun, right? Huh? No doubt about it.
No doubt about it.
You don't know if that gun, a few seconds or a few moments before it was dumped, was pointed at Mr. Travis Rudolph, do you? You have no way of scientifically telling if it was in somebody's pocket that they forgot it or they took it out and tried to kill someone. You can't tell, can you? Is it possible? Do you know who owns that gun?
I do not.
You never found out it was someone named Tyler Robinson?
I did not.
Yeah, did you see that?
You know why anyone was even
The
looking
judge
for
claimed
gun?
that Andrew is not a real lawyer.
Yeah.
You just got called over and say, come on over and collect it and take photographs?
Yes.
And you went to the scene where you said Jasmine and what was the first one you went to? Jasmine and
Palmetto.
that was to collect clothes?
Yes.
And what did you collect? A pair of pants that were cut by the paramedics?
Yes.
You know, do you remember if those pants had zippers on them in the pockets?
I don't believe. I don't recall.
Okay.
I know they were athletic style pants, but I don't recall if they had zippers.
And there was no shirt with those pants, were there?
No.
Did you also collect any other clothes right there at the scene?
Nothing on the scene. I was a deputy brought me clothing, I believe from the hospital that had already been packaged and placed on a property receipt. So I signed for that on the property receipt and collected that.
From someone named Tyler Robinson?
Yes,
All right, and you believe the pants that you collected were from Tyler Robinson as well?
I believe so.
Any way you can tell?
Where is the
by looking at those
gun,
pants or
Tyler
anything scientific you can do with it
Robinson?
to see if someone had a gun in their pants versus having it in their hand?
No, not me.
Okay. Know anyone that can do that possibly?
No.
Okay. And the rest of the clothes that was brought to you was a pair of sneakers, socks, and underwear?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Nothing else.
Did you do anything with those items?
They were documented, they were photographed, and then repackaged and submitted to our evidence unit.
Okay. Because you don't know at the time if they have significance or not, right?
Correct.
You didn't take any, no one asked you to take photographs of any human beings in this case, did they?
No, they did not.
Sometimes you do that in cases, don't you?
Occasionally, yes.
Document someone's possible injuries?
Yes.
And isn't it true you arrived at Palmetto Drive and Jasmine Drive at about in Lake Park at about 3:27 in the morning?
Yes.
It was a cool and humid day, you said?
Yes.
And you said there was some medical debris on the floor also?
Yes,
Oh, is that like packaging when the paramedics put wound care on somebody?
yes, it was.
Okay. You never came in contact with someone named Tyler Robinson, right?
I did not.
Just so I'm clear from the
This stream will
Fenced
go
area
until
that
it
we
no
looked at.
longer goes.
where the gun was found, where Tyler Robinson's pants were, what's the distance roughly?
At least 8 hours, at least 7 more
It
hours.
was across the street and a few houses away. I don't know distance, maybe 150 feet. I don't know.
How about using this courtroom? Is it longer than this courtroom, shorter?
Longer than this courtroom.
All right, I know you can't see outside of this courtroom, but how much longer would you estimate?
Maybe 2 or 3 of the courtroom.
Okay, but you never actually measured that at all.
I did not.
So if Tyler Robinson, let's say hypothetically, he's the one who dumped the gun by the fence, you don't know if he took a casing out before he dumped it, do you?
I do not.
That would be
You don't know why
weird.
somebody
but
would
not
do that,
outside.
do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? So if, let's say we know someone dumped the gun there, right?
Correct.
What direction would he be going, the person who dumped the gun, to get to where you saw the blood on the door?
It would be, I believe, northwest.
Would it be a straight shot or would it be some turns?
From where the from where the gun was to the blood on the door was a straight shot. It was directly next door.
Okay, and how many courtrooms? More than one courtroom? Multiple courtrooms?
No, maybe one courtroom.
Is that our official
Then where the pants were? would have
crime
been-
scene
I'm sorry,
investigation
more than a courtroom.
standard
More than a courtroom.
Okay.
measurements now? Courtrooms, we measure evidence.
And where
in
the gun was found,
courtrooms?
would you agree that it was approximately 100 feet from where the casings
3
were?
bananas
39
and a
casings you
camera
talked
away.
about?
More.
More than that?
Yes.
How much more?
A couple hundred feet.
Sure.
I'm not sure. I didn't measure it. I know it was from one street to another, several houses away.
All right, so the casings are on North Redwood, right?
Correct.
You saw a blood path going or trail going behind the house, right?
Correct.
Was that the yellow house in the picture? Or that's a different, no, that's the house where the gun was found.
That's the house where the gun was found.
All right, so the house where the blood trail was, that was still on North Redwood.
Correct.
And then, assuming the person whose blood that
Yellow
was,
house in
goes
the
in the
middle
backyard of
of
that
our
house on
street.
Redwood.
Yellow house.
well, did you go in that backyard?
From where the blood trail was,
Yes.
I followed it to a fence. And then I'm not very agile. I couldn't go over the fence myself, which is where I was told the blood trail continued. So I went the other way to.
Yeah. You don't say. You just decided to go around the fence, did you? Oh, I think that's the wake up I needed. That was good. I'm not very agile.
We can say this because at least I don't know how much Jeff has trained, but I'm overweight. I can make jokes and laugh about overweight people. Okay? I'm
All
between
right.
240 and 260 pounds, depending on which end of the buffet you found me.
Pretty much. All right. And now I wanted to hear that again, so I backtracked. All right. Oh, God. All right. Back at it.
Myself,
Okay.
which is where I was told the blood trail continued. So I went the other way to the other side, which was the Jasmine Drive address.
All right, so I'm clear. So wouldn't it be true that directly behind the fence from the house on Redwood where the blood trail went, directly over that would be where that fenced area is?
I believe so, yes.
The very next house.
I believe so, yes.
So they butt up to each other.
Yes.
Back to back.
Yes.
Not very agile. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Susan D., I'm happy you're watching.
So you know 54S, H 54S.
I'm as agile as a fridge. And the fridge is the reason I'm not agile. Just
I
saying.
can get to the fridge pretty agile, but
Yeah.
Do you know what this stanchion these two are?
Those were blood-like stains.
Did you collect those?
I did not.
Do you have any idea whose blood that is?
I do not.
You know if anyone took
and Mandy has unleashed
Tyler
Doggo
Rudolph's
Cam.
blood in this case,
I do not.
or a DNA swab to see if his blood was matched anywhere?
I do not.
No one asked you to do that?
No one asked me to do that, no.
You have any idea?
She
hard to see in
saw
this
the
picture.
blood
Is
stains, took
there a street over
pictures
here?
of them.
Or
Nothing
this way?
happened
Where's
to
that
it.
intersection you talked about?
From where I'm standing taking the photo, the intersection is behind me.
Okay, and what's the name of that road?
That would be Sable.
Sable Palm?
Yes.
And that's where many of the casings were?
Yes,
You have no idea which shot was first, second, third, or 29th or anything like that, do you?
I do not.
You do any investigation on how far the casings would travel in this
I did
particular case?
Mm.
Sorry?
I did not.
Can you do things like that?
I know it's very difficult, but I
What is
believe there are
not?
people.
How? What? It's very difficult to test how far a shell casing will travel when ejected. How about you go pew and watch what happens and measure it?
Yeah, and it should have been tested on multiple occasions with that type of gun. How long does this? Or call an expert who will tell you.
Wow. So I thought he was going to reserve a lot of this beatdown for the lead detective, but he's starting in on her too because she was actually there and not doing things like taking measurements.
Let do that. Yes.
All right. You have any idea what the shooter was looking at when he shot those shots?
No, I do not.
So I'm sorry. Maybe I'll show you a better picture if I have it. But stable would be where compared to
From
behind you said?
where I'm taking the photo, Sable would be behind me.
How far? Roughly.
20 feet.
Okay. So so stable would be this way?
It would be
Further back.
further back.
Okay. And did it look like the shooter was closer to Sable?
From where the casings were located, yes.
The unscientific method, right?
Let me try to get this. All right, so try to put this in the right perspective. So would this be, I know you weren't there and didn't see the car, but did you ever see a video of a car?
I did not.
Never?
No.
Okay. Would this be consistent, the oil stain being across the street, and then this is the track it made to go the opposite direction?
I believe so.
Okay. So this direction the car turned, that would be north on Redwood?
No, this is looking south.
South, I'm sorry. All right, so if this was, so did this look like the car went south?
I can't tell which direction the stain was flowing.
But didn't you see further stains going down the road?
Yeah, this stain, it curved from north to south, but I don't know which direction of travel it was. From my point of view, it was curved from north to south.
But did this trail keep going southbound?
I don't recall.
I wonder if she has a
Is
lot
that-
of experience with
I don't think so.
examining
Okay,
north
when
to
did that?
south
I don't know.
curvature.
You know, if anyone followed, whether it went south or the other direction, if anyone followed that path to see if anything of evidentiary value was collected?
I don't know.
You didn't do it.
I did not.
How about cameras a block or two away? You know, if anyone checked a couple of blocks away where the car may have traveled?
I do not know.
And show you 54J. On Redwood?
Yes.
All right. And this obviously looks like where the car turned.
Yes.
One of the reasons you're confused in terms of which direction it traveled, you don't know if the car came from this way and then this way, or this way, that way.
Correct.
All right. Did you go this direction here? Assuming the car was parked straight, what direction would that be?
The way you move the stick would be from south to north.
All right, so if I'm now be facing the Rudolph residence from a block and a half away, approximately, right?
Well, the photo is looking south, but the way you move the stick would be from south to north, which would be yes towards the Rudolph residence.
Okay, so if the car headlights were facing, I'm standing in front of this photograph. If the car is facing me, that would be facing the Rudolph residence, the car.
Correct.
And my back would be towards the Rudolph residence. If I'm facing
Correct.
this way.
Correct.
Okay. Did you tell how many feet this was, this oil stain?
I did not measure it, but I would say approximately 5 feet.
You know if anyone measured it?
I do not.
Are you confident it's 5 feet, or is this a guess?
That's a guess.
Does it appear the car went forward or backwards in this position, or is no way of you telling?
There's no way I can tell.
You know anyone who could do that?
I do not.
And then 54K. Just the same type of picture. No way of you telling the directionality.
I could not.
Did anyone ask you to try to follow, let's say oil stain? Oil stain is what you called it, right?
I called it engine fluid because I'm not
Engine
sure it was oil.
Did anyone ask you to follow if the engine oil went further closer to past Mr. Rudolph's house or the opposite direction from Mr. Rudolph's house?
They did not ask me. I know it didn't go closer to Mr. Rudolph's house because I walked that area many times that evening, and it was not from this area further north. It was not there.
But the other direction.
It could have been. I didn't go. The road curved very quickly, and I
That's
didn't go around
the
that.
only
curve
thing they do is
to follow the road around.
Any reason why you didn't do that?
They eat.
At
okay,
the time,
fine.
we had no. I had no indication that there was any items of evidentiary value that way.
How would you know if you didn't check?
I was told there was nothing that way. Deputies
I
on scene.
was told.
What deputies?
The deputies on scene.
Give me the names.
I don't have their names.
Any names in the report?
I don't.
Have any idea personally if any deputies even followed that trail?
Personally, I do not know.
That's problematic.
Person or people who told the deputies who you're claiming told you this, you know how far they allegedly went?
Don't know that.
Detective Vanderlaan who told you don't go that way?
No.
$54M.
Don't go.
Yeah, $54M.
Do I have to walk that? No, we walked
Same
it.
question. You can't tell
Get back. Have
which-
a donut.
shot was first, second, or any order, right?
No, I can't.
No idea what this person who was doing the shooting they had been faced with at the time of the shooting, right?
No idea.
The casings that were found in page 37, I'll just hold it up, the firearm that we just had in evidence by the
Correct.
fence.
Yes.
You know if those were hollow point bullets?
I do not know.
You're not familiar with those?
I'm familiar. I don't recall.
Okay. Know what hollow point
Did-
bullets are?
I do. The tip of the bullet is hollow. There's an edge and it's hollow in the middle, and they're, I believe, for expanding on impact.
Did you have anything to do with the 40th and Broadway scene?
No,
Did you have anything to do with searching the black Cadillac?
I did not.
Hello, somebody got a question? This is why the judge gets angry.
Hmm.
Let's go.
Show you states number 13 real quick. 13B.
He's guilty, so I won't look. Well, that's kind of what happened. They said, "Oh, dude shot at us." I'm like, "Oh, well, these are victims."
Is that the house that the side where this car is? Is that where the firearm was found?
Yes, it is.
That's a Taurus 9mm.
Not a fat Alex
Would you consider
Trebek.
that to have an
It's Cliff
extended clip?
Clavin from
It did.
Cheers.
What's an extended clip mean to you?
It's a larger clip or magazine than what comes with the gun. It holds more bullets.
Do you carry firearms by any chance?
Personally, yes.
Keep them in your pocket?
No.
How come?
Because it's
I'm
stupid.
just not comfortable with it.
All right, so
You can
This house
shoot your
here,
dick off.
this
Well,
would be
not
facing
him, not
Jasmine?
her, but
Correct.
Maybe.
and behind that house would be another house where the
Maybe.
blood
We
trail
don't
went
know.
up.
Correct.
So this is the house that's back to back with the house with blood trail.
Yes.
and nobody checked it.
Show you states 13.
Oh, well, thank you, Delisandro. Looking at you. Is it a clip or a mag?
Can you see from where you're standing? I know you know where the gun is because you found it. And well,
It's in a box on the,
secondarily
on the,
found
on
it.
the
Somebody else
shelf.
did. You know if it was a canine dog that found the gun?
I do not know that.
Okay.
Again with the
Can you
canine.
readily see where the gun is in this photograph?
In this photograph, no.
The timer is, that is shown that's the court clock.
Yeah.
It's 9:16 in the morning. Canine dog is like prosecutor lawyer.
Swab a
What do you
9mm for
say?
DNA,
Yes, I did.
and that's the Taurus that we saw in evidence.
Yes, it is.
Why do you swab a gun for DNA?
To see who held the gun, who had
Should we
possession of
jerked
the
off
gun.
on it? I don't know.
Is there some cases where people don't admit that it's their gun?
Yes,
You ever have a case where someone doesn't remember if it's their gun?
I'm sure it's possible, but not that I know of.
All right, would that be, if someone came to court under oath and said they don't remember it's their gun, would DNA tell us if it was really a gun that they held at one time?
It could, yes.
All right. Do you know if the DNA was ever tested in this case on the gun?
I do not know.
You guys have-
CSI Amy's got a
Sheriff's office
gun.
has their own DNA lab
We do.
in a private building.
Yes.
You send things all the time to the DNA lab.
I personally do not. It's up to the detective or the deputy or other individuals to make that request.
You just collect it, and then it's up to the lead agent to do it.
Correct.
Something tells me they didn't check for
Isn't it true
DNA.
the
on
only
gun.
thing Detective Vanderlaan did ask you to do was to measure casing
I have
guess
that
number one that
psychic
you testified
ability.
to the distance from that casing to the front door.
Nice.
I believe so, yes.
Nothing else.
I don't recall that she did.
She never asked you to try to find the path that the car went down, the Cadillac, to search for anything, right?
No.
Nobody did. Nobody asked you.
No.
None of the supervisors.
No.
You could do that if someone asked you, right?
So her job was to basically walk up, go derp, take 3 pictures, and have someone hand her the gun to put in the bag and walk and
Did you
waddle
collect
off.
anything, any blood evidence?
I did not.
How about the path going up?
No.
You know if anyone did?
I believe CSI Brandt did, but I'm not sure.
You have any idea if, or did anyone ever ask you to take Tyler Robinson's standard from his mouth to see what his DNA is?
I was not asked. I don't know if anyone else was.
Huh? Isn't it true that it was at 5:54 a.m. you collected the firearm, right?
Yes.
9mm Taurus.
Yes.
You know what time Mr. Rudolph was arrested by any chance?
I do not.
Never had contact with him?
I did not.
No one asked you to photograph him?
No.
Did you tell Detective Vanderlaan when you collected the gun that you had a gun in this case?
I did not. I believe she knew there was a gun.
Why do you believe that?
Because she knew I was going from one scene to the next, but I didn't tell her I knew there was a gun, that I was going to the next scene.
Do you know what time the gun was actually discovered by the other deputies or the dog?
I do not know.
You all have a dog that can sniff out guns, right?
Yes, we do.
You see that on cases on occasion, right?
Yes.
Canine dog.
Do you remember how long it took you once you were notified
My
to
dog
come
just
collect the
sniff
gun
out
and photograph
treats.
it to the time you got there?
I do not know.
No ballpark figure?
No.
She hasn't
No?
seen the
No.
ball part.
Were you
If
involved
she
in
drove, 12 minutes. If she walked,
towing of a
next
black
week.
BMW that was in front of Teak Drive?
I was.
Why'd y'all tow the car?
I was not given that information. I was just asked at the time because I was done with my scenes to follow it back, to escort it back to our impound lot and secure it.
And that was a vehicle, like an SUV type vehicle that had a broken window?
It was.
Windshield?
No, yeah, you're
I
right.
believe
Nobody
so.
tested
You know,
anyone
like a
for
broken?
anything.
No, I don't.
Did you do anything with that vehicle?
Other
Really?
than follow it back and secure it, no.
And y'all called like a private towing company to do that?
Yes, we have a towing company that we use.
And that's why you followed it, to make sure nobody did anything to it?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever go to St. Mary's Hospital for any photographs of Mr. Robinson?
I did not.
The prosecution is giving witnesses to defense to destroy.
And you never measured the casings to each other, how far away each one was from each other, did you?
No.
Have a moment, please?
Of course. All right, thank you. Any redirect at all? All right, thank you. CSI Ali, you may go on about your day, watch your step getting down, stay safe. Who's the state's next witness? Assuming, ladies and gentlemen, you're okay continuing on. Yes? Nobody needs a break?
She looks
Okay,
happy.
next witness.
Mhm.
Thank you.
All right, we have the update ye oldie updatable thingy over here. Banner. Banner's got a gun.
Bass. CSI Jabba. Yeah, no redirect, but what could they redirect on?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
This is Officer Bert Kreischer. I'm the machine.
All right, good morning. Would you please say and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Sure. Sean McMichael, SeanMcMichael.
All right, thank you. You may inquire, Ms. Edwards.
Thank you.
Hey,
Could you
what?
Please tell the members of the jury what you do for a living.
Sure. I'm in I work for Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. I'm our tactical unit and been there in the tactical unit for about 13 years. Been at the Sheriff's Office for 17, almost 18 now. And I'm also a canine handler with a gun detection dog.
He's canine dog guy.
And what is your title?
Agent.
Tell us a little bit about the work that you do with canine. Is that a dog first?
Yes. He's a black lab, firearm detections.
And what is the name of your canine?
Sailor, Sailor.
And how did you go about being able to be trained to be able to handle
I didn't catch his name
Sailor?
here.
So we went through a 6-month
long cuck
academy training for detection, and it involves anything to do with a firearm. Something we like to describe it as is like when you walk in a house.
Ladies and germs, while we're getting ready here, while we're trying to find the correct spelling of Shawn Michaels' name, we have Derny Ernder. Oh, wait a minute! Don't come on! Wait! Get rid of the. We have to decuncave that there. That's a. Yeah.
That could have been violently wrong.
Yeah. All right. Let's reorganize. And so, all right. Now we have Derny Ernder act. Hi, Danny.
I love you guys. I just got a facial done, so I can't put on makeup, so I will not be appearing with my face tonight. But I wanted to come hang out.
Well, come and hang because we're just hanging.
Oh, this is exciting.
Yeah, we have Officer Sean McMichaels. I'm just spelling it however I choose to spell it because I can't be bothered to go back.
Doggo is so cute today.
Yep, they're always cute. Basking in the sun. All right, Danny, welcome. It's a Saturday night for you. It's early Sunday for Nicholas, and it's Sunday afternoon for me.
It's gorgeous here. The full moon is out, and I feel like Sailor Moon. I feel like I should be going out there and stopping crime or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, the full moon was so beautiful here last night. I watched the sunset from this coffee shop that is literally right on the ocean. Just
there was a moon up. I have no idea.
All right, let's get back to Officer Bert Kreischer, Sean McMichaels here.
And somebody's got a stew on, a beef stew. You smell the stew, and I'm sorry, it's almost not lunchtime yet, and probably getting hungry. But so you smell this beef stew, smells really good. You're like, that smells good. You know it's beef stew, but you're not, you don't recognize the onions and the peppers or the beef and the broth and all. But like sailor and canines, because they have their senses are just so much more profound than a human's nose. He's able to tell me that realize that there's the beef broth in there, that there's the stew, the carrot, the onion, the salt, the pepper, everything that's in it. He's able to pick out those individual smells. And so when we go through the firearms training and any type of detection, it's a specific thing. So at the beginning of it, we put in
how is that not universally known?
Firearm, the oils, the powders, the live ammunition, spent ammunition, put all that in there, and he's able to break it down one by one. And so at the end of the training, I'm able to put a spent casing in the field,
this is just
and he's able to find that.
So if we understand your analogy about the beef stew, is it that Sailor, your canine, can identify different types or parts of items that might be related to firearms?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that program training was for 6 months.
About 6 months, yes.
How long have you had Sailor as your canine partner?
I've had Sailor for 5 years now, almost 6.
So back in 2021, April of that year, how long had you been working with him?
So 3 years.
Can you take us through whether or not you were requested to perform an article search related to firearms evidence back on April, I guess, 6th going into 7th, so 7th of 2021?
Yes, I got a phone call that homicide detectives were requesting my gun dog.
And when you arrived, did you know whether or not there would be firearms or firearms evidence located?
No.
Approximately what time would you say that you got on scene?
I got on scene roughly about 5 a.m. in the morning on the 7th, April 7th.
5 a.m. in the
morning? And when you
arrived,
was there anything that led you to a particular area where the search would be starting?
When I arrived, there was a large amount of spent casings that were already in the roadway area, and there's no sense of me starting Sailor with all that right there because it's already been found, and I don't want to. I want to start past that and then start fresh. That way he doesn't work back into it, and so I started just south of that area where those casings were.
Did you eventually locate a blood trail?
I know the deputy had said that there was a blood trail that ran behind. I think it was 574 North Redwood. So I with knowing that, I still worked the roadway, the shoulders, the yards of that area.
So despite there being a blood trail, you didn't just focus on the blood trail. You were working on that general area.
No.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how it is that you're able to communicate. Obviously, dogs can't talk. How do you communicate with Sailor, your canine, such that you understand when he has found something that is firearms evidence?
So going through the training, the detection training, you start to learn how to read your dog. And So we look for those change of behaviors. I mean, you know, so he'll be working and all of a sudden he'll redirect. He'll pick up an odor, and sometimes the wind helps. If it's a strong wind, it, you know, it could be a short amount of time, or you know, if it's a low wind
Is it
day,
like Braille?
it could be in that odor for a while. So you're just, you know, I'm focusing on the dog, and that's why I usually have somebody walking with me, so I can focus on dog, and he can just, you know, keep an eye on the area. And so, you know, I look for those changing
There
behaviors.
were only one set of
and,
footprints in the sand.
Usually
and
it's
that's what the
a head
dog
snap.
was
He'll
carrying.
be in the odor, get out of it, and realize, you know, it's back here, or what, you know, whatever direction it is.
So you referenced a few things that I just want to make sure we're on the same page. You said something about an alert. Is the head snapping the only way Sailor alerts to you that he has identified firearms evidence?
No, it just depends on the area, what he's able to do. So he'll give me the change of behavior, and then he'll work back to where the source is. And if he's able to sit, he'll sit. If it's up high, he'll usually, you know,
This is why
put his
the
paws
10th
up on the
Circuit
fence
threw
tree,
out
whatever
dog
it is, and kind of
indications
freeze for a
drug
second.
searches.
And then, you know, those are the indicators for me that, you know, he's definitely on source.
Okay. So you said that at night and just in general, you always have someone else with you. Was another law enforcement officer with you as you were conducting the canine search?
Yes, there was.
And was that Deputy Gonzalez?
Yes, it was.
And you said he's basically responsible for security and your focus is the dog. Is that
Correct.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about the area that you searched and what, if anything, was discovered.
So we worked our way through, I believe, like I said, I think it was 574 North Redwood, which is a big corner lot. And then we worked over to the next, the backyard of the house just to the west, I guess it was, and that's 536. And we worked through the yard. And again, we're working, you know, he's not in any odor or anything, so we're just working through the yard. Go to the next yard, work that, and then
They need to
as
bring
we
Sailor in.
are coming out, there's a side gate on the south side of the house for 536 Jasmine. And so as we get through there, he starts working the driveway, and there's a little grass, or it's not really grass area, it's rock and sand and maybe a little bit of weeds. But there's a little 1 to 2 foot section right there, and so he's just working that driveway, and then as we exit the fence, and he starts working the fence, and then has a change of behavior at the corner, and then starts working his way back, and that's when he indicates that, you know, there's a gun there.
And do you recall the alert that he did on this specific?
He sat.
So when he sits, you said that indicates to you he's found something. Did you see anything where he had sat?
Yes, a deputy lit up the area, and there was sure enough, a black firearm and the little extended magazine that was in it.
And the black firearm was a handgun?
Handgun, yes.
When the firearm was located, did you touch it at all?
No.
Did Deputy Gonzalez touch it in your presence?
No, we you know, notified the road patrol units that were in the area, and one of them came over and stood by the gun, and we left and continued searching.
And so what is the purpose of calling other deputies to that area? Is it that just for security?
Security, maintain the scene, and that way we can continue searching.
So you did not stop searching upon finding this firearm?
Correct. No, we continue searching.
As you're doing your searching, is your canine in front of you? And if so, how are you maintaining your positioning with him?
Yes, he's in front of me. He's on a 25-foot flex leash. It's the retractable leash on the, you know, with the big handle. And when we're doing outside searches, that's what I usually use. Some handlers will use a lead that's, you know, 15 feet. That's, you know, a static, you know, line. But I use a 25-foot flex leash, so he has the freedom to move as he wants to. So we'll go out, you know, 25 feet, and then he'll, you know, slow down, work the area. You know, could be 10 feet away, could be 5 feet away, and then he'll continue. And so.
Okay. Was there anything particular that you noted that was located after the firearm was located?
No.
And did you continue searching backyards, streets, sidewalks?
We worked the street on Jasmine, both the east and west side, the front yards.
And Sailor would have been able to detect additional casings?
Yes.
And parts of the firearm?
Yes. He's able to detect anything to do with the firearm, parts, pieces, anything to do with it.
Projectiles?
Projectiles, yep.
Okay. And nothing else was located?
No.
On a scene like this, is it atypical or typical that you would be called out for a search for firearms type evidence?
Typical for definitely homicide cases.
And would you be called out to the area where it's believed to have happened or some other area?
To the area that
God damn it, people in
believe
chat,
happened,
control
and
yourselves.
if there were anybody that fled.
Oh, he can do some controlling, I'm sure.
And you're talking about fleeing on foot or via vehicle?
On foot.
And
I bet he's
your
secured the
canine
scene
search for
really well.
individuals as well.
No.
So Sailor only does article searching for firearms related evidence.
Correct.
Yeah, only sniffs guns.
One moment to confirm.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
Very well, thank you. Any cross? Okay. Yes, please do.
Morning, sir.
Morning. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
All right, you weren't called by homicide detectives, right? You were called by the sergeant of the homicide detective, Sergeant Shea.
Sergeant Shea contacted, I think, one of my bosses, and they called me and told me to respond.
He's not a homicide detective. He's the boss of the homicide detectives, right?
I mean, he's a sergeant in the unit, so
Okay. So you didn't get a call from Detective Vanderlaan, right?
no.
Detective Ott?
No,
Detective Ott?
No, they usually ask the sergeant or the lieutenant or captain to, hey, can you notify the gun dog? We need them.
You don't know why Sergeant Shea, or did Sergeant Shea share with you why he called you there?
Once I finally got there, I figured out why.
What did he tell you?
It said there was a shooting, a homicide, and got all these rounds on the road here, and somebody might have run with a gun.
Okay. Anything else? Well, that was it.
That was it.
And you did a report in this case, right?
Yes, I did.
Nowhere in your report does it say you searched anywhere but where the blood trail was and then the fence, and then you wrote that concludes my involvement, right?
Yes, of that I found the gun, and I had nothing else to do with the case.
And you never put in your report you searched down Jasmine Drive or Redwood Drive at all? No other backyards or front yards?
No.
You never wrote that down, right?
No.
Do you remember that today?
Yes, I do.
Why did you put that in the report?
Because I found the gun in that backyard, and so I mean, in majority of my reports, I don't put every inch of property that I searched. I don't put all the backyards I searched. I put in the ones that are important to the case.
As far as what you think is important, right?
Yes.
You didn't go more than a few houses down, did you?
I don't remember how many houses 574 Redwood was.
Okay. You didn't go around the corner at all where the oil slick was or engine fluid?
Didn't hear anything about it. Don't know anything about it.
Your dog is pretty good at finding stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know he's got great results because you're with him every day.
Correct.
Pretty good at finding stuff.
How long do you think it took from the time you went through the blood trail? Well, did you go to the blood trail when you first got there, or did you do something else before you got there?
That'd be
No,
a
I
great
started
name for a
just
steak
like I
restaurant.
said, outside
The
of
Blood
where
Trail
all the casings
Barbecue
were,
and Grill.
and so that's where I started.
Right. Did it take your dog just a few minutes to find the gun?
Oh,
Once you by the blood trail?
no, I mean, we probably were working for at least a half an hour, probably.
Okay. Do you remember what time you started?
It was just after 5
So about 5:30, found the gun?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's AM.
a.m. Yes.
When your dog finds the gun, and you said he sat down or jerked his head, I can't recall what you said.
As he's searching, so he's working, and then he'll have that change of behavior. Usually, it's a head snap. His body changes. His tail will start wagging a little more. So I see that. I read that change of behavior in him, and then he'll start working back to source. And he goes in closer with his nose, and then some. Like I said, it depends on what area he's in. If he can sit, he'll sit, or if if it's up high, he'll pause up on the wall, up on a tree or something, and I know he's alerted on something.
Do you have your firearm while you're doing this?
I do.
And snap.
Nope. Our dogs aren't trained for people.
No, I'm saying your firearm. He doesn't detect that at all?
No, our dogs aren't trained to search people.
Okay, just an item.
Just items on the ground, any type of evidence that's not on a person.
Were you able to see that gun before the 9mm gun we just talked about? Were you able to see it before your dog found it?
No.
How about when your dog found it? You said you had to shine a flashlight on it, or the other?
Yeah, one of the deputies shined a flashlight.
Was it hard to see without a flashlight?
No. I don't remember the lighting exactly over there, but I remember having to light it up and definitely see a firearm.
It looked like a real gun to you, didn't it?
It did.
If somebody pointed a gun that to you, would you wait for them to shoot before you shot back?
If somebody
Well,
said
that gun at you while you're in an argument with them, would you wait for them to shoot you first, or would you shoot them first if you thought your life was in danger?
if somebody pointed a gun at me, I'd have to fire.
You train to fire as many rounds as you can to neutralize the target
until the threat's eliminated.
Oh,
hell
score
yeah!
one for the defense.
Did any of the sergeants, Shay, or
Or
anybody
for the
who was
defense.
detective ask you to do them a favor, or please go to 40th and Broadway and West Palm and employ your dog to see if you can find any ballistic evidence there?
Never heard anything about 40th and Broadway.
You don't even know if it's related to this case.
I don't know.
You could do that if somebody asked you that there may be a gun there or shell casings or something ballistic related. You could actually take your dog to West Palm, right?
Absolutely.
Nobody asked you to
Anywhere in
do that,
Palm
did
Beach
they?
County.
Anywhere in Palm Beach County. I've even done other counties.
Counties that don't have these type of.
Correct.
laws, right?
Correct.
How long has this technology been out? It's been years.
I'm not sure how long it is. You're going to have to ask one of our trainers.
Technology has been out. It's been out as long as dogs have had
But
noses.
nevertheless, you know, no one actually go anywhere else other than this area.
No. Correct.
You ever take your dog down a highway, like a side of a highway?
Have I? Yes, I have.
Okay. How about a side of just a regular road?
Yeah, absolutely.
All the time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's weird.
You also
They
go to
did-
officer shooting cases? When
Yes.
officers shoot somebody?
Yes.
All right. And you worked out the same way?
Yes.
You're just trying to find anything of evidentiary value that sergeant or whoever called you, that you're trying to help them out, right?
Correct.
You don't know what relevance this gun has in this case, do you?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your help.
Yeah.
All right. Any redirect at all? All right. Very well. Thank you, Agent. You may go on about your day. Stay safe out there. All right. Who's the state's next witness unless anybody on the jury needs a break? I don't see any hands over there. Okay. Next witness.
All right, everybody, hand check. He doesn't see anybody's hands. All righty. Well, we're switching witnesses. Oh, and McMichael, that is certainly not the way to spell his name, is it? That's not even close. But that's just what I put up because that's me. Danny on direct. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm waiting for you to
Awesome.
press play though, so I can watch this, agent walk off the stand and have a nice day
Specifically
himself.
why I'm not.
Come on, Jeff.
Yeah.
Don't ruin our fun.
We're welcoming Danny on direct here, who has the awesome channel, Danny on direct. You want to go check her out, subscribe to her videos, like everything she's done, especially the ones that I'm on, because those are the best, just clearly.
Absolutely. Hands down, no doubt. And that live stream we did yesterday, I'm doing a few edits and I will publish it and make it public again, I promise.
And Nicholas Starov, Trial Watch.
Yay. Yeah.
He's Swedish, but we love him anyway.
He's not stupid. He's just Swedish. Yeah.
Also has a channel. Go check him out. Like all of his videos.
Yep.
Yeah, and subscribe. Do that. Definitely
And
do
me-
that.
Yeah, me and David are doing the Jodi Aris trial at the moment. We are up to, on Tuesday, we're into day 3, and the prosecution has been starting to show the photos, not of her, but of the crime scene at least. But apparently, when this trial was aired 10 years ago, they didn't blur. So that's interesting. So go watch us.
Alrighty.
Go watch me.
And
Yeah.
Yoda shall continue to sleep peacefully in the bottom
Nick
left-hand
Klaus,
corner.
is that the stream that you sent me, the invite you sent me this morning that I only saw at like noon?
Yeah.
Thank
thought
you.
it
By the
would
way,
be yeah.
I need to
thought it
turn
would-
notifications back on my Twitter.
Yeah. I thought it would be interesting because I kind of knew that it would be crime scene photos. So I just thought this would be something up Danny's alley.
What?
And
Why would that be
speaking
up my alley? I'm the opposite of crime scene. I hate crime scene photos.
And that's
Speaking of
exactly
crime scene
why I
photos,
want you on for
Let's
it.
get back to the trial at hand. We've got some super chats. Let's get the super chats. The super chats incoming. AG Biochemist. Judges in Alabama are apparently challenged. See tweets from a certain Alabama Circuit Court judge slandering legal mindset. It's written, so technically it would be libel. It's written defamation. Slander is spoken defamation. He would be libeling Andrew by saying Andrew Esquire is not a real lawyer. It's a fake account because, and his rationale was he searched the Florida bar records and there is no Andrew Esquire listed as a lawyer in Florida. And no real lawyer would hide their last name on social media. That's his rationale.
It's just me who was stupid enough to not realize, don't put your full name on.
Yeah, spoiler alert, if you go to the Utah State Bar and you search for legal vices, you ain't going to find me.
Yeah. And Nate's last name isn't the lawyer. I mean,
Yeah. And I mean, I happen to know Andrew's real last name, and I happen to know he is a lawyer. So that's, you know, that's kind of a thing. So this judge better be damn careful.
yeah.
Because he's a judge
Yeah.
and he's spewing this shit.
Yeah. The judge pulled Boozy.
Yeah.
He's not a real lawyer.
And Mandy bringing the Mandy bucks. Sharing steamed dumplings with chat. Steamed dumplings. I said streamed dumplings, didn't I? Sharing steamed dumplings with chat. Danny, how's your Mondu situation there?
I have delicious mandu. I don't know if you've had the bibigo. I talked about it last time.
That's the Korean word for dumplings, guys, just in case you were wondering about Danny's
It is
delicious
so
dumplings.
delicious. It's like a bulgogi beef, like it's good.
I happen to know Danny eats dumplings on stream a lot.
I do.
We've
I eat
seen it.
I eat on stream all the time because I'm an asshole like that. Actually, it's because I get home from work and I immediately start streaming, so I don't have any time to eat food.
All right. Well, speaking of eating food, I'm sure our next witness will have eaten some food because they've been on the large side.
You know, I don't care for meat generally, like different kinds of gogi, but press play, Jeff.
I'm afraid to
I was
talk
waiting for you to finish your
baby speak
sentence.
in front of you if I have any
All right.
of
Thank
my
you.
nephews and nieces because
I
I
can't
might have
figure
hand
out if
problem.
he's chunky or if he's built.
Oh, like me.
But either way, I want to hug him and like squish his belly.
Sure.
Just like me. All right. Who's coming up next here? It's
Old guy.
Yes.
Everyone in the chat, he's built, he's husky. The men are all like, he's husky. Women are like, oh, he's just built. It's hilarious. My problem is, oh my gosh, what is with his hair? Poor man. Someone help him.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about
Oh,
to
yeah.
who's
He's
old
getting
guy?
his donut quota for the week. Jeez.
All right. Let's
Okay, Detective, when you're comfortable up there, please say and spell both your first and your last name for the record.
Detective Christopher Faron, Farron. It's my last name. First name's Christopher, Christoph.
Jesus, really?
Whoops, got the wrong name down there. Miss Ellis, you may inquire. All right.
ARR.
Both your first and your last name for the record.
Detective Christopher Faron, Farron. It's my last name. First name's Christopher, Christopher.
All right, got you that
Very
time.
much. Whoops, got the wrong name down there.
Wow,
Miss Ellis,
it's
you may
spelled
inquire.
exactly the way I would expect it to be.
Morning.
How are you?
Very good.
Where are you currently employed?
Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with that agency?
17 years.
All right. And in what capacity are you currently working for Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
I'm assigned to the Violent Crimes Division, Homicide Unit.
Was that Violent Crimes Division you said?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you been in that unit?
17 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience before you
Without
started working
promotion,
for
that's
PDSO?
almost impressive.
Yes, I worked for Village Royal Palm Beach from 96 to 2006 when we merged with the Sheriff's Office. And then prior to that, from 86 to 96, I worked for the City of Plantation, Broward County.
I take back my making fun of his weight situation.
I
The
want
poor
to
guy's so
get to why we
stressed.
are all here today and direct your attention to April 8th of 2021, around April 7th and April 8th of 2021.
Okay.
Obviously, you were still working for the Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes.
How did you become involved in this investigation?
The lead detective contacted me and asked me to see if I could retrieve some video from a residence. And also they obtained a search warrant for a DVR and asked me to see if I could retrieve video off of a DVR.
Okay. You're a little bit soft-spoken, so if you...
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
He seems to be doing good to me. You're the
all right, so
soft-spoken
you were
one.
asked by the lead detective to pull some video surveillance footage, is that right?
Yes.
And from what location?
Do you mind if I look at my report? Because I don't remember the address off the top of my head.
Will it refresh your memory?
Yes, it will.
He may. Go ahead.
I can hear the cross-examination. This was the only address the lead detective asked you to retrieve.
551
probably, yeah.
East Redwood Drive, I responded to on April 8th.
Okay. 551 Redwood Drive?
Yes.
And what kind of video were you asked to go and pull from that residence?
Detective Vander-Laan met me there, and there was a camera, I believe, in the gentleman's backyard that faced to a street behind him, and they asked me to retrieve a about, I think, 10, 12-minute piece of video from that camera.
Okay. So Detective well, you mentioned Detective Vanderlaan, and she's been mentioned quite a bit. First of all, is that a female?
Yes.
She's a detective.
Yes, she is.
Was she designated the lead?
Detective Vander-Laan, you've talked about her. Is the her? Well, this is 2023. Yeah. It should be obvious that when you call someone a she and a detective, it's a female and they're detective. But
Detective in this
Pride
case?
Month.
Yes, she was.
So when you got to that residence, you said that she met you there?
Yes.
And did you guys speak with the homeowner before you were able to collect any sort of video footage, if you did at all?
Yes, we did.
All right. Did you get any footage from that residence?
Yes, I did.
All right. And once you pulled that surveillance footage, what did you do with it?
I provided a copy of it to Detective Vanderlaan. I put a copy of it onto our evidence server.
And
I
a
put copy of
serious
it into
question.
evidence.
Can you
Now that
adopt
footage-
she,
you know
her
what that footage was,
pronouns
Detective
and also identify as male?
Off the top of my head, I just recall
Of
that
course
it was
you
a
can.
video. Like I said, I believe I haven't looked at
You
it
can do
since
anything
back
you
then
want.
of the one of the camera angles from this gentleman's house that was facing to, I believe, the street behind him where an incident occurred.
Okay. Are you familiar with the streets?
No, I'm not.
Okay. All right.
I resent that as a
Now,
woman.
were you
so much.
asked to do anything else in this case?
Yes, I was
So
asked to
damn much.
look at a DVR that was retrieved through a search warrant.
Okay. And where was this DVR located?
When I got it,
Well, you were asked to collect the DVR, you said.
no, they brought the DVR to me.
They brought the DVR, they brought it to you.
Yes.
Okay. And so when they brought the DVR to you, do you know, first of all, where did the DVR come from? Do you know?
Wherever the search warrant, they had the search warrant for the, I don't know if it was a residence or whatever.
Okay. Did you make a note in your report where the DVR came from?
I just made a note to report that that they brought me the DVR and asked me to retrieve a certain date and time.
Okay. So you didn't actually go to the residence where the DVR was retrieved from.
No, I did not.
It was brought to you.
Yes, it was.
Now,
Why only
once
12
you
minutes?
receive that DVR, you obviously you mentioned a search warrant. You have to wait for the warrant to be signed by a judge like Judge Gillen before you can go into that DVR, right? Well, Judge, I'll rephrase.
All right, yeah, I'll rephrase it.
Did you have to wait for the warrant to be signed before you could go into the DVR?
They already had the warrant signed prior to giving it to me.
Okay. And did you make sure that there was a warrant signed before you did anything with that DVR?
Yes, I looked at it.
Now, what kind of DVR was this? Like, do you know what kind of information you were looking for in this DVR?
No. Typically, when they
Was
ask
a
me to go
poorly
and
asked
retrieve
question.
video or look something in a DVR, they'll just say, for an example, can you please give me from, December 21st at 1900 hours, which is 7 p.m. to December 21st, 2000 hours, which is 8 p.m. for 1 hour of video on all the cameras. So I will just download that and provide that to them.
Okay. Now, this DVR, what do you know what kind of DVR it was?
It was a night owl.
Okay.
A
And you
night
said
hole?
night owl. Is that
Yes.
right? Spelled OWL? Is that what you
Yes, OWL, yes.
I thought it said night hole.
Were you
I was like,
familiar with this type of DVR?
Yes.
Had you seen one before?
I actually used to have one at my own home. So yes.
All right. So were you asked to get something? Were you looking for a specific or particular date within this DVR?
Yes.
You asked to focus on a particular date.
Yes, it was.
And what date was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall if I could look at my notes to refresh my memory.
You may again.
Again.
All right. While he's doing that, in the absence of super chats to read, shame on y'all. We got the monthly membership chats here. Rush to Judgment with Jessica, who's been a member for 3 months of the Clean and Sober Crew. Jeff, I'm so glad I made it home in time to catch this live. You are my entertainment throughout most days. Oh, thanks. Thanks for all the shenanigans. You're welcome. Thank you for being here for the shenanigans. And we have Bass, member for 7 months of the Clean and Sober Crew. The punishment for this trial should be reversing the frog's BBL. All righty then. Let's get back at it. Oh, there. And we never mind. Danny on direct says, I'm a woman. A woman's gender is not fluid. It is
I didn't
dynamic
say
and
that, Jeff.
multifaceted. What?
I didn't say that. It's bot. Delete it. Delete it.
Mm-hmm.
Keep my spicy comments off of your stream, Jeff.
Well, That's okay. I got a little gender
Also,
fluid on me
please,
too.
I'm tired of what is it, like woman face? That's what it is. It's female face, and it pisses me off. That's it.
And Crystal Pontac, member of 8 months.
Never pissing Danny off.
Yeah.
Just, yeah.
Now I have to start all over again because you interrupted Crystal Pontac. Crystal Pontac, member for 8 months of the Clean and Sober crew. I'm cheating on Meme with Jeff. Well, that's okay. That's Meme's problem, not mine. Welcome to the Cheaters Anonymous. Except for you put your name there. Let's go. I have wrapping paper. Honest to God, I have wrapping paper that looks exactly like dude's tie. No, I'll be right back.
The peppermint.
I'll be right. No,
video from April 7th of 2021.
Okay. Now, so what did you do in order to try and retrieve that information or images from that date? What did you do with this DVR?
But when they brought me the DVR with the power cord and the instruction book. I try to educate the guys to bring that stuff with them if they ever bring me a DVR. And inside it had a username and password. And in the booklet itself, there were several passwords that were written down in the booklet. So I had to try each one of those passwords until I found the proper password.
Y'all think I'm joking? I'm not.
Look into the system and the play function or the search function.
Hang on.
Now,
Got to tie it up.
Detective Faron, were you able to go to that date, April 7th of 2021?
The way the system does it, pulls up the month of what's there. And
Look at me. I'm a detective.
It'll show you on this particular DVR the days that are in the month that have video on them will be indicated by a red box on the date. And anything there's no recordings
Tell me he's
on
not wearing my
is gray.
wrapping paper as a tie.
Now, did you, as you're looking for that April 7th date, could you tell whether or not
I'm back,
that
sorry.
date had anything recorded on it?
Yes, I could tell there was nothing there.
And is it because you didn't see that little red box, just like you
Jeff,
just
I have a
told
really
the jury
important
that
question for you. It's a
there was
cultural
some
question.
information or some data
Yes.
recorded on that particular date?
Would you
Correct.
eat
I
a
also clicked on
dinosaur?
the box and it told me there's no video.
I'd eat the
Now-
shit out of a dinosaur. That'd be awesome.
would
But you found nothing for April 7th. of
No.
2020.
Bronto burgers.
Did you, just to
Ooh,
ensure
yum yum.
that you were
Wait,
not missing
ew, no,
something from April
no.
7th, did you
wrong.
look at other dates? Like either before April 7th of 2021 or after April 7th? Did you look at other dates to see whether or not the device recorded anything at all?
Yes, it did. Actually, I went all the way back to January 2019 and went every single month from January 2019 to, I believe it was May of 2021.
Okay, and what did you find of note to you as it relates to this particular DVR, as the way it recorded?
It was very sporadic. There wasn't any month that I recall off the top of my head. I look here in the notes, but that there was no more than 5 days ever recorded in any month in that 28-month period.
Okay, and do you know, Detective Faron, as it relates to this particular recording device, the 9Owl, is that something that the homeowner sets up? For instance, if I own that device, hypothetically speaking, if I own that device and I only want that device to record, let's say, I don't know, from the 15th through the 30th of each month, is that something that I could set up with this device, or how does that? Why was it recording in that manner? If you know.
To the best of my knowledge, you cannot set up the DVR to automatically turn on and record between certain days. You either have to unplug it, or if it was plugged into an outlet that, like you walk in, you throw a light switch on, it turns on a lamp for you. It's a possibility that it can be plugged into something like that, and when the light switch went off, inadvertently the DVR went off.
Okay. So do you know the reason for instance, if it's plugged in?
Yes.
If hypothetically speaking, if I were to plug it in and I just left it plugged in and there is no power surge, there's no flipping the switch on and off, would you expect to see it recording those red boxes every day of the month?
Yes.
And in this case, do you know why there weren't red boxes every day of each month?
I have no idea. The only thing I could assume is that it was the DVR was either unplugged or shut off.
Okay. All right. Now, did you actually take photographs of what you were looking at as you're looking at this DVR and the recording pattern? Did you take photographs of these like red boxes versus like the other boxes that would indicate it's not recording?
Yes, I took a picture of the screen which showed the entire month with the month and the year.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what is going to be states 71A through P as in Paul.
All right.
Here's my first look.
You may.
And Detective Faron, if you could just take a look at these quickly for me and just flip them over as you look at each one for me, please.
I just realized I have eaten dinosaur, Jeff.
Have you?
Yeah, I've eaten gator.
There you go.
I do like that he put the American flag as his like tie pin.
Yeah.
It clashes with the candy cane background, but that's okay.
Fun fact, candy canes is a Swedish invention.
Really?
First of all, do you
Yep.
recognize them?
Yes.
The original
candy
are
canes.
made in Gränna
The
in
screen
Sweden.
You just told us
Started
that-
a couple of hundred
pictures
years
of the
ago.
screen that you took as you were looking at this DVR and searching for
Nice.
that April 7th date.
Yes, they do.
Does this sign
Yeah,
say
technically
often
all
dates
birds, I'm
71A
pretty sure, are
through P as in
dinosaurs.
Paul?
Any objection? All right, thank you. 71A through P is admitted without objection.
And
All
here's the
right.
published
You
version,
may.
Judge. Now, before I start to publish, Detective Faron, this night owl recording device, is that a recording device that would be connected to cameras that people would have fixed outside their home,
Yes, outside or inside.
outside or inside?
Yes.
All right. Well, she's laying all the foundation for this. I have to. It's Sunday, so I'm in housewife mode. I need to swap out some laundry. I'll be right back.
With
Jeff, I'm doing laundry too. I must be in housewife mode, but it's really late at night
January,
Yes, it does.
and this is 2020.
because I took my
Yes.
Ritalin too
Now, these
late.
red boxes, is this what you were referring to earlier?
Yes.
All right. Now, these red boxes are these the boxes that you indicated earlier indicate to you that this is when this device is actually recording.
Yes.
February 2020? Same thing?
Yes.
Brad, thanks. That made me laugh.
March of 2020, same thing?
Yes.
April of 2020, same thing?
Yes.
May of 2020, same thing?
Yes.
And as we see these going through the months, there's no pattern as to when this thing is recording and when it was not recording. Is that right?
Correct. It was just completely sporadic.
Catherine, this is relevant. This is laying the foundation
Yes.
for the
July
video
of 2020,
that they're going
Yes.
to be reviewing.
August of 2020,
Yes.
September of 2020,
Yes.
I see Sundays, but
October of 2020.
Yes.
Nicholas, I really love your
2020.
shorter
Yes.
beard. Did you trim it recently?
no, I've actually been
Yeah.
growing it out, but it shapes like
January
this.
2021.
It curls down the longer it gets. For some reason.
February of 2021.
So that's why it
Yes.
looks more even than when it's half
Yes.
an inch shorter.
And
Well, it looks great.
Thank you.
Yes.
okay. And April of 2021, that's the date that you were asked to focus on. You were looking for April.
I'm sure you look great too.
And
Oh,
the
I
device-
don't.
Yeah.
I don't. That's why I'm hiding.
Device
Huh.
appeared to be
See?
recording would have been April 3rd of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, this is yellow box that you see around April 7th right here.
Yes.
What is that?
That's what I was just telling you a few minutes ago, where you asked me if I checked to see if video was on the 7th. When I was there, I clicked on it, and that's where it highlighted there, because that's the date that I picked with the mouse. I said, click on here. If I clicked on any other date, and as you were going through this, from 2020, you could see on every single month, the 7th had a yellow box around it. So it just automatically, when I kept it on the 7th, it automatically, and every month that I checked, it automatically it showed the 7th highlighted.
Okay. And now, Detective Faron, did you actually?
Ooh, Adderall comes in tabs?
It is possible.
That sounds
to-
nightmarish.
Okay, for instance, we
All
see
right. Why do they have a table of elements up there?
a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
The red checks all the
okay.
dates the device recorded,
If someone wanted to,
which
let's
was
say, delete
only some Sundays
images,
for some
information
reason.
from this date, that's obviously recording, does this device allow them to delete a date
No, it does not.
of activity?
No.
Okay. And how do you know that?
From experience in classes I've been through, also on, I think it was January 3rd of 2022, I contacted Night Owl on their tech support, their live tech support, and asked them that specific question with this specific DVR and model number, and they responded back to me that it is the entire hard drive has to be formatted or nothing. It's all or nothing. You cannot pinpoint an hour, a minute, a day, nothing. It's either everything is formatted to empty or.
Jeff, I have one of those really stupid, like,
When you say
eco-friendly
everything is formatted
dryers,
to empty,
so
does
I'll
that
be
mean-
right back. I need to restart it because it never gets it fully dry.
Everything out. Like, how far back would it go to wipe everything out if you wanted to delete something from this DVR?
I mean, on the flip
For-
side, I never burn my
all
clothes.
those months that we just
that's
showed
nice.
would have been all just gray. There would not been one single red date on there that would indicate that it was recording prior to that being, say for instance, we pulled the DVR on April 23rd of 2021. And that's when the search warrant was in, and we took it on that date, if that was just a hypothetical date. And they deleted or they formatted the system, you would see nothing on there at all from anything prior to. So if they formatted it on the 16th, for an example, everything from April 16th, 21 backwards would be gone. The DVR would have started recording again, and I'd have fresh data with the red box from that date. Just because that red box is there doesn't mean that's the entire day. When you click on, when you open it back up, it'll tell you what time it started recording. So they could have started recording at 10 o'clock in the morning and then shut off at 7 o'clock at night, or could have started recording 10 o'clock in the morning as an example, and stopped recording at 11 o'clock in the morning. But that entire date is going to indicate that there's video. It's just saying that there's video there. It's not telling you until you open that specific box. It's not going to tell you how much video is there.
All right. Just if I can have a second.
You may. All right. All right. Any cross-examination? All righty. You may.
My cross-examination question would be, so what?
Yeah. Is this the only one they requested from you? Yes.
But what's the point? What was the point of this? I don't even know what it's supposed to lay a foundation for. I don't know. What's the point?
If
He wasn't
the
recording
defense,
that day?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. If the defense would argue that it was tampered with.
The last 17 years is collecting video from cases, right?
Well, not the last 17 years. No, I started doing it basically mostly full time in 2010. I was on a regular line squad handling cases.
Because you're all that busy, it keeps you busy full time doing this type of work, right?
Yes,
Okay. So you've done this hundreds of times, thousands probably, right?
a fair amount. Yes.
All right. You would agree that, I guess, the bottom line is the police did not erase the tape in this case, right?
Correct.
And you would agree the homeowner did not erase the tape in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know that based on everything you told us.
Yes.
And you don't know why it's not captured, right?
No, I do not.
Okay. Have you had cases where you found the homeowners trying to erase things?
I've had a case. Yes.
Okay. That's not the case here, right?
No, the case that I had, everything was gone. The entire system was blank.
Show you has been entered into evidence is 35, states 35C.
Oh, is this the defendant's
Probably never saw this
camera?
before, did you?
No, I have not.
All right, assuming this is the house where the DVR was taken and there's a screen attached to it, and there was testimony there's 5 different separate screens showing you the outside cameras. The person didn't know if they were live or not, but it's on this TV. How would the homeowner know, if you know, that it's being recording or not recording? Is there a way of telling?
No, because that's what I'm doing.
On each individual screen, the screen itself, the image of the, like your
I was
driveway,
right, by the way.
wherever you may have the cameras, the direction the camera's going on. Some systems, when motion comes on, a little red box will come up on the bottom, or a little green guy that looks like he's running. That'll come up to show that there's motion there recording, or there'll be a red dot there.
Fem
all
Natal,
systems
the
are
answer is
different.
yes. We have
Then
a
it would indicate
Adderall
that somehow-
shortage here.
All right, let me show you one more.
In
35,
Utah.
States 35. Oh,
And I'm very fortunate I'm not on Adderall.
does this look like the hard drive you looked at behind this screen?
Yes.
Could you tell if it's plugged in, or you really can't tell from looking at this?
Well, I can't tell if that's the system that's actually projecting that. No.
All right. And let me bring you the photograph because it's hard to see from where you're at. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Let me show you 35-0. Do you see anything that would indicate, oops, sorry, apologize, indicate anything that it's recording or not recording, or there's no way of telling?
There's no way telling here.
How come?
I don't. Can I say again?
Yeah, of course.
I don't see any indications that you would usually see that it's recording. That not all DVRs will have something there, but they usually do, and I don't see anything there.
You can't tell if it's recording or not recording? Okay. And the video you obtained from Mr. Nash, he was down. Well, you don't know this area, so you don't know the.
No, I'm not familiar.
In this case.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
That gentleman was cooperative.
Yes.
All right, no problem getting the video from there.
No.
Did you view it, or you just downloaded it and gave it to the people that you mentioned?
I believe when we were there, they played the video just to make sure we had the right time frame. I downloaded it, and then I gave it to Detective Vanderlaan, and I kept a copy. I didn't give it to her there on the scene. I give it to her afterwards.
So he was at
Do
the
you remember
scene.
how long afterwards?
It's probably either that day or the next morning.
You know what day that was, by any chance?
I have no idea.
How about last question? A series of questions. The night owl cameras, assuming they were outside of this home, you said they could be outside or inside, right?
Anywhere you decide to put your cameras, yes.
All right, so let's say I'm outside or inside, wherever the camera is. Do you know if I'm a person who comes to this home, would I be able to see if the cameras are on? Is there any like dots on them, or white dots, red dots, or anything indicating they're working?
There would be, like, most systems have the night vision on them, and outside the lenses there'll be red, they're infrared lights that project, light, that unseen light that lights up an area like at night, so you can have some kind of vision. That's either 20 feet, 30 feet, 100 feet, whatever. So they will be on, ignited or whatever you want to call it. They'll be illuminated. But the camera itself, every camera on a system like this has to have its own power supply, because this is an older system. So it has to have its own, each camera's got to be plugged into an outlet. Okay. So if the camera was not, the camera, say the camera itself went bad, the iris of the camera, and it's not recording, because the camera has power to it, the infrared is still going to be illuminated. So it's going to give the impression that the camera is functioning and recording.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right. Any redirect at all?
Okay. I thought he was going to ask.
All right.
No other video was brought to you.
Selected video from the first residence.
Mr. Nash?
Mr. Nash, yes, sir.
Okay, you got video of.
Were you able to determine whether or not that recording device had the accurate time and date stamp on it?
Yeah, I'd have to look at my notes to see exactly what if that's okay.
Will that refresh your memory?
Yes.
He may.
On Mr. Nash's system, yes, it was on time.
Okay, so it's accurate date and accurate time.
Yes.
There's nothing further.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor.
All right.
All right.
Detective Faron, you may go on about your day, sir. Stay safe. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, you need a break? Yeah, okay, we'll take a restroom. That's fine. We'll take a restroom break. Be back, please, at 10:30 sharp, and we'll get going with our next witness, whomever that is.
That
All
was
right.
so important and enlightening. What was your takeaway from that witness, Jeff?
I'm still trying to figure out why he was there. To say, okay, I mean, did you collect this? Yes, the end. Okay, bye. Or you could even stipulate to all this. I don't know why they didn't stipulate to it. Whatever.
Yeah. The person at
Whatever.
this address did not have useful video recording. Ta-da!
Well, we've got one more guy here that's going to testify. Two more guys here that are going to testify for about what? About an hour and 20 minutes. Then we're going to get into the lead detective, the lead investigator. So let's crank through it.
For those wondering whether or not Adderall can be substituted, the answer is it depends, and you should talk to your doctor. and
Because
be
certainly
very
nothing that anybody ever says anywhere near this stream has anything to do with medical and or legal advice.
correct. Talk to your doctor, but the formulation is different.
About to give will be true.
I cannot take Adderall.
Please
All right,
tell me
Detective, when
who
you're
to look
comfortable
for
up
his
there, please
daughter
say
in
and spell
first.
both your first and your last name for the record.
Yes, Detective Matthew, Matthew, OTT.
Thank you very much. You may inquire, Miss Ellis.
The German guy,
Morning.
looking Italian, dressed like an Irishman.
You
Great.
Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
I like the green.
18 years.
Yeah.
And obviously you're.
I do too.
Yes.
How long have you been a detective?
6 years.
Like a Florida
Any
house.
prior law enforcement experience before Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
Before the Sheriff's Office, I worked for the Lantana Police Department.
All right, this is
All right.
Detective Matthew
Your entire
Ott,
career has been in law enforcement.
and
All right, I want to get
Startup
to
Labs is
before I
still the
get to that,
extra tracks for
do
today.
you have a specific assignment, like what unit, what division of?
I work in homicide.
Let's get to why we are all here. And I want to direct your attention to April 7th of 2021. Do you recall whether or not you were working on that night?
I was.
All right. And obviously you were working in the capacity of a detective. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how did you get involved in this case?
So the Road Patrol deputies would obviously respond to the call. The supervisor from Road Patrol would contact the violent crimes sergeant, advise them of what they have, and then we would get sent out by our supervisors.
Okay. And who sent you out? If you recall, what sergeant or supervisor?
Sergeant Shea.
Sergeant Shea sent you out?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're initially called to go out to a scene, when you're given that call, when you get that call by Sergeant Shea, do you know at that point who's going to be designated the lead detective at that point?
Usually you do, yes.
Okay. And did you know when you received the call after speaking with Sergeant Shea who was going to be the lead?
Yes.
Okay. And who was that?
Detective Vanderlaan.
All right. So now where do you go after getting the call from Sergeant Shea?
So everybody's kind of given an assignment at the time based on whatever details we have. At the time, I was directed to Mr. Rudolph's house.
All right. What time did you get the call? Do you remember?
I was sent there at 12:48 in the morning.
Okay. And you just look down at something.
Yes, I have some notes, my supplement.
Okay. So if you need to refer to your report, just let me know. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And is that what you have in your report there?
Yes.
Okay. So
No,
you-
I do
is
not
that
have
the time that
wrapping
you
paper
received
like
the
this
call?
guy's tie.
That's the time that Sergeant Shea told us to respond, yes.
Okay. And how long did you go once you got that call from Sergeant Shea?
That really
did you
was
go directly
remarkable,
to
Jeff.
Mr. Rudolph's house.
Yes.
Not only
make
do
any
you
stops
have
in
it,
between?
but that you recognized it
What
so
time did you
quickly.
arrive at that address?
I'll be looking again. I arrived at
Because that's the
1:17 in
only
the morning.
wrapping paper I've used for
Now,
like
when
the
you
last
arrived at
7
his
years.
address, and what is his address? That if you know, is this in your report?
It is 550 Teak Drive in the town of Lake Park.
Is that Palm Beach County?
Yes.
When you arrived at 550 Teak Drive,
Mhm.
were you the first law enforcement officer there?
No.
How many other officers were there when you got there?
Several Road Patrol deputies.
The bags under his eye indicates CSI Miami.
So when
guy.
I arrived, I was
Not
about
CSI New York guy.
3 to 4 houses to the east.
What's his name?
Now, you about 3 or 4 houses to the east. So, if you recall, how many other officers were there when you arrived? How many police cars did you see when you got on scene?
So I don't
Gary
recall
Simmons.
exactly when I initially arrived there. There was probably
Walmart Gary
in
Sinnis.
front of that house, probably 2 or 3 deputies on the east side where I was, kind of facing the house. There were multiple, I couldn't give you a number, but multiple other deputies throughout the area assigned different tasks.
Okay, I'm going to show you what is in evidence already as states composite 36.
He looks like Robert Patrick, the actor.
Do you recall this being the house where you
Yes, I
As
do.
in Terminator 2 and other movies.
detected on?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now we see crime scene tape up here.
His wife
When you
bought
got
it
there,
to him for
was
St.
that tape
Patrick's Day.
already up when you arrived on scene at that address?
I do
Yep,
not
Robert Patrick.
believe
That's
so.
what I say, Ed.
Right.
He reminds me of Robert
So
Patrick.
if the tape was not up, then did you see them put the crime scene tape up there?
So I'm fairly sure that it was not up when I got there, and that would have been done later on. Yes.
I'm going to show you what is already in evidence.
So they
as
didn't
states
seal off the
composite
crime
36.
scene
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
unless about
All
more
right,
than
now,
an hour
this is
later.
another view of that same home where you responded that night?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you can tell us, if you see it in this photograph here, where were you parked? Is it-
I would be off to the left. Like I said, probably 3 to 4 houses. Based on the photo, it'd probably be where the judge's bench is.
Okay, all right. And there were other law enforcement officer cars there as well?
Yes.
Now, when you get there, were there other detectives there or just deputies?
When I first arrived, I was the only detective that was there.
So you being the only detective who is the first to arrive, do you start giving orders or tasks for other deputies to do?
In this situation, it was a fluid situation. So do I start giving orders and tasks? No, but what I do is I start communicating with the other detectives, whatever supervisors that we have, supervisors that were on the scene, deputies that were seen. And we just, like I said, it was very fluid. So we're kind of working as we go to figure out the best way to handle the situation.
Okay.
And while they're doing that, just a very, very quick note, Chuck Wilson has just gifted 10 Legal Vices memberships. If you're one of the lucky recipients to get a Legal Vices gifted membership from Mr. Chuck Wilson, please give him a super special thanks. Chuck, thank you so much for your generosity, and congratulations to those lucky 10.
Wow. Thank you so much, Chuck.
You get in touch with Detective Vanderlaan at some point?
At that point, I don't know that I was in touch with her or not.
Now, in this case, Detective Ott, are you aware that there was another scene that was set up someplace else?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And are you in contact with the detective or deputies at that other scene?
At the time, I was not.
You was not. You were not? Okay. While you're sitting there at this house and you kind of just waiting, is that what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us, what are you waiting for? Did you go up to the door and knock on the door?
I did not.
All right. Did any law enforcement officer go and knock on that door?
No.
And why not?
At the time, there were believed to be several family members within the house. It was unknown at that time if they were simply in the house, whether they were barricaded in the house, refusing to come out, and exactly who was in the house was unknown.
Did you ever see
Barricaded in the house?
and just look out to see?
I did not.
What about, because you said a few minutes ago that you don't recall when you arrived on scene, you do not recall that crime scene tape being up.
Correct.
Now, just by, based on what you said, at some point it was placed there while you were there. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And as they were placing that crime, someone was placing that crime scene tape there. Do you recall it or not? Anyone from that residence came outside?
As the crime scene tape was being placed?
Yes, around the home.
So if I can I explain why the crime scene tape wasn't up? And so the reason that the crime scene tape wasn't up at the time is because at the time there were believed to be people inside the house. It would have been unsafe at the time for the deputies to go and put up crime scene tape. You would have put yourself, or they would have put themselves in a vulnerable position. So prior to putting up any crime scene tape and securing that scene, if you will, we wanted to make sure that all of the occupants of the residence were out. And then once the scene was deemed safe, is then when you'll go up and set up the crime scene tape.
So just to recap very quickly, this crime scene tape would not have been put up until all of the occupants were out of the house.
Correct.
So now you get there and you get there you get the call at 12:48 a.m. You arrive at, what time was that again?
1:17.
1:17 a.m. And when you park your car, what are you doing? You just sitting there waiting on Detective Vanderlaan to show up, or what?
It's like I said, it was a very fluid situation. So it's a combination of communicating with the sergeant, the other detectives, kind of formulating a game plan, figuring out what was going on at the scene, whatever needed to be done at the time to accomplish the goal at hand.
Okay. So you're there at 1:17.
Mm-hmm.
Did anybody come out of that house between 1:17 a.m. and 2:00 a.m.?
No.
All right. And how do you know that?
I mean, I was a couple of houses down, so I didn't have constant eyes on the door, but I'm sure we would have been notified if somebody came out.
Do you recall anybody coming out of that house while you were standing outside? Because at this point, is this house going to be searched? Is that the?
That is the end goal. Yes. Yes.
And what are you guys waiting on?
The main thing is making sure that there are no occupants in the house.
Okay.
And then, well, okay. So once there's nobody else in the house, we would apply and draft and apply for a search warrant for the house.
All right. So you are between 1:17, you arrive on scene, and around 2:00, you said you didn't see anybody come out of the house, and you believe you would have been notified if someone had come out of that house. Is that
Correct.
Right? All right. What about after 2:00 a.m.?
Yes. There eventually the occupants did come out.
All right. And do you recall what time you saw someone come out of that house, or what time you were made aware that someone came out of the house?
So in my, again, referring to my report, I have that at 2:48 in the morning, the occupants of the residence began to come out. They were temporarily detained, and at 2:50, Mr. Rudolph came out.
Now, so that was at 2:48 a.m.?
Yes.
Do you recall who came out of the house at 2:48 a.m.? You said that Mr. Rudolph was the last occupant to come out.
So no, I do. I don't recall the order in which people came out. I know at one point his mother did. Other family members. I can't tell you who came out in what order. No.
All right.
You didn't write that in your report, did you?
You saw these people coming out. You saw these people coming out of the house.
Yes.
Did you talk to his mom?
No.
Did you talk to Daryl, his brother?
I did not.
Did he try to talk to you?
No.
Did he try to tell you what happened?
No.
So now
You see them come out of the house. Is that the point, which would have been around 2:48 a.m., is that the point at which crime scene tape was in place?
After the occupants were taken out of the house, after deputies went in and conducted an initial sweep to make sure that there was nobody in the house, then yes, that's when the crime scene tape would have been put up.
Did you go in with the deputies to do the initial sweep?
I did not.
Did you go in the house at all after the occupants came out of the house?
Once the search warrant was drafted and signed.
Okay. Do you recall what time that was that you would have entered the house once the search warrant was
I
drafted and signed?
believe it was about, it was early in the morning. It was around 6 o'clock in the morning, I believe. I do not have it in front of me. It was around 6 o'clock in the morning. It was much later.
So several hours later. So
Yes.
Were you on that? So you were on that scene for several hours?
Oh, yes.
Once you guys had the search warrant to go in the house, you went in the house with them?
Yes.
Did you conduct a search with them?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to some phones that were in a bedroom. Do you recall that, Detective Ott?
I recall phones in bedrooms, yes.
Okay.
Do you recall the fact that there's 6 microphones right in front of
Yes.
you, prosecutor?
At all in this house?
So what we would do is identify whatever items of evidentiary value that we find, and we would notify a crime scene investigator who would come and photograph them in place, and eventually, usually the crime scene investigators will collect them. It just depends on the situation. If it's something that a detective wants to handle, the primary detective wants to handle and collect themselves, they'll do it. But I did not physically collect anything, no.
So now when you're in the house, what exactly are you doing? When you go in there to
The state's
So the house is being
reluctance
searched
to
at this point,
utilize
right?
their
Correct. So I'm
microphones
assisting with the
pissed me
search.
off.
Do you recall going to a bedroom, one of the bedrooms?
Yes.
Do you recall looking on one of the chest of drawers and seeing 2 phones?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not either one or both of those phones were working or not working?
One was working and one was not.
And do you know whose bedroom that was that you were in?
That was Daryl Rudolph's bedroom.
Now, the phone that was not working, how do you know that it was not working?
So the phone that was working, we tapped the screen and it illuminated so you could see what was going on. The one that was not working, same thing. You tapped the screen, it didn't come on. You press a button, nothing turned on. So it was either dead power-wise or in some way not working.
Did you take the phone that appeared to be working to you?
Yes. Well, yes.
Someone
In the search, yes.
in the search, okay. And what about the phone that did not appear to be working? Did you guys confiscate that phone?
No.
That phone?
No.
You left it at the residence?
I'm sorry?
You left it at the residence? in the
Yes. Yes.
Now, that phone that was not working, that you guys determined was not working, did you look for a cord, a charger or anything to see, well, maybe the phone is just dead and let me just plug it up and see if it'll work?
There was not anything in the immediate area of that. We didn't. I did not look beyond that.
All right. So when you didn't see, once you touched the phone, when you didn't see anything illuminate on the screen, you guys just figured that it was not something that was of evidentiary value and you left it there?
Correct.
Did you have a second?
You may.
Okay. The T1000 is getting restless on the stand.
We tapped it and it didn't light up, so it was not of evidentiary meaning.
Going back.
The fuck you know?
Detective Ott, to when the occupants of the home
Well,
came out.
next time anyone commits murder or something like that, just turn your phone off. You're safe.
They decided to come out of the house.
No, but that might say
So
that
yes,
you're
prior
dead.
to our arrival,
Yeah, then they just
while
get-
we were still en route to
because
the
you're trying to
scene,
hide something.
there were 2 people observed coming out of the
Just
home.
don't take your
by
damn
the road
phone
patrol
with
deputies who
you
were there at
though
the
when you
scene.
go on a drive to the freaking murder scene.
You know, and you weren't there.
But
at the time,
again,
is that
leaving
right?
it home means you intended to go there and you didn't want to be tracked, so you're screwed either way. I hate this
Do you know who
this
those
cell
two people
phone
were?
testimony
not.
bullshit.
I do too.
So the deputies that saw them come out, watched them get into a vehicle, and saw them leave the area. A short distance away, they were stopped. A traffic stop was conducted on the vehicle. They were stopped by deputies.
Absence
The
of
deputies spoke to them.
evidence.
I do not know what the conversation was or anything related to that.
That's mean
But
you
we knew
did.
that at that point, 2 people who were inside the house had left, got into a vehicle, and drove away from the scene. So I continued to respond to the residents, and Detective Piacek responded to where that traffic stop was conducted and met with the deputies who stopped them, as well as the occupants of the vehicle.
At some point later on in this investigation, did you ever learn who those 2 occupants, who those people were?
I did not.
And so it was after Detective Piacek stopped that vehicle where those people were seen coming out of the residence. It was after that stop that the other residents or occupants of the home ended up coming out of the house.
Yeah. So what happened in Detective Piacek speaking with them? I don't know the conversation. I don't know what was said, but at some point, one of the occupants of that vehicle said that they were a family member of the occupants of the residence, and there was some sort of an agreement made to where that person who was in the vehicle was going to call the house, speak to the residents, and have them come out.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Any cross? All right. You may inquire. Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon.
When you were there, I know you're the first detective, and you said there was a couple other deputies, two or three in the area, right by the Peak Drive.
Yes.
You weren't directly in front of Mr. Rudolph's home, were you?
No.
You didn't have your flashing lights on, like the blue light.
No.
Through, did you?
No.
You know if the other deputies did that were there?
I do not believe that they did.
All right. So you're looking at the Rudolph residence. Do you know if they were able to see you where you were?
I can't tell you because I wasn't in the residence.
All right. Well, the other deputies trying to back away a little bit so they could not see you?
Well, so the way that the deputies were parked was obviously not in front of the house. You got a safety issue, so they were parked kind of at an angle down the street. Now, I do not believe that the flashing red and blue lights were on at the time, but I know that the house was very well illuminated. I can't tell you for sure if that was from street lights or from the lights from the light bars on the deputies' vehicles or the spotlights or things like that. But I knew that the house was very well illuminated.
Right. Isn't it true that you or any of the other deputies didn't use a speaker or a megaphone or anything like that and say, y'all come out now?
Yes, there was nothing like that.
Nothing like that, right? You don't know if Mr. Rudolph was afraid y'all were going to shoot him, do you?
Well, I don't know. No,
Yeah, you don't know if his brother or mother thought y'all were going to shoot him, right?
I don't know.
You don't know what's going through their mind at this point.
No.
All right. And as far as you know, from everything you told us, as soon as they were told for the first time, a family member or anybody that was the first time anyone told them to come out, right?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay.
No, well, there you go. That was
They immediately
important.
cooperated
Prosecution
and
should have
came out,
mentioned that.
Again, I wasn't privy to that conversation. I wasn't there. All I was told basically was that, Detective Piacek had spoke with the occupants of the vehicle that were stopped. One of the occupants made a phone call and that they would be exiting the house.
And they came right out, right?
Yes.
Mr. Rudolph came out first?
Last.
You sure?
I believe so.
And so you disagree that he came out first?
I wouldn't say the way I remembered is that he came out last.
All right. So you disagree with me that he came out first, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who came out next? You're not sure?
I don't remember the order or the names or any of that. No.
Okay. When all of them came out, were they placed on the ground and put handcuffs on?
They weren't placed on the ground. I believe. So I can't tell you if handcuffs were placed on everybody. No.
Is that normal procedure when someone comes out of a house?
It depends.
Tell me what happened to Travis Rudolph. Was he handcuffed?
He was handcuffed.
Who handcuffed him?
I don't know.
He was arrested right then when he came out of the house, right?
Yes. Well, he was placed in handcuffs. I don't know who it was. I wasn't part of that team.
Okay. Well, that's an arrest when you put someone in handcuffs, right?
Yep.
Not necessarily. You could be detained.
Okay. So was he placed in a police car?
Yes.
He wasn't free to leave?
No.
And he had no weapons on him?
No.
He was cooperative?
He was cooperative.
Came out of the house like he was told?
Yes.
Was he placed on the ground?
No, I don't believe so.
See any injuries on Mr. Rudolph?
No, I wasn't close enough to him to see any injuries, but no, I was not made aware of any injuries.
Well, I'm asking if you saw any injuries.
I did not see any, no.
So you can't tell us whether you had them or didn't?
No.
And how about the position of Darryl Rudolph? How was he? Did he come out backwards, forwards?
I don't know.
Well, how do y'all tell people to come out of the house? I'm sure. Isn't there a detective there or a deputy? Or
there were several deputies who were there. That's why I was trying to explain. I was down the street. Well, so when I initially got there, I was probably 3 or 4 houses to the east. When this happened, when they were coming out, I was, a lot closer. I'm not going to say that I was still down the street, but I was much closer. But the uniformed deputies and the marked cars and all that team and whoever else you have, canine and helicopters and all that, they're the ones who are going to handle the calling out of people, the detaining of them, and things like that. Was I part of that team? No. Did I have conversations with anybody? No. Do I notice injuries on anybody or anything even close to that nature? No.
So you watched them come out of the house?
Sure.
Okay. You heard the helicopter up above, right?
Yes.
So are canine dogs there?
Yes.
That's different for guns. These are dogs that will bite people if they try to run, right?
Correct.
All right. And how many cops would you say were there?
Get 'em,
10,
champ.
15?
So the answer is I don't know.
Give me an approximation.
I would say maybe at the most 10. I would say less than that.
So you were effectively
Did you stay in your
useless
car
on
at
the
the time
scene,
when
weren't
the
you, detective?
documents came out?
No.
Did you draw down on the people coming out of the
did
house? Did any of the police officers have their guns pointed at them?
I'm sure they did.
Was the canine barking at them?
I'm sure. Yes.
And was anyone barking out orders From
The
a,
dogs,
from a
obviously.
megaphone, from a deputy's car, or a speaker that you can hear on the outside?
So there were orders that were being given to the occupants that came out of the house, whether it was from a megaphone or speaker or anything, I don't know. But there were verbal orders that were being given, yes.
All right. Can you tell us if Mr. Rudolph, Darrell Rudolph, was placed in handcuffs or any restraints?
I don't recall.
How about Mrs. Rudolph, the mom?
I do not recall.
You talked about the phones in Darrell Rudolph's bedroom. Did you personally tell any of the crime scene people only collect one?
Yes.
Okay, because you felt only one was working.
Correct.
All right, and that's important for you as if you were the lead detective, you would try to dump that phone or download it as soon as possible, right?
The working one or the non-working one?
Working one, of course.
Yes, yes.
Not working one, probably. You can maybe able to dump that also, right?
Yes, you may.
All right. But especially working ones. If Darrell Rudolph was texting or writing to anyone or calling people during this time frame of this case, you'd want to know that as a lead detective, right?
Correct.
In your business, phones are getting more and more important, right? On every homicide case.
Very much so.
Probably more than DNA sometimes, right?
Well, no, I would disagree with that.
Sometimes just as important.
Well, I mean, investigation or investigation. Sometimes phone, sometimes DNA, sometimes video. You could have a variety of most importance.
Okay. Depending on the facts of the case.
Correct.
You had nothing to do with what phones were downloaded or dumped, did you?
No.
If you're working a case and you're the lead detective, if someone lies to you and then you find out later on what they told you was not true, do you ever go back and confront those people?
Sure. I mean,
Why?
every investigation is different, so I can't, say that I've always done it or anything of that nature. But lies sometimes get confronted. Yes, sometimes you use them to your advantage.
Do you normally, in your cases, do you normally gather phones right away from witnesses or people that were not witnesses, people that were players or involved in the case?
So it depends. It has become, I would say, on my cases, more and more of a trend of trying to collect phones as soon as possible.
If someone was a main
All right, he's almost
player
done.
or person in this case, or any case that you do, would you normally try to get their phone right away so they don't erase things or try to destroy things?
Everything's going to depend upon the investigation at hand. I would say it has become more of a case of more of a common practice of trying to get those phones quickly. Yes.
Because you don't want someone to erase or destroy their phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever have a person who was a main participant in a homicide case that you said, all right, you can keep your phone, but just don't erase anything? Do you ever do that?
No, I don't recall. I don't know why I would do that.
That makes sense, right?
Not to me.
Okay. Any rules as a homicide detective that you can't go back to a different crime scene later on after this crime scene investigators left if you get additional information saying, hey, maybe something relevant is at this crime scene? Any rules that says you can't go back there?
There are no rules that say you can't go back to a crime scene. I mean, you'll have to follow rules to go back to the crime scene.
Of course. How about if the crime scene tape is taken down and maybe a day or two later you find something that, oh my God, we really got to go back there. Can you do that?
Yes. And again, there's rules you have to follow in order to go back there. You don't just go knock on the door and say, hi, we're back.
Of course. You either get permission or you get a warrant, right?
Correct.
Search warrant.
Correct.
Okay.
We see some of them.
You're obviously
If I'm
carrying
looking,
on a
I see
daily
them.
basis, right?
Yes.
You're working.
Yes.
Probably when you're not working too.
Well, that's personal.
Living in this county, right? Okay. Can you tell, looking at a semi-automatic gun from 5 or 10, 15, 20 feet away, if the gun is loaded?
No.
You tell if a bullet's in the chamber?
No.
If you had a firearm pointed at you and you thought your life was in danger, would you shoot until you eliminate the threat?
That's what we're trained to do.
Shoot one time, two times, or as many times as necessary?
Until the threat is eliminated.
You shoot to kill, not to wound, right?
To eliminate the threat.
There's no rule of law that a witness has to talk to you in a case, do they?
No.
Mm-hmm.
So if you find out I'm a witness and I observe something serious happen in my neighborhood and I say, look, I'm not talking to you. You can't force me, right?
Correct.
Can't get arrested for that.
Correct.
You have a power to get a subpoena and force me to come and talk to you, right?
Potentially, yes.
Do that right away, right? If you want.
Well, I mean, whenever I feel the need to do so, yes. I don't know that it would be right away. Again, every investigation is different.
Sure. If you knew I was a witness who observed something and I said, I'm not talking to you guys for whatever reason, you can subpoena me and I'd have no choice and have to tell you what I knew, right?
Right.
Have you done that before, right?
I actually, yes, I have.
So by that you mean yes.
I wonder how many cops really liked that lead detective, because they are spilling out quite a bit of information about what they would have done.
Well, I got the impression that the last guy, Mr. Beefcake there, that was making all the women
Why is this
reach for their
basically
mops,
what happens is the search warrant
didn't
was-
like.
I wrote it.
the
My
department
search
very
warrant,
much.
it's being executed by me. There are deputies or detectives who were assisting with the search of the residence. And I assist with it. So basically, every room of the house I would have gone into.
All right, and you're the one that cleared the 6 hour?
No, I'm not.
You're not the one. All right, did you ever see the 6 hour? State's exhibit number 3? It's not illegal as far as you know, right? Did you see the drum that was under a bed in Daryl's room? That's not illegal, is it? No? All right.
As far as I know.
You're far from the mic, I'm sorry. Okay, thanks. I mean, unless you're a convicted felon, maybe, right?
Right.
Okay. How about state's exhibit number 7?
The free
Anything about
garlic
this
bread.
gun that would make it illegal as far as you can tell?
No.
State's exhibit number 4.
Is there anything about the buffalo wings
Firearm
that appear to
found
be
in Mr.
illegal to
Rudolph's
you?
room, bedroom. Says FN Herstal 5.7 times 2.8 semi-automatic pistol, and then it says Belgium. Anything about this firearm that makes it illegal?
No.
Thanks, sir.
All right, any redirect at all? Okay.
Hi, Chandler.
Oh, Chandler's here. Hi, Chandler.
Yes.
For Christ's sake, woman.
Well, it depends, but usually
How
no.
does she manage to stand there and not being picked up by
Now-
the microphones?
Now she's standing in front of 7 microphones. The 4 on the lectern in front of her, the 2 on the alternate lectern behind her, and the handheld. There are literally 7 microphones within arm's reach of her.
Still no
I mean, hell.
microphone?
Yeah, there's 7 of them within arm's reach. I mean, they're looking like freaking moray eels coming out of the goddamn lecterns. You can at least grab one of them and look at it. Jeez.
Search warrant.
So even though you collect phones, you still need to get a search warrant going to the phone, right?
Correct.
You were asked a question about, and a search warrant means probable cause.
Correct. Right.
You were asked a question about if someone pointed a gun at you, would you shoot back? Recall that question?
Yes.
Well, are you going to, just to tag on to that question,
Now Porcelain Thunder saying the ones on the lecterns aren't plugged in yet. They are, because watch when she turns her head, she does this. And she talks and talks, and then she looks over the microphone and does this. You can hear them on when she turns her head to the left.
someone pointed a gun at you, do you perceive that as a threat of imminent death or great bodily harm?
Well, so that's a very broad question that I was asked if somebody points a gun at you. I mean, everything in this world depends on circumstances. So it's a very broad question. If someone was standing in front of me, yes, I could perceive it as a threat of death or imminent, injury. But everything would depend upon the circumstances of whatever was going on.
Okay, thank you. And would you agree that before you started firing your gun,
oops,
you got
sorry,
to see somebody pointing a gun at you in order to justify an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Detective Watt, you may go on about your day. Stay safe. It's 11:04. Do you have another witness that's going to take a relatively brief period of time?
Are they
Perfect.
in an unsafe
Okay,
jurisdiction?
wonderful. Let's have Detective Cunningham come in then.
West Palm Beach.
Oh, yes. Never mind. I answered my own question. Chandler, I love you, girl. So good to see you in the chat.
All right, we are here. We have no super chats to get through. Lame. But if any of you do, we'll read them. We'll take our mid 2 hours and 45 minutes into looking at the like and subscribe poll. 432 of you here, 427 likes. Hit that like button. Make sure you're still subscribed. If you haven't subscribed, just get on it and do it. Make sure you go to Nicholas. Make sure you go to Danny on Direct and subscribe as well. Awesome peeps. And the like and subscribe poll. Let's start smashing those like and subscribe buttons because 6% of you said, what if any reason not to? 17% have said, raspy breath, and 27% said objection.
All right,
smashed and answered.
Detective, now that you're
And thank you to
comfortable up
Smash
there, would you
Themselves
please
Winning.
say and spell your first and your last name for the record and the jury?
My name is Jeff Cunningham, Jeff Cunningham.
All right, thank you. Detective, you may inquire, Miss Ellis.
Good morning. Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, ma'am. 19 years at the end of this month. I am currently in the digital forensics unit.
What does that unit,
Someone needs to teach these
To
officers
collect,
about-
preserve, and report on digital evidence.
And when you were
about complementing colors between their shirts and ties.
It could be phones, it could be computers, it could be a drone, anything with some sort of digital nexus involved.
How long?
Approximately 8 years at this point.
He sounds like your dog.
Before that unit, I was a field training officer in the city of Belglade.
I just want to know, do they make them like climb like a very tall ladder or run laps or something before they take the stand? Because every witness walks across the courtroom and when they get to the microphone, they like Darth Vader the hell out of the microphone. It's like they've just, like go, you're here now. Go take a lap around the building and come in and give your testimony.
And apparently they had a sale on matching shirts and ties on Target this weekend.
They did.
Also, Jeff, your dog is
What?
panting like one of these witnesses.
Seriously, it's like they're all English
You okay?
bulldogs.
She, whichever one that is.
Enjoying the lovely breeze
That
that's
Yoda?
blowing through the house. That's Strawberry. That's Daggy.
Oh, Daigia.
Enjoying the lovely breeze that's blowing through the house right now.
So cute.
Let's go.
No, ma'am.
Other dog has taken to the sofa in the living room.
Well, before I get to that you're currently in, did you have to receive any sort of special training or education to get into that?
Not necessarily to get into, but in order to maintain my position, yes.
And so tell us, what do you have to do to maintain your position?
Would you like the full laundry list or just a
Well,
quick?
it's gonna be quick.
Basically, I went to a Cellbrite class, which is a cell phone class, in order to learn how to download and analyze data from cellular devices. I have been to an NCASE class, which is a type of computer forensics class. It's a type of software that we use to analyze computers. I have also been to IASIS, which is
ISIS?
Organization that puts on a computer forensics class and then has a very rigorous and not easy computer forensics certification that goes along with it. It's kind of an industry standard type forensics. And since then, I have done a network intrusion class put on by the Secret Service up in Hoover, Alabama, and I've also gone to a vehicle forensics class as well in
Hoover
Maryland.
in Alabama.
Thank you. And so you basically have to stay up to date as technology evolves with our cell phones and our as you
It
mentioned.
doesn't matter how good he is at
any sort of
downloading
device,
if you
use
don't
iPad,
give him the
iPhone,
phones to
any sort
download
of cell
stuff
phone,
from.
any sort of media device. You have to stay trained as technology advances in those areas. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you do these trainings quite often?
Try to. It typically comes down to dollars and cents sometimes.
So I want to direct your attention to this case. Now, can you tell us, number one, how do you become involved in a case?
A request is typically made, and then I work on that request based on what they're asking to be done.
Okay. And when you say a request is made, is that by a detective?
Yes.
Another detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, asking you to retrieve data from some sort of device?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you asked to do that in this case?
I was.
All right. Were you provided phones in this case?
I was.
How many phones were you given?
5 total.
5 in total. Okay. And were
How
you
many
given
phones were there on the
Travis
scene?
Rudolph's phone?
I was.
All right. And
which
as
one
it
of
relates to
Travis
Mr.
Rudolph's
Rudolph's
phones?
phone, were you able to conduct an extraction of that phone?
I was.
And was it successful?
Yes, ma'am.
Now,
They got that phone out of
when you-
Vietnam.
the 5 phones
They conducted their extraction.
you were given, and I use the word extraction. Does that mean that you are taking items, you have a phone, and so hypothetically speaking, if I were to give you my phone and I asked you to extract my phone, you would put it in something, you would attach it to something and try to.
I
extract
cannot
data
hear
from
her.
my phone.
Yes.
Yeah. We just have to
Now, is that
infer
what you
her
were asking in
questions
this
from
case
the
with all
answers.
phones that you received?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told us about Mr. Rudolph's phone, that his phone was successful. Okay. Now, were there any phones that you had in this case that you were unable to extract data from that phone?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what phone, how many of those phones out of the 5?
Just one.
Just one? Okay. Do you recall whose phone that would have been?
The decedent in this case.
Okay. Now, for the other phones, were you able to successfully extract data from those phones?
Strawberry has gone out
Is
of
it because you have the
camera
password?
range. We'll put,
Most
the
of them,
doggo
yes.
cam back on when one of them comes back into camera range.
Now, the decedent's phone in this case, which is Sebastian Jean Jacques, you said that you were not able to extract his phone.
Correct.
And can you tell us why not?
Without the passcode and the type of device and the operating system version that it was running, I was just not capable of downloading with those without that information.
Okay.
Did you ask for it?
When you're unable, when you don't have a passcode and you're unable to conduct an extraction successfully, what do you do with the phone that you're asked to pull an extraction from?
I try to give as much identifying information for that device and pass it back along to the case agent.
All right. Now, when you realize that you weren't, well, just talking about the decedent's phone, when you realize that you did not have a passcode for that phone, okay, and you weren't going to get one because no one knows it, what do you do with that phone? How do you try to complete an extraction?
We can attempt to use some of our tools to gain access to the phone, but in this case, that was not able to be done.
Was the lead investigator
Now,
the biggest tool you
had
used?
instances where you, same type of situation, same circumstances, where you were given a phone or phones and you don't get the passcode or the password and you can't get into it. Do you go through the same process?
The attempt is made, yes.
Okay. And are there times when you're able to basically, for lack of a better term, crack the phone?
Yes.
Get into the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that would be, you basically would be bypassing the passcode, is that right?
That is correct.
So is there a way, can you tell us, is there anything out there that tells you or can tell us how long does that take? If you don't have a passcode or password, how long could we be waiting to get into that phone?
There's a number of factors involved when making that determination. Complexity of the code, what type of code, alphanumeric or just a PIN code. There's some phones that have pattern locks where you just swipe your thumb across. Those are typically relatively fast. They're supported for that.
Defense lawyer asked,
but
did
if
you ask him
a phone
to
is
open
able
the
to
phone
have
for you and you said
this tool
no?
used on it, it can be the next day, depending on how
this-
complicated the passcode is or how common it is, or it could take 10 to 20 years, depending on complexity.
Okay. So hypothetically speaking, and I don't want to insult the members of the jury, but I just want to use my phone as an example. Okay. Hypothetically speaking, if I gave you my phone and I don't give you my passcode,
no.
How long?
No.
Can you tell members of the jury how long could it take you to get in that phone with the tools that you have to try to?
Again, it would all depend on the type of device, type of operating system, version of the operating system, complexity of the passcode, commonality of the passcode. A lot of folks use dates, so typically that's where these things start. If none of those things are found in the initial situation, then it could be years.
And when you say years, have you had a case where it has taken years?
Yes, ma'am.
And you weren't able to get in the phone?
I was
Now
able
it's
to.
2 years later.
It took years.
So
Approximately a year and a half.
2 years later.
What's the longest that you in your area of expertise that it has taken you to get into a phone where you don't have a passcode?
I mean, I have multiple devices running currently that have no end in sight at this point. So it could be when I walk into the office today, or it could be a year from now. So
Could it be longer than a year?
oh, absolutely.
And are you aware, you've gone to different trainings and whatnot, what you just told us about. In the literature that's out there as it relates to Celebrate and getting to these phones, do you know, and not from your own experience, but what's the length of time that it could take to get into a phone where you don't know the passcode?
Again, it could be typically when you see it will give you a possible amount of time it could take if it takes the maximum amount of time. And again, I've seen up to 20 years.
Just if I can just have a moment.
You may.
did you put it in that device to try to crack it? No. Why? Lead detective didn't ask for it. Or something.
The phone that you told us that you're not able to get into, which is the decedent's phone, Sebastian's phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on what you indicated a little while ago, which was the make, model, and everything else attached, all that stuff that it takes you to get into that it would take you into the phone, you don't have a passcode. Are you able to tell the jury how long would you estimate it could take you to get into that phone?
At this point, it's not even supported. So I couldn't even give you an answer. So it was a relatively new device, and that particular device is still having issues with that, with even uploading anything that could gain a bypass of it. Yes, ma'am.
The phone is
All right,
absolutely
any cross?
the moment you walk out the
Okay,
store
you
with
may
it.
inquire.
Oh, all right. Okay.
That was nice. Nice and quick.
Good morning.
Morning, Counselor.
All right, so on the decedent's phone, you know his name is Sebastian Jean Jacques, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know where that phone was found, or you wouldn't know that?
No idea.
Was that phone in an airplane mode when you got it?
I could refer to my notes and let you know if that is indeed the situation or was viewable at that time for that.
But if it's an iPhone, doesn't it automatically upload to the cloud? Stuff, at least?
Yes, the phone was already in airplane mode.
I don't know.
That unusual to get a phone in airplane mode?
No.
A phone in airplane mode, you wouldn't be able to. Would you be able to get calls from it or make calls from it?
Not necessarily.
Be hooked up to Wi-Fi?
Typically, yes.
If you're on airplane mode, you wouldn't be able to. It wouldn't hit the dishes and tell us where that person is or that phone is at any given time, right?
That I don't know.
No idea.
No idea.
How would someone make a call if it's on airplane mode? Do you know, or receive one?
It can make emergency phone calls.
911 call?
Possibly.
Anything else?
Not that I know of, sir.
And you don't know why this phone was put on airplane mode.
It could have been turned on by anybody. I do not know who did.
I didn't ask you who did it. I said you don't know why it was put on airplane mode.
That's how I answered. I don't know why.
You didn't do it.
No, sir.
And you would have the passcode in order to do that, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily. Typically with Apple iPhones, unless you change a setting, you can actually go and put it into airplane mode at any time, whether locked or not.
Do you have any evidence that anyone from the police did that?
I have no idea.
They normally change phones when you get them from the detective? From
Typically, we
regular mode to airplane mode. Did they normally do that, the police?
ask them to
Sorry,
do
I
so
forgot
we
the
can preserve
train.
evidence.
You know if that was done in this case?
I do not know.
Never asked.
No, sir.
All right, so you said that was the only phone you were not able to open up?
Correct.
You may.
Showing you states number 70. It says cell phone, northwest bedroom, Rudolph residence. Have you ever seen that phone before? Open it. You need scissors? Gloves?
It has not been opened by me.
How do you know that?
Typically, it would be sealed with my initials on it.
The initials anywhere?
No, sir.
You know if that's a phone belonging to someone named Darryl Rudolph?
I don't know.
Okay.
You know
Were
anything?
you ever given that phone to extract it?
No.
Do you know why?
No, sir.
All right, so you were given the decedent's phone, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were also given, were you given this phone?
You may.
Exhibit number 26, been entered into evidence by the state. Cell phone from a front P passenger door pocket. You know if you ever saw this one?
Yes, I did see this one.
You know if that's one belongs to Tyler Robinson?
I don't know the name of the person who owns it.
Wouldn't that be in your report?
Not necessarily.
How about, why don't you take a look at your report on page 15 of 34? See if that refreshes your memory that it's Tyler Robinson's.
Could you advise which device it says under my report it is, please?
His owner's name, Tyler Robinson.
Again,
Model iPhone 12 Pro Max. Is your report there?
item reference number 001 through 005, please.
I don't know what you're referring to. Can I bring the report to him?
You may.
Do you have your report there?
I do.
I don't like his sassy attitude suddenly.
Take him around.
What's this about?
You're welcome.
Yes, that information was in the download from, I'm sorry, so people can hear me. That appears that information was captured in the download using the software that we use to download the device.
So that's the phone that belongs to Tyler Robinson, the best you can tell.
Well, talk about that real quick, Danny. What's got you? What's eating you? What do you?
I
what's got
don't
you
know.
bothered?
He seems to be a little bit defensive. And I'm not sure what shifted or changed, but he's getting very persnickety. So I could be reading it wrong though, because I took my sleeping medicine a little while ago. So I'm a little out of it.
Well, you shouldn't have done that
I know I'm the worst.
because I think the defense lawyer's getting snarky, getting a little bit edgy. He's gearing the jury up because as soon as this guy gets off the stand, then the lead detective gets on the stand for the remainder of the day and most of the day tomorrow.
Okay,
He's
the
getting ready
chat's
to
telling me
light
I'm
her
not
up.
reading it wrong though, so I'm
Yeah,
not the only
yeah.
one who's seeing this.
Yep, I think he's doing it. I think he's just doing it to gear him up. He's getting the juices. This is the pregame. This is the warm up. This is the warm up for getting the lead detective on the stand.
He's gonna get drowned by the defense. I'm really excited to see the defense go after him.
No, right?
Yes.
Unless somebody used an alias, obviously.
Obviously, yes, sir.
All right. Is that the phone that I just showed you in states number 26 that belonged to Tyler Robinson?
This is states 20.
20. Thank you.
It would appear so, yes, sir.
Okay. You remember that having a screen that was.
Oh, wait, you're talking about the witness getting snarky. You're talking about the lawyer getting snarky, Danny. Danny. Paging Danny on. Danny on. Please report to the microphone.
I think she was
Danny
referring
on.
to the witness.
Oh, I
She
thought she
fell
was
asleep.
referring to the lawyer.
Hmm.
Yes.
She's
All right.
Danny, you're muted if you're trying to speak.
Yeah.
I'm
Or-
so sorry.
Oh, there you are.
I apologize. I was just making noise and it reflected on the mute. My bad.
So are we talking about the witness getting snarky or the lawyer
The
getting snarky?
witness. The witness is getting so
Oh.
snarky. He's just
I thought you were
being
talking
rude.
about the lawyer. 'Cause I don't know. I'm just so used to the defensive the witnesses being defensive, snarky, and rude that I didn't even notice it.
Well, yeah,
Sounds
he's
like
not
every
as
other
defensive,
witness.
snarky, and rude as Ms. Psychopath, but
Okay, well, just ignore everything I just said about the defense lawyer gearing up to go after the lead investigator, because I thought you were talking about the lawyer. Like I said, I didn't even notice that it had changed because I'm just used to them all sounding like they're defensive and snarty. Snarty is that like snotty and
Snarty.
Anyway, snarty. You're all snarty. It's like shardy, but snarty.
snarky, I think is the word.
Yeah, trying to say snotty and snarky at the same time. It came out snarty.
Oh my gosh,
That's
when I
so-
worked at the State Department, I walked up to my boss and I was like, "Oh, hey, look, I don't like these cookies." And he says, "Well, why?" I said, "Because they're crummy." And he's like, "Really? I thought you said you liked them." I said,
Oh,
"Yeah, but they're
no.
crummy." And he looks at me like with shock and awe and a mild disgust and goes, "Do you mean crumbly?" I was like, "God, yes, that's what I mean."
Yeah, bye. See you, boss. Thanks for the cookies. I said snarty, but then I said shardy. It sounds like shardy. I hope he's not getting shardy. That'd be gross, especially for the next person to sit up there. But we do have Mandy, who is also being shardy. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Getting the super chat juices flowing, getting some of that gender fluid on my stream.
Hey, Chris Nolan is awake.
Is he wearing hockey pads under the suit? Could be. Either he just guys traps are just ripped. One of the two. Madam Von Kook. Thanks, Jeff. You always have an awesome panel and the best chat. I do. I clearly do. I have the best peeps on here. I have the best peeps in chat and the best super chatters. And that's awesome because you guys are awesome. Thank you for being here. Let's get this guy off the stand. Oh, I know it's currently 3:05 p.m. That means my laundry is done and I must rescue it before it gets all wrinkly. I'll be
Hey.
back.
Memberships.
I don't remember, sir.
All right, whatever it is, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that phone, reason why that phone you downloaded recently, right?
Yes.
February 21st of 2023, right?
Correct.
Because Detective Vanderlaan never gave you the PIN code until right before then, right?
Yes.
You aware if she had the PIN code back in April when this case happened in 2021?
No, sir.
Approach the witness stand.
You may.
Show you State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit 5-6. You recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And that was belonging to Travis Rudolph and the one you referred to earlier that you downloaded?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if that phone turns on?
I don't know if it does now.
Well, at the time you examined it, do you know if it turned on?
In order to download it, it would have to have been turned on.
Would you have to be able to see the screen?
Not necessarily.
Can you tell us if the screen would light up and the phone would actually work for a civilian to use it as opposed to you using a download tool?
I don't know if it was or not.
No, you don't check that?
Not always.
In this case, did you check it?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Nothing in your notes to refresh your memory?
No, sir.
Can I approach the witness?
You may.
So you, case number 25. Is that the phone you were unable to crack that you agree belonged to the decedent?
Yes, sir.
You said you were given 5 phones in total. I want to make sure I get this right. You were given Sebastian Jean Jacques, right?
Yes, sir.
You were given someone named Keyshawn Jones, correct?
I would need to see the device or the IMEI number to give you the whose is what.
You don't remember the name in your report?
I don't. Names are not really my purview when it comes to investigation. It's the devices.
Yeah, I'm not sure the jury will like his snarkiness.
Jeff,
What?
memberships were
Not in evidence, so I can't show it
gifted.
to you.
Cool.
I wrote it down in the private chat.
How you identified each phone. Tell me the 5 phones you received, and to the best of your knowledge, who they belong
I
to.
can just look over
I don't
here
know
on
who
the
they belong
oldie
to.
screen.
You said you knew
It's
Colorado, right?
Snivels.
Sir, that was part of a
44.
download
Thank you so much
from
for the
a piece
10
of software.
gifted
It provides that
memberships.
data automatically.
So can you tell the jury
Give
I believe
Snivels
everyone-
your big thank if you happen to
any
get one of them.
identifying
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Deeply
names of
appreciate it.
anybody on any of the phones you examined?
Not names. No, sir.
So how do you, where, Kyla Jones comes up, you admitted that, so nobody else's comes up?
Not necessarily. No, sir.
Okay, so how do you identify to this jury the 5 phones you looked at?
The IMEI numbers are typically the way in which it is identified.
I'm asking typically, is there a way you can do it for civilians that don't know or memorize the IME numbers? Would somebody's name possibly associated with that phone?
I'm not a civilian. I identify things using the IMEI numbers.
Tell me the 5 IME numbers.
Okay,
of the
don't
phones
be a
you
dick.
received, sir.
I'm not a civilian.
Nope, but you're testifying
The
to
first phone
civilians. Ask
is IMEI number 353-77-63-98-78-3660.
And you cannot tell us at all whose phone that is.
Not offhand, no, sir.
Well, I'm not asking offhand.
Did you ever think to send that IME number to the phone company and or get a record search, a subpoena for the information to who that damn phone's registered to? Did you think about doing that, Mr. Little Round Doughy Smug Face?
he knows he's about to testify in.
Yeah.
When he's handling it, he's going to testify to it, probably. Why not get the
He
names?
maybe missed his like morning donut. Okay.
Well, K Drake 777 says Jeff has the video on faster speed, so the witness sounds snappier. But yeah, I'm a civilian. Yeah, I do it this way. That speed doesn't affect that. That was a dumb answer by this guy. Yeah, now he's just getting. Now that I'm listening, he is just kind of unnecessarily standoffish, because the deal. I mean, he's just being. You're looking at these phones. There's messages on them. There's phone calls. You don't know who they're from, to, or belong to, because you didn't bother to call whatever the cell phone provider is, or see who that particular phone is registered to. At least that would give you some indication of who it belongs to. That's just a blank-eyed stare right there. Just let that sink in. Hello.
And you knew there was a trial today, right?
Nope. There you
Yes,
go.
sir.
Your report?
I did.
Nothing in your report tells us an indication of whose phone that is, correct?
Again, names are not my concern. The
That's my
devices.
concern. I'm telling you my concern. Whose phone is it? Do you know?
I do not know.
Nothing in your report
Get
can help
'em.
us figure that out. Right?
At this time, no.
What time are you coming back later, or did you know this was a trial today?
Sustain.
Little
Did you know today was
badgering.
a trial that we needed to know these things, or you didn't know that?
Oh, that was a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes.
So why aren't you prepared?
I am prepared.
All right. Tell me the second phone, so the IME number.
So we can go through these exact same questions again.
103-74274272.
What kind of phone is that?
It is an Apple iPhone.
Anything else? 10, 12, 13, or you don't know? Talking about the Apple phone.
It is a red Apple iPhone in a smoked color red case from the trunk of a Cadillac.
Okay. Let's go back to the first one then, please. You have a description there. Can you give me a description of the first IME number?
Description of the IMEI number? I already provided the IMEI number.
Description of the IME number. The IME.
You said description of the IMEI
No
number.
arguing back and forth. He meant the description of the phone associated.
See, now when the judge starts calling out the witness and tell him to stop arguing and stop being a dick, you know he's crossed a line, a definitive line in the sand when the judge gets involved.
With that IME number.
The description of the phone, which is not provided by myself, is provided when the request is made. It says a gray iPhone 12 belonging to Dominic Jones.
Okay. Tell me the third IME number. Did you download that phone? The second one?
Yes.
And could you tell if anything's been erased on the phone?
I did not do analysis in this case, so I could not answer that question.
Right. And so you have no way of knowing what if anything was erased.
No, sir.
Why not?
I wasn't asked to do analysis.
Who would ask you to do that?
The case agent in this case.
Then you possibly can tell us that?
Possibly.
To this day, you weren't asked, right?
No, sir.
You went back on that phone yesterday or 2 weeks ago or a month ago if somebody from law enforcement asked you to do that, right?
At any time.
You don't know why no one asked you that, right?
No, sir.
Thank you. The third one, please. What's the IME number?
356-448-108-73-2596.
And where would I find that IME number on the actual phone? How would I find it?
Typically, in these type of devices, if you open up the SIM card tray, you will see a very small number, and it is imprinted in that area.
Do you check anything with SIM cards?
I can.
Did the first phone that we talked about, the first IME number, did you check that one, the SIM card?
Typically, SIM cards only have about 3 phone numbers attached to them.
Asking, did you check it was my question.
No, sir.
Why not?
I was not requested to.
The second phone that you discussed the IME number in the description, longing, or the name
I'm not
associated
very
with it was
bright.
Dominic Jones. Did you
I
check
gotta be
SIM
told
card
what
for that
to
one?
do.
No, sir.
How come?
Was not requested to.
Not requested.
Did you tell when a phone went in service or when it was purchased by looking at it or doing an analysis?
Not necessarily, sir.
Did you possibly do that?
Possibly.
Anyone ask you to do that on the phone that had Dominic Jones's
I
name
can look at
associated
my
with
phone
it?
and tell
No,
you
sir.
how many hours I've used it since I bought it 3
And the
years
third phone,
ago.
can you tell us what
Come on, dude.
Told us the IME number. Can you tell us any description you have of that phone?
Sure. There was no description added prior to my involvement.
So you have no other identifying.
I mean, I have the device information.
Tell us that, please.
It is an Apple iPhone with the IMEI number that was associated that I just told you of. It's got an iOS operating system, and it is black.
Or anything about a case?
No, that there was heavy front screen damage, however.
Okay. And was that Mr. Rudolph's phone, or you can't tell us that?
It does not have that listed directly.
How about indirectly, sir?
Yes.
All right. How about the fourth phone?
Are you ready, sir?
Waiting for you.
356-403-87-163-4313.
Any description there of that type of phone or what it is?
It is an Apple iPhone, blue.
It doesn't say if it's a 10, 12, or 13?
No, sir.
Did you figure that information out?
Yes.
You don't have that on there.
No, sir, I don't.
Do you have anything else identifying directly or indirectly whose that phone is?
No, sir.
Did you download that phone?
I was unable to.
And you don't know whose that is?
Knowing now that it was the decedent's.
Okay. And you had a fifth phone?
Yes, sir.
Please tell us the IME number for that one.
350-77-77-36-312-603.
Same question. Can you give us a description on there?
It is an iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Anything else on there in your notes? Color?
Gold, Apple iPhone.
Any names associated with it directly or indirectly?
It looks to, based on the download, belong to Tyler Robinson.
Okay. You could also get information from phones without downloading them by subpoenaing the phone carrier, can't you?
You can.
Right. You can get call logs from them probably, right?
Yes, sir.
Text logs to see who they text.
Possibly.
Incoming and outgoing calls.
Again, possibly.
You can also get triangulation. If the phone was not in airplane mode, you can get triangulation to tell where that phone may have been at any given time, right?
Possibly.
And if you don't subpoena them, you would never know, right?
That's correct.
You were never given a phone by anyone identified directly or indirectly named Christopher Lowe, were you?
Not that I'm aware, sir.
And you only had a million years to
Oh,
subpoena these, correct?
No, sir.
You have no degree in this type of analysis, do you?
No, sir.
Learned on the job, basically.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, any redirect?
So more or less, he only did what he was asked for.
Yes.
Woman, use the mic.
That phone, so when you told this jury about when you're giving off IME numbers, and you're not able to you were not able to tell Mr. Shiner's name, who that number is, that common? Is that the way you prepare your reports?
Yes, very common.
So you identify the phone by the IME number.
So
Correct.
you're
Poor dog. What's wrong
usually
with the
doing a
dog?
shit
As
job.
relates to the defendant's phone, Mr. Rudolph's phone.
Dog
Although
is
that
sleeping
screen is
comfortably.
cracked, were you able to still successfully complete an extraction on that phone?
Absolutely.
So the phone worked.
Correct.
All right, Detective
Wow.
Cunningham, you may go on about your day. Stay safe.
Do we need
It's
the
now-
evidence here, sir?
Yeah,
Make sure it's not.
just leave it there. Yeah, thank you. We'll collect it from the witness stand. All right, it's 11:36. Deputy Lubinsky, it's not here yet. All right, you have another witness whose testimony will take a short, relatively speaking, amount of time.
I'll take you to the
Okay.
donut shop.
All right, we'll start.
All right, we are going with the lead
yeah.
investigatrix. Investigatrix, is that what we're calling them these days?
Okay, that's fine.
Come on in here.
Oh, doggo.
All right, Detective, when you're comfortable up there, please say and spell your
Oh,
first
she's
and your
pretty.
last name for the record and the jury.
Yes, sir. Good morning,
All right, I got to get ready to type in her name here. Because she's got a weird name.
everybody. My name is Detective Emily Vanderlaan, Vanderlaan.
Wait, what? Okay, all right. Am I being too critical? She's already pissed me off when the judge says to spell your first and last name and she only spells her last name. Am I being overly sensitive?
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe.
I think you're predisposed to dislike this person.
I am, because everybody in chat, when we say no spoilers, has said that it's a rollicking shit extravaganza.
Yeah,
So,
she's coming
and-
in hot too. In more ways than one.
All right, well, let's see what Emily has to say. Emily, whatever her last name was. All right, we got to type. Get ready to type in the name here. Emily.
Chris Mullen says, how many ways do you spell Emily? My friend, we live in Utah. There's at least 20
Yes.
different ways to spell Emily, I can assure you.
And it doesn't matter if your name is Bob. The judge tells you to spell your first and last name. You spell your first and last name.
Yeah. And she has a
Yeah.
Dutch
Great.
surname. And she
Comfortable up there,
pronounces
please
it
say
wrong.
and spell your first and your last name for the record and the jury.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody. My name is Detective Emily Vanderlaan, Vanderlaan.
A-N, got it. All right, and it's Emily, E-M-I-L-Y?
Yeah, see?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
See?
very well. You may
See? It doesn't matter how many spellings there are of Emily. The judge wanted it spelled for the court reporter. She didn't do it, so he had to do it. All right. All right. I will temper my dislike of her down.
You're just a natural judge. That's all, Jeff.
Yeah. And she's got like a natural like stash going there. But you know. Tank Rat, thank you so much for the AED 25. So just by watching this cross, I guess the rest of testimony prior to this guy was also a shit show. This gal, not my type, with that voice and attitude. Why don't we? She hasn't had an attitude yet. She's just demonstrated a lack of ability to do what the judge tells her to do, which I'm supposed to not hold against her. So there we go. And thank you so much for that, by the way. And Frostbit, when did Athena Ferris become a detective?
Who's Athena
that?
Ferris?
Who's that?
Oh my gosh, this is
I don't know.
this is a true rarity. None of us got that
Oh.
reference.
Don't Google it with your safe search off. Just saying.
Too late.
Nasty.
I'm really happy now saying I don't know who that is.
Well, now I
saying.
do. And the
Yep.
fact that there was like, she got one sentence out and Frostbit was all over that. There you go. Indigo Luna says I can fix her. She's not broken yet. But all right, let's I'll stop being a snarky person here and we'll go with it. We'll give her the benefit of the doubt, even though people have been peppering my chat for 4 days, telling me that I'm going to hate everything about it.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like the spoilers. I don't even like when people say, "Oh, wait for this. Oh, you're going to love this witness. Oh, I can't wait to hear you comment on this," because that predisposes me to be hypercritical of things that are going on.
You're fine, Jeff. Like I said,
I
you're
know.
just a judge, and
I'm
you
just a
want your
male.
ass
I'm a
kissed all the
chauvinist.
time.
I'm a misogynist. Anyway, I'm a man. Nick Naylor, she can fix me. Let's just get on this before it gets out of control here. I must open my mind. I'm not going to make any open jokes. Let's go.
Fire, Miss Edwards.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury? Tell them what you do for a living and for whom.
Absolutely. Again, my name is Detective Emily Vanderlaan. I work for the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office
on
the
talks
Violent
fast.
Crimes Division Homicide Unit.
And Detective, how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
This is my 10th year.
And can you tell us a little bit about how one becomes a law enforcement officer? What do you have to do?
All right, now, guys, here in chat, she's talking really fast. I can pick it. I have no problem understanding her, but I know we have a lot of non-native speakers in chat and panel. But so if she's speaking too quickly, do this. Like one, if we should keep it at 1.25, or let's do this: 1 to put it to normal speed, and 2 to keep it where it is. Just let me know here in the chat, because I want to respect you guys. I want to make sure you get as much of this as possible. If it's too fast, give me a 2. If it's okay, leave a 1. And while you're doing that, Fondin, truck driver extraordinaire, thanks for keeping me awake on this slog of a drive. You are welcome, sir. And please stay awake. And people, when you're driving, don't touch your damn cell phones.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Don't touch
TG
your damn cell phones. Put it down. Just look ahead.
TG 1987. Thank you so much, Nick. Was Green Beret in Afghanistan? U.S. helos didn't fly unless 5 kilometers visibility. Many ops canceled. Solution, I asked Swedes. They said 800 meters. Higher said no. They were under NATO. We weren't. Swedes.
Fuck. Poke. No, but I know roughly what he's talking about. We have Sweden, mountains, forests, fog and everything. You need about half a mile of visibility. But according to US standards, you need 3 miles visibility. So, yeah.
Hey, Jeff.
Okay, well, yes.
Since there's a little bit of a break here, I'm going to step out.
Like forever and ever for tonight?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Love
Danny
you guys.
on
Thank you
direct.
for having me.
Been here on the panel. She's gonna go off to dreamy dreamland. Enjoy your
Oh,
sleep.
I'm gonna be lurking on my bed and listening as I go to bed. So
All right.
thanks everybody. Love you. Bye.
Bye, Danny. Thank you for joining. Make sure you go to Danny on Directed, and make sure you subscribe to her and follow her. And looking through the chats here, it looks like there's only a few number of 2s, but there's not many 1s. So let's keep it where it. That is kind of split down the middle. What do you think, Nick? Should we put it back to normal speed or keep going to 1.25?
I really don't care. I can hear her just fine.
Or maybe we can do her at 1.25. Well, that's maybe we can have her give her testimony 1.25 speed, and we can slow it down to 1 for the cross exam. Well, let's just work it. Let's just keep it here for now.
Jeff will do her, but it will be quick.
Shut up, Nicholas.
There is an application and a training process at the educator of choice. I personally went to Palm Beach State College and participated in their law enforcement program there. Upon receiving my certification, I began the application process, and I was employed by the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you a regular road patrol deputy prior to ascending to become a detective?
I was a road patrol deputy for approximately 6 years, I believe, 7 years, somewhere around there.
She's been doing this for 16 years?
And how long have you been in the violent crimes unit as a homicide detective?
Now 3 years.
So
tell us a little bit about that. How does one move from being a road patrol deputy to being a detective?
She was 14.
Sure. So throughout your career, as I'm sure is with any other career, one develops specific interests based off of the things that we experience and the investigations we become involved in. I became interested in investigations. I was further interested in violent crimes investigations. I always enjoyed the intricacies of the investigations and the just the multifaceted, all the things that were involved in these investigations. So I started
so many ways you can fuck this up.
turning my training more toward long-term investigations, such as homicide investigations. I was fortunate enough to work for approximately 2.5 years on the state attorney's office's sober homes task force, during which time I was able to.
It is a narrative, but I'm going to allow her to complete just to explain how she got to where she is on the sheriff's office team. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sure. I was able to do long-term investigations and work closely with people with a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience. And I was actually able to work my first manslaughter investigation while on that task force. So that was really my firsthand experience with working such a long-term investigation. At that point, I did return to the road patrol after the task force, and I focused on going to the violent crimes division and specifically homicide. I applied and interviewed, and I was chosen.
When you become a detective in a violent crimes unit, can you tell us whether or not there is a training program when you actually enter that area of the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
Sure. So there's what's called a UTO, or a unit training officer, and all detectives are required to go through a training process where we are exposed to the different types of calls, different types of investigations that we'll be involved in. And during that time, we get our true training to learn how to do the job. And then clearly, once we are out of training, that's when the real experience starts.
And do you have to go for a point of time where you are assisting other more seasoned detectives prior to getting your own assignments?
Typically, we do follow more seasoned detectives, but depending on the investigator, there isn't a specific time that they wait before you're assigned your first homicide. It varies from person to person.
By the time you, are you the lead detective in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
By the time you got this particular case assigned to you and you were assigned as a lead by your sergeant, can you tell us how many other homicide investigations you had completed as a lead investigator?
This particular case was my 4th homicide as lead.
Prior to that, had you also been assist on other persons or other cases involving homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
Oh, I mean, between road patrol and homicide, I can probably say close to 100. Many.
All right. How is a lead detective in a particular case different from any other detective that might assist?
The lead detective, for lack of a better term, takes the lead. Typically, we all work as a team regardless. The entire squad, especially for a homicide, will respond. We all work together. We all have varying levels of expertise, of background and knowledge and time within homicide. So we do work very closely together. But as lead, I am pretty much in charge of the investigation. I am the person who decides ultimately whether or not there's probable cause to arrest the person. And then moving forward after the initial night of the homicide, it is my job to do any and all follow-up.
All right. Can you tell us whether or not you were called out to the initial area where law enforcement came in contact with this case back at 40th and Broadway?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the first scene you went to?
Yes.
Can you tell us approximately when you arrived?
I arrived at approximately 1:13 in the morning.
And when were the calls for service, or the 911 calls as we colloquially call them, when did those come out?
Well, there were kind of 3 different things going on. At 12:11 a.m. or 00:11 hours, there were 2 separate shot spotter activations. Shot spotter is a...
Let me pause you for a second.
Okay.
So you're going to tell us now about shot spotter, but basically is that audio recording of gunshots in a particular area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Judge, that's already in evidence. If I could play states, I don't recall actually the numbers.
Well, gee, people, so far she seems okay. I mean, granted, she's just kind of
States
given an
51 for the
introduction.
record.
Okay.
She seems to be okay so far.
So I sort of interrupted you as you were trying to explain briefly to the jury about ShotSpotter. Will you clarify that it is audio only? Talk to us a little bit more about what's happening.
So I believe the Sheriff's Office Communications Division received 12:11 was the time that the ShotSpotter was activated. The Sheriff's Office was notified at 12 a.m. or 0012 hours. So that's the first notification of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
All right. So if you need to refer to your notes, you may. However, it's preferable if you can testify based on your recollection without it being recorded by having read your notes. Okay.
Yes.
And Detective, if you could please just let us know when you need to refer to your notes, I think that would assist.
That's fine.
All right. With the ShotSpotter notifications, is there also a recording of the actual audio from the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
I think
And
that was a
can you tell us
technical
whether or
objection.
not there was
Dr.
audio
Ryler.
collected for this particular shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
What the hell is that?
And while we're getting that populated and ready to play, do you recall the area where the ShotSpotter notification came out to?
I believe it was in the area of Redwood Drive, which is in Lake
That's
Park.
what the
Did
recording.
that ultimately become the primary crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could play the first audio clip. And again, for the record, this is States 51. Clip 2, please. All right. And if you could next, actually, before you move on from clip 2, Detective, did you notice anything specifically about that clip?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it about the clip that was of importance?
In the beginning of the clip, it's common for these sound clips to pick up other sounds going on. For example, I'm not saying that's specific to this case, but for example, if somebody's screaming at the time, you may hear it in these audio clips. In this instance, and in this clip that Sedgwick is referring to, I could hear what sounded to me like a vehicle revving its engine or driving
please.
quickly.
And if you could
Where?
just play clip 2 again, and I don't know if there's any way to enhance or make it louder.
Yeah, so that we can hear it. Is that what you're saying?
All right, let's try.
You couldn't hear it, but we heard it. All right,
That
I
was
heard
just a
white noise.
boom at the beginning, and then you hear the shots.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't hear rim. I heard
All right,
white
If
noise.
you keep playing. Clip 3, please. Clip 4, please. Clip 5, please. And finally, clip 6.
I don't hear anything that sounds like a car
Detective,
revving.
can
I'm
you tell us
sorry.
in total how many rounds were registered by the ShotSpotter system?
I believe 38 were registered by the ShotSpotter system.
All right, thank you.
But did you notice how they separated the clips to give the illusion
Okay.
of it was paused between
So
the shooting?
after the ShotSpotter system, where there
Those are actually different cameras that have picked up the same sound.
Okay.
So that's apparently how this system just has random microphones. And correct me if I'm wrong in chat, because this is the first time I'd ever heard about it. There's random microphones set up around neighborhoods, and when they register gunfire, they all start all those microphones that are within hearing distance or pickup distance. They all start recording, and that triangulates the position where the shots likely came from. So that they're saying like 5 or 6 microphones picked this up, and that's how they sort of triangulated where it was. So that's my understanding of what this system is, and it's apparently like ridiculously unreliable. I didn't hear whatever it was. I didn't hear a car engine revving. I heard nothing that even resembled a car engine. I just heard white noise. Whatever.
Are there any additional notifications now returning to the 911 calls?
Yes.
And when was the first 911 call, if you recall?
I would
Actually, can we just focus on the 911 call related to Keyshawn Jones? Do you recall what time that was?
0018 hours, I believe, is the time that West Palm Beach Police Department received a 911 call from Mr. Lowe's phone.
So
Okay. So you knew from the information collected from that the 911 phone or the phone that was utilized was Mr. Lowe's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to speak to the individuals involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to identify who the caller was?
I believe it was Mr. Lowe.
Okay, the neighbor across the street.
All right. Now, as the investigation proceeds, I think you referenced that you went to 40th and Broadway. What did you see when you arrived at that location?
When I arrived at the location, I observed a dark-colored sedan that was stopped, kind of parked haphazardly on the property located on the southwest corner of Broadway and 40th. There were many law enforcement officers there at that time because at the time we had both West Palm Beach Police Department as well as the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office responding. And there were two individuals whom I later learned were occupants of the vehicle, as well as a deceased vehicle in the front passenger seat.
A deceased vehicle in the passenger
Let me see
seat?
if I can slow that down and take that apart. Sure. There's a decedent in the front seat of the same vehicle, that dark Cadillac, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said there were two additional occupants that are now outside of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you note in the roadway or near the vehicle any oily substances?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us about that?
Just the cops.
Beneath the vehicle was
only
a
oily
dark-colored liquid substance.
Wait, Lowe was in the back seat. Yeah, Lowe. Yeah.
Did you meet with the individuals that had been
Yeah,
inside
sorry.
the vehicle?
Yes,
Lowe
ma'am.
wasn't the guy
And could
across
you
the
identify for us whom those individuals were?
Yes, ma'am. I spoke with Keyshawn Jones as well as Christopher Lowe.
for a grand total of 17 minutes.
Were the individuals separated prior to you speaking to them?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us a little bit about what kind of interview is taking place, if any, at this point in the investigation.
They were separate sworn statements at the time. I'm getting initial information, but I am asking very specific questions. So I'm getting a clear picture from their testimony as to what occurred that evening.
I want to ask you a little bit about, prior to arriving on scene, are you essentially a blank slate?
Yes, ma'am.
You respond to a call thinking that you already know who the suspect is going to be and who the victims, if there is such a thing, going to be.
Absolutely not.
And how is it that you go about determining sort of those things?
Well, I mean, as they say, I can only work off of the evidence that I have, the physical evidence that's on scene, the testimony that's provided to me by the involved individuals.
Okay. When you arrived on scene prior to arriving physically, had any firearms been located in this investigation?
No, not prior to arrival.
All right. Tell us briefly about the context of these testimonial statements from Mr. Lowe and Mr. Jones. Did you determine that the area where you were was not the primary crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you also able to determine that there were other individuals besides these two that were involved in the incident?
Sustained.
Were you able to identify whether or not any other individuals were involved in this incident?
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you, at that point, stay on scene? And if so, what else did you do besides speaking to the two gentlemen?
I spoke to the two gentlemen. I obtained a consent to search affidavit for the Cadillac for a formal search and processing at a later time.
Who did you obtain that from?
Keyshawn Jones. I did do I'm not going to call it a search because I didn't go through anything, but I did observe.
I did whatever I did. I'm not going to call it a search. I know what she was talking about. I'm just being hypercritical, but I think it's funny the lead investigator just saying, I won't call what I did a search.
Quite closely the scene, the decedent, the vehicle as it was, the state that it was in at that time. I also made.
Stop you there before you go further.
Yes, ma'am.
Upon looking at the decedent, did it appear to you that he had been holding any items in his hand?
A little bit leading.
Well, overruled. I'll let you get into it on cross. Go ahead. You can answer the
Did he
question.
appear to be holding anything in his hand?
No, ma'am.
What can you tell us about the decedent?
I'm sorry. You got to use better grammar than that. The first question was, did he appear to have?
Come on, Judge. You can't be. That's racist. You can't be criticizing the grammar.
Been
Come on.
holding, and then you asked, did he appear to be holding?
Okay.
So the tense was misleading. Got it? All right. So go ahead again, please.
Do we really think that misleading the witness is a laughable matter and blaming it on bad grammar? Do you think maybe she meant to screw up the tense there? Do you think maybe she may have been leading? Maybe she may have been trying to elicit a particular answer?
Yeah. Rush to judgment. Could he really give consent to search the car since it wasn't his car?
Yeah, it's in his possession and control.
Okay.
Mandy says she looks like E.T. with a wig. Thank you so much for that super chat.
This is this trial in a mug.
Yep. All right, let's get back to this. How much longer do we have before lunch? Oh, like almost no time at all before lunch. Cool.
Now, could you please tell us whether or not Mr. Sebastian Jean-Jacques, did you identify that was the decedent?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he holding anything in his hand?
No, ma'am.
Did he appear to have, at some point before, held something in his hand?
No, ma'am.
What can you tell us about the vehicle itself that Mr. Jean-Jacques was sitting in? Did you note any defects, anything of need that would cause you to want to investigate further?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
There were numerous defects. I didn't count them there, but there were many defects throughout the vehicle. The vehicle appeared to have damage on it. I know the front passenger's tire was flat. At least that tire was flat. There was, like I said before, there was some. I'm not a car person, so I don't know exactly what it was, but there was a fluid leaking beneath the vehicle.
You're not.
And can you tell us whether or not you've had other investigations that involve potential gunshot impacts to a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something that you would have to evaluate to determine whether or not this potentially was gunshot impact?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you tell us whether or not it appeared to be gunshot defects?
Yes, ma'am.
As part of your investigations, have you also had to determine whether or not those gunshot impacts are as a result of firearm being inside the vehicle and firing out of the vehicle versus outside firing in? Have you had to do that?
Overruled. All right, I'll let you do that after lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, the lunches are here, so we're going to take a half-an-hour break. So be back, please, at 12:33. 12:33.
All right, well, it's lunchtime there. While I'm fast forwarding through this, any particular comments? I mean, so far, she's just kind of being normal.
Yeah.
Nothing really yet.
But then, did he appear to at some time had something in his hand? And she said no. How would you know? Do you have training? Or you're a forensic coroner or whatever it's called?
Let's just kind of scanning through there. They're going long. Oh, there's another.
Have you been in a fight with other things than pillows? I mean,
Yoda's having an episode. Yoda episode cam here. All right. Well, it looks like we got about 5 more hours of testimony to get through here. So on 1.25 speed, that'll give us about 4 hours.
yeah, I'm going to burnt out because I do need some sleep before I do other things.
All right.
So you can yell at Hayden for not waking up on time. He's one. Yeah. Okay.
All righty.
So,
Well, thank you for joining us for a bit, Nicholas. Appreciate having you here.
And you all have great. I'll see you maybe our Tuesday and American Monday evening, maybe on my Swedish National Day celebration,
Oh,
which
it's already
means
coming
more
up.
or less
Cool.
let's get drunk. They may or
right.
may not be herring or something. And oh, by the way, did I say drunk me got sober me a present?
Oh,
I'm
cool.
going to,
Yes, you did.
yeah, I'm going to open it on that stream.
Okay.
I have no idea what it is.
All righty. Sounds fun. Well, get yourself some sleep and we'll see you soon.
All right.
Good morning. It's almost afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning. See you later, Nicholas. Thanks. All right, just me and Doggo is here for a bit.
You're outside. If any of you was outside, go ahead and take your seats. On the issue of voir dire, there's never been any suggestion that any shots were fired from inside the car to the out. So why is that question relevant?
Well, the question is relevant because depending on what the detective sees, Judge, they will start wondering whether or not firearms might have been inside the vehicle and start searching for firearms.
All right.
I mean, I agree with you that I do not believe it's disputed that all the shots that were fired into this vehicle were fired by Mr. Rudolph, but that issue has come up about firearms time and time again.
Well, yeah, but that's not the point of contention right now. The point of contention right now is were any shots fired from the vehicle, apparently through the windows or through the doors or through the glass or through the metal, whatever, to the outside.
So Judge, just to clarify, I think that counsel was objecting prior to my question even being complete, and I can put on the record where I was going with that. It was a two-part question, which first was, do you typically, and this was a question I actually asked before the objection or during the objection,
right?
Do you typically have to try to determine whether or not shots appear to be coming from the outside in versus inside out? And then my very next question was there any indication that there were firearms inside that were shooting out? That was going to be it. I wasn't going to go any further into that.
So do you still need voir dire on that? I'm just thinking, listen, I don't want to, obviously you got to represent your client to the best of your ability. I get that. But I also don't want to waste time. I mean, that's really not a very important question. I'm sorry. Perfect. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. We ready to bring the jury back in? Yes? Okay. Let's bring them in.
All right. Bring it on in. Where's the Jew roars?
Okay, everyone take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you so much for rushing through your lunch. I appreciate it. All right, you may continue.
So before the break, my last question was about whether or not you generally in your investigations for homicides have to try to analyze the instrument or whatever the crime scene is to determine whether or not bullets or projectiles or whatever are coming from the exterior of the vehicle or the interior of the vehicle. Is that something that you have to do?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that you're looking for?
We're trained to look for certain change in the shape of the material depending on what the material is. Typically the force of a projectile, particularly a bullet, when it hits an object, it creates a quite specific shape. That shape very often, based on whether it's beveling inward or beveling outward, the defect itself, we're able to determine whether it's inbound or outbound.
Was there anything inside this vehicle that you noted, either while you were on scene or at the later time when the vehicle is actually physically searched? Were you present for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you note anything that indicated outward, meaning from inside the vehicle to exterior of the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No shots were fired,
All right.
apparently, from inside the vehicle, but you don't have to fire shots to give someone
did you note while
a
you were on
lethal
scene?
force
Actually, before we get to that, how
self-defense
long were you at the scene at 40th and Broadway prior to
situation.
moving
Just
to
pointed
any
at
other
them.
location?
Without pulling the trigger, you can still be shot.
And approximations are fine.
I believe it was an hour and a half, somewhere around there.
Why is it that Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and West Palm Beach Police Department were responding? Is that typical?
I mean, in general, it's not typical. However, our jurisdictions are right next to each other. It is common when there is an incident where there may be multiple locations. It is common for both to be called. In this instance, like I was saying before, we did receive, the Sheriff's Office received a shot spotter activation. West Palm Beach Police Department received a 911 call. And the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office was also receiving various 911 calls in reference to hearing gunshots and or more so, somebody was knocking on doors asking for help.
Let's start with the location where you were on 40th and Broadway. Is that West Palm Beach Police Department jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about the location where this incident happened in Lake Park?
That's the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office jurisdiction.
When you learned that the vehicle that you went to see, the first initial one at 40th and Broadway, actually came from the location in Lake Park where this incident took place, does that mean you're now responsible for the entirety, or does West Palm deal with the 40th and Broadway and you only deal with the Lake Park?
No, I'm in charge of the entirety. As soon as we realized that one location stemmed from the other location, the Sheriff's Office would assume that entire investigation.
All right. How is it that one is assigned as lead investigator? Is that seniority? Is that experience? What causes that?
We have a rotation, and I mean, there are things that can change the rotation, but in general, we have a homicide rotation, and each of the 5 members of our squad is assigned typically in order every time a homicide occurs.
Okay. So for instance, Detective Ott, was he a member of your squad at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so he could have just as easily been the lead of this particular case if it was his time up on rotation.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what you did next at the 40th and Broadway scene after evaluating the vehicle, the decedent, and speaking to the young man, Mr. Lowe and Mr. Jones?
I made the notification to the medical examiner's office and made the first report of this case.
Why is the medical examiner's office notified?
In Palm Beach County, pretty much if somebody dies anywhere other than in a hospital or in a doctor's care, unless it is blatantly obvious that it's a natural death, the medical examiner is notified.
All right. What happens next as far as your investigation?
I believe shortly after making that notification, I became aware that a residential search warrant was going to be necessary at the residence. There were numerous other deputies and detectives as well at the residence and at the scene of the shooting itself. And when it became determined that a search warrant for Mr. Rudolph's residence was necessary, I left 40th and Broadway and went up to the shooting scene itself.
Where exactly was the shooting scene?
The shooting scene was on North Redwood, south of 550 Teague Drive, which is Mr. Rudolph's residence.
And if I could utilize states 1?
You may. Remember the microphone.
Yes.
The map.
Permission to publish states 1B, Judge?
You may.
Oops. Let's try that again.
Oopsie.
Okay. Detective, can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the map that is pictured there?
I do.
All right. First, let's start with the shooting scene. First of all, is this map something that you created?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the stars, what are they indicating for us?
The star Furthest to the left is the location in which Mr. Robinson was located. The star.
Hold on a second. Let me just make sure we understand which star you're referring to.
I don't understand what that was.
Okay. So then that would be the star over here.
Yes, ma'am.
And what roadway was that?
Um,
Looks like Jasmine, but I just want to make sure that we're in the right place.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Mr. Robinson is located near the Jasmine location.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. What about this star indicating, quote, shooting scene from the red lettering?
So that is the shooting scene or the location initially that casings were located, and the subsequent investigation found that the shooting scene or the shooting did occur at that location.
And then just to orient, what road is this? Is this what you mean by Redwood, North Redwood, or East Redwood, sorry?
Yes, I thought that was North Redwood, and then the perpendicular
Sable.
the next one below it. I thought that was East Redwood, but I could be mistaken. But it's Redwood.
Okay. So it looks like Redwood curves.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then there is an intersection before Teak.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, so then the shooting scene was south of the Sable Palm Drive.
Sustained.
Where was it exactly?
Where the shooting scene was south of Sable Palm Drive.
Okay. And what is the other star indicating?
That star is indicating Mr. Rudolph's residence, which is 550 Teak Drive.
All right. Thank you. So you mentioned that the next thing in your investigation is to go to the shooting scene. Are you then referring to Redwood?
Well, I guess both technically. I did, I believe I parked my car closer to Teak Drive, but upon arrival in that general vicinity, I did witness the evidence that we had found thus far at the shooting scene, as well as what we were able to see from the outside of Mr. Rudolph's residence.
Okay. And what is the priority at this stage in the investigation?
At this point, there's many moving parts at this point. Detectives are doing different things. We had probable cause to enter the residence and secure a residential search warrant. So that was my main focus, but it was a bit of a hectic scene. There were many things going on at that time.
And did you request or ask that another detective actually write the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Detective Ott.
Okay. What else did you do here?
When I arrived on scene, I made contact with Miss Linda Rudolph and Daryl Rudolph, who is Miss Travis Rudolph's brother.
And how did you go about making contact with them?
I introduced myself.
I'm sorry, back up even before that. Is this a person-to-person conversation? Is this over the phone?
No, it's an in-person conversation. They were outside of the residence at that time.
And approximately when is this?
It was pretty soon after I arrived. I believe I went down and looked at the shooting scene briefly, and then I came up, and a big priority of mine was to make contact with the family as well.
Okay. So as Detective Ott is focusing now on writing the search warrant, your focus turns to the occupants of the residence.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you said you introduced yourself. Whom were you speaking to?
Linda and Daryl Rudolph.
As you were speaking to both Linda and Daryl, could you tell whether or not any of those individuals were injured in any way that you saw?
No.
No, you can't tell, or no, they were not injured?
I did not see any injuries.
Okay. And what was your purpose of trying to speak to them at that point?
Well, as I said before, I do go to scenes with a blank slate. I don't assume anything. And I want to gather as much information as I possibly can. So optimally, I would have liked to speak with them and gain information as to what occurred from all perspectives.
Clearly.
Did it become clear to you at some point during the investigation that that would not be possible with these two individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do anything in order to give them an opportunity at a later date to provide you with information?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you do?
I provided them my card, which included my direct contact, my cell phone number, my work cell phone number.
Did you advise them of anything when you gave them the card?
Just that I was available to be spoken to at any time. If at any time after that evening they decided that they wished to speak with me, I was more than willing to speak with them as well.
All right. After speaking to you, did Mr. Rudolph, meaning Daryl, and Mrs. Rudolph, meaning Linda, the mother, did they return into the residence?
No, ma'am.
What happened? After handing them the card and giving them the, I guess, the notification that you just did.
Yes, ma'am. They left the area. I don't recall exactly where they went, but they were no longer physically within the vicinity.
Okay. Did you see Travis Rudolph at that point in the investigation? Was he outside?
Yes, ma'am.
As far as you could tell, did Mr. Rudolph, Travis, have physical injuries to his person?
I did notice some minor bruising, which was consistent with the accounts provided by both Keyshawn and Christopher.
Okay. So then it sounds like you were advised that some kind of fight or scuffle happened.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you looking for signs that that had occurred at this residence at 550 Teague Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any signs of that?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you see?
From the roadway, without entering the property, I could see that there appeared to be some items in the front yard. And I believe they were like those solar lights that people put in their driveways along their walkways. I think some of those were uplifted and on the ground, kind of strewn about.
Appeared to be out of their regular place.
Yes,
strewn about.
Can you tell us what you did next?
At that point, the focus was the search warrant. Detective Ott and I did work together on that simply because he was not present when I did the interviews with Keyshawn and Christopher and made the observations that I did. He didn't go to the scene on 40th and Broadway. So I had to relay the information to him, which formulated my probable cause to search the residence.
Okay. At what point in the day was the search actually taking place of Mr. Rudolph's residence?
It was early in the morning. It was somewhere around sometime after 6 a.m., I believe, or somewhere around 6 a.m.
Same day, April 7th of 2021?
Yes.
When you got to the scene, was anybody directed to assist by canvassing the area for any potential evidence outside of what could be observed by you at the 550 Teague Drive residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what exactly is canvassing? What does that mean?
Canvassing means paying particular attention to one's surroundings, depending on what you're canvassing for. If you're canvassing for video, you may walk up and down the street seeing which residences appear to have surveillance video. If you're canvassing, I know deputies were canvassing for damage as well, possible defects. They're looking for vehicles, residences. At that point, other people, possible victims, things along those lines.
At any point during the investigation, did you learn that a neighbor might have information about what had taken place at 550 Teague?
Yes.
And did you speak to that individual?
I did not.
Did you direct another detective to interview that individual?
I did.
Did you learn the name of the neighbor?
Yes.
What was that person's name?
That was Mr. Estes.
And was Mr. Estes interviewed that night?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I guess by now it's almost daytime, or is it still dark outside?
It was still dark at that point, but it was the very early morning hours of April 7th.
Oh, hey, me and the judge, we cleared
Based
our throat at
on
the same time. Telepathy.
Any information gleaned either from Mr. Estes or from Mr. Jones or Mr. Lowe, did you determine anything that needed to be further investigated as far as any weapons, any other items that you might be looking for?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the next part of the investigation to try to look or search for anything like that?
Well, part of that was the residential search warrant, but also we did have deputies looking between the area that Mr. Robinson was located and the shooting scene. They were looking for any evidence. We also had Agent McMichael's and his gun canine come out because at that point we hadn't located the firearm involved in this situation.
Can you tell us which firearm was the first firearm to be located in your investigation?
Sure. The first firearm to be located was a 9mm handgun that at that point we didn't even know if it was involved in this incident or belonged to anybody from the situation. What we did know at that point from the casings on scene is that the firearm that was located could not have shot the casings that were on scene. So we did know that there was an outstanding firearm at that time.
Did you see any firearms evidence besides
I'm
the actual firearm, the 9mm Taurus?
starving. I'm going to need a minute
or
here. It's
near
like
this crime scene or
4:06
shooting
p.m. and I haven't had anything to dinner last night.
Aside from the
Give me like
casings,
5 minutes.
Aside from the
Bear
9mm
with me through this
Taurus, did you
testimony.
see
I'll
any
be
other
right
types
back
of casings
fast
or
as I
any other
can.
types of firearms evidence besides the, I guess, 39 casings that were recovered by the CSI?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall the caliber of the casings that were recovered at the shooting scene?
There were 38 .223 rounds, and there was one 5.56 round.
How familiar are you with firearms? Are you trained in the use and I guess, how they operate?
Yes, ma'am.
And would the same firearm be able to fire the .223 and the 5.56?
Depending on the firearm, yes.
So you said at that point you realized the 9mm firearm clearly did not expend the casings that you were seeing at the shooting scene.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do next with that information?
Because it was within the possible flight path of Mr. Robinson, and there was also some evidence of possible trail of what we refer to as BLS, or a blood-like substance. We did collect the firearm, and I later submitted it for forensic testing because in the event that it was involved, I wanted to make sure that we had it secured and it was discarded property. So.
I'm going to skip a little bit into your investigation and talk about whether or not you ever discussed with Mr. Robinson the fact that the firearm was located. Did you ever do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you do that?
I wasn't able to speak with Mr. Robinson until the next day, which was April 8th. So at that time, when I interviewed him, I did ask him about it.
And why were you not able to speak to Mr. Robinson, if you recall?
Well, the night of the murder, he was at the hospital, and I know that Detective Ema did a preliminary interview with him. However, he was being treated for his wounds, and I know he was medicated, so I wanted to wait until he was out of the hospital and able to provide a more coherent, fuller interview.
Okay. And you said that was done on the 8th of April at his home?
At his home, yes.
And did you also take photographs of Mr. Robinson as he appeared with his injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
When you asked Mr. Robinson about the firearm, what was his demeanor?
He was very calm. He was very forthcoming, very respectful. He was, from my observation, not particularly concerned. He was comfortable with the information that he provided me in reference to it.
Did he deny ownership of the firearm or assume ownership of the firearm?
No, he assumed ownership of the firearm.
So he said, that's fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the next firearm that was located, if you know, during the course of this investigation?
It was the firearms located during the search warrant execution.
Okay, and that was at the Rudolph residence at 550 T Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about those two firearms. What were they?
One was a SIG rifle style pistol, and the other was a handgun style firearm. I can't recall the exact model off the top of my head. I can refer to my notes if you'd like me to.
Okay, that's fine. Can you tell us whether or not the handgun would have been able to expel the casings that you saw at the crime scene or at the shooting scene?
No, ma'am.
So this is now the second handgun involved in this case? The one located at Ms. Rudolph's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And you referred to the Sig Sauer rifle pistol?
Yes.
That was also collected and placed into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also direct or have directed the collection of any casings or ammunition that was located inside the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find, or were the CSI and detectives that were there to search find any .223 rounds or 5.56 rounds inside the Rudolph residence?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point during the canvassing, was there also, besides the canvassing for possible witnesses, of which you've already told us about, Mr. Estes, was there any canvassing for videos, surveillance footage?
Yes.
And was there any success in finding any that might have captured this incident at the shooting scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, one of my partners was tasked with looking for video surveillance, and he did end up locating. There were a couple places that he made contact with, and they either didn't have working video or it was a fake camera, things along those lines. But there were 2 locations that did capture video of evidence, of evidentiary value, rather.
All right. First showing to defense counsel will be identified as State 66, Judge.
All right. You may.
All right. And Detective, I'm handing to you what is being identified as State 66. If you could take a look and let me know whether or not you recognize that item.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
This was a map created by me upon locating multiple angles of video surveillance at 551 East Redwood Drive.
And is the person that owned that residence with the last name Nash?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what the different channels or cameras captured?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, state would offer into evidence State 66.
Objection. Thank you. Submitted, 66 is submitted without objection.
And permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
Just first to orient us a little bit, still using the map that's on display, and that for the record was States 1B. Could you please identify for us generally where this location is such that we should be focusing?
Sure. It is south of the middle star. So you see Redwood, North Redwood curves into East Redwood.
Okay.
And Mr. Nash's residence is on the, where that curve is, it's on the north corner.
So is that this residence that I'm pointing out here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Now publishing States 66.
All right.
All right. So tell us a little bit about what we're looking at.
So Mr. Nash had 3 different cameras affixed to the outside of his residence that covered different areas of his residence. So on his system, which we obtained later, not the night of the murder, but on his system.
Oh, can you just say incident, please, or shooting? Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
So this, I guess, map and analysis was done after the 7th of April.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the footage was collected when?
It was collected the 8th of April.
So the very next day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that by Detective Faron?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were present with him or not?
I was.
Okay. Tell us about the different channel views then, or camera views.
So channel 8 on the bottom shows generally the area within the circle, which is kind of southwest.
Okay. And that would be the most southern circle that we're seeing on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what's the next camera or channel?
Channel 12 is the middle circle. And then channel 11 is the furthest north.
And does it capture some of the shooting incident?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may also approach the witness, Judge, with States 49, the surveillance footage of channels 8 and 11. Channel 12 has already been admitted.
Right.
And I believe this is also without objection.
Okay, thank you, without objection.
All right, Detective, I'm handing you States 49. If you could take a look at it, let me know whether or not you see your initials indicating that you have viewed this particular item before.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately reflect the relevant portions of channel 8 and 11 from the day or night of this incident, which is, I guess, the early morning hours of the 7th, April 7th, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. At this time, state offers that, I believe, again, without objection.
It's submitted without objection.
Thank you. And permission to publish and get Mr. Clause's assistance to do so. And if we could start with camera 8, that first one there. Pause it for me for a second. Detective, were you able to identify this vehicle as being related at all to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And what vehicle is this?
That's the Cadillac.
All right, if you could play. All right, and does that essentially conclude that area where the vehicle is visible, that Cadillac?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and is this the arrival, as far as you could tell, was the time correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could move now to the next channel 8. Okay, and if you could pause for me. Were you able to tell whether or not the vehicle that we just watched on the video was related to this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the same Cadillac?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, was the timestamp correct for as far as you were able to identify from Mr. Nash's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could play that again. So 12:11 a.m. in the morning, is that consistent with what you learned during this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If we could go to the next clip, channel 11. And again, given the time, is this related to the arrival of that Cadillac in the neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was there any indication in the surveillance footage that this vehicle went up and down the street prior to parking?
No, ma'am.
And before we switch to the next video in the series, can you tell us whereabouts the jury should be focusing on for the shooting scene?
It's going to be right below the timestamp that you see right now. So,
Okay, so closer to me on the side of the screen?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we're playing another of channel 11, the next one in the series. Now, were you able to identify or confirm that individuals placed items in the trunk of the Cadillac?
Yes, ma'am.
And when the Cadillac was searched, were items found inside there?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, I'm just thinking about lighting and whether or not we would be able to see things a little bit better. Do you mind if we test
Can you
that?
ever dim them down?
Yes, please. Thank you. Much better. Okay. Now, where the Cadillac is now, is that the final location before the incident happened, that it stopped?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Moving now to the next channel 11 video. And just because I don't want to waste time, Judge, if at all possible, I'd like to fast forward to when thereabouts the individuals start returning to the vehicle. Around there is fine. We can start there. Thank you. All right. And then if we could go to the very next clip, please. Still channel 11 for the record. If you could pause it there. Detective, were you able to identify who the two gentlemen walking back
Hi,
now,
folks.
I guess, north on Redwood were?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry
And
to
who were the
abandon you in
individuals?
your time of need.
The first one was Travis Rudolph, and the second was Daryl Rudolph.
Is that the gentleman, one without a shirt with an item in the hand? Who was that person?
Travis Rudolph.
And who was the gentleman with the white t-shirt in the behind him?
Daryl Rudolph.
Okay. And if you could put it back just so the jury could see. Just a smidge. You can leave it.
Riveting video testimony. I'm going to be munching here on my on my breakfast, lunch, dinner.
Thank you, Bart.
I'll keep the camera off so you don't have to watch that horrific thing, and try to keep the munching noises to a minimum.
So the first individual there, that's Mr. Travis Rudolph?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the person behind him you indicated was the brother Daryl?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Detective, did you also prepare a zoomed video that might assist the jury in seeing a little clearer some of the events that took place underneath
Oh,
this
zoomed videos, they've
sort
been
of,
offered.
the time and date stamp?
I did.
If we could play that zoomed video now.
Fascinating. At least give some narration with this. Jeez.
Thank you so much. And Judge, if we could have the lights returned. That concludes states 49. Actually, no. Okay, Detective. Can you tell us whether or not there was any evidence that any other firearm expelled any projectiles or casings based on what you saw at your shooting scene?
No, ma'am.
No, as in you cannot tell, or no, there was no evidence that any other firearm expelled any projectiles or casings?
There was no evidence that any other projectiles or casings from any other firearms were found on scene.
Can you now let's, I guess, go back a little bit in time to the 7th again, before you have seen this video. When were you made aware of the contents of this video?
No,
these
you're pretty
videos?
good. You haven't really missed much of anything in the last
the
4.5
afternoon
hours.
of the 7th.
Seriously.
At what point was Mr. Rudolph arrested?
Well, he was detained initially a little after, I believe, 2:30. but the decision to arrest was not made until I believe a little after 3.
Wait, what time was he detained?
Good question.
I will clarify.
All right, thank you.
Can you let us know whether or not that is AM or PM and on what date?
Yes, ma'am. AM and on April 7th of 2021.
By that point, had the interviews of Mr. Estes, Mr. Lowe, and Mr. Jones already been conducted?
Yes.
All right. Was there any indication at this point in your investigation that any other firearms were involved?
No.
Okay, so he's detained at 2:30, 30 minutes or so arrested. And then she completed all of the interviews that she was ever going to do.
Can you tell us what happened next
within
as far
that
as the
30-minute
investigation
period?
went? After Mr. Rudolph's arrest, what's going on after? Actually, first let me ask, does your investigation end at that point?
Most certainly not.
Okay, so tell us what happened next.
There's an old saying that the investigation really begins after.
Sustained. Next question.
If you could just answer the question without the
Okay.
whatever's colloquially said.
A lot of follow-up occurs after somebody is arrested.
All right, so what happens next in this case?
I did speak with Mr. Robinson.
Wait, time out. I'm sorry, I had a delay there while I swallowed. What she was gonna say is there's an old saying. We can bring it up here on camera. I'm not munching. She was gonna say there's an old saying that says the investigation doesn't really begin until after someone is arrested. That's what she was going to say. But the defense objected. I don't know. My gut feeling is I would have let that answer come in so that they would be able to come back on cross-examination and say, so you just arrested this guy and then you began your investigation, and everything you did in your investigation was to find evidence to support your arrest of this guy. I would have let that one come in. That's just me. Maybe it's a right choice. Maybe it's a wrong choice to object, but I would have let her say it. I would have let her said that. And then, as I said, on cross-examination, just pounded her on that. You said you didn't start your investigation until after you arrested this guy. So are you doing your investigation to find evidence to convince you that this guy should be released? Or are you trying to find evidence? Are you beginning your investigation to gather evidence to support your arrest of this person? That's my feelings.
Once he was released from the hospital and returned home, and I had confirmed that any medication that he may have would not alter his ability to provide a proper statement, or at least his comfort to provide a proper statement. So I went to his house and I conducted an interview with him there.
We already started talking about this because of you finding the handgun before. Did he also give you in far greater detail than he might have given to Detective Ema the events of what happened that night?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell us whether or not you requested or had collected any of the phones related to any of the individuals that we've already spoken about.
Yes.
Tell us whose phone was collected and from where.
Okay. Mr. Jones, Keyshawn's, and Dominique's phones were provided by consent.
Let me just back you up a little bit. Where was Mr. Jones's phone, Keyshawn?
The physical phone was in the vehicle still on the night of the incident. Along
the interior of the vehicle, as in the
physical
passenger
phone,
compartment
or
or
do
the
you have a
trunk?
spiritual phone too?
I believe his phone was in the trunk.
And was that the red iPhone?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you obtained consent from him in order to do an extraction of that device?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other phones located inside the vehicle?
Yes.
What else?
There was a cellular phone later found to belong to Sebastian, and then a cellular phone found to belong to Mr. Robinson inside the vehicle.
Can you tell us where the phone belonging to Mr. Jean-Jacques Sebastian was located?
That was in the trunk inside a satchel, I guess, inside a bag that also contained identifying information for Mr. Jean-Jacques.
What about Mr. Robinson's phone? Where was that located?
His phone was located in the front passenger's door.
Yes, that's the judge that
pocket.
keeps clearing his throat. Like that. And
Obviously,
that.
you were not able to obtain consent from Mr. Gene Jackson in order to get into that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to still request an extraction of that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
How is that possible?
Because once someone is deceased, we're able to enter their phone or attempt to enter their phone and get the contents from it.
Okay. They no longer obviously have an expectation of any privacy in it.
Correct.
All right. What about Mr. Robinson's phone? Did you obtain his consent to enter that phone?
I did.
And
His
did
phone was apparently the
either
one that was in the
Mr. Actually,
door.
let me stick with Mr. Robinson first. Did that phone have a password to that device?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Robinson
What was
provide
it?
the password to his device?
What was the password? Tell us the
Along
password.
with the written consent?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I want to know what the password
What
was.
about Mr. Jones? Did Mr. Jones' phone also have a password?
It did.
And he provided that as well with his consent?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned, in addition to those 3 phones, there was a device belonging to Miss Jones, Dominique. Tell us how you obtained that phone.
That was provided with consent as well.
And do you remember approximately when you obtained that device?
It was the 15th was when she signed, the 15th of April, 2021 is when she signed the.
If you're over 21, no.
The consent affidavit.
The
And the actual
Jägermeister is
phone
not for
itself was
anyone over
provided the next
21
day,
years of age.
so the 16th of April, 2021.
You recall that it was not delivered personally to you by Miss Jones, that it was by someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Miss Jones also provide her passcode if there was a necessity for that?
Yes, ma'am.
So now there are 4 phones. What's the 5th phone that was collected?
The 5th phone was collected during the service of the residential search warrant at 550 Teak Drive, and it was a phone that was later found to belong to Mr. Travis Rudolph.
Okay. Did you give over all these devices, the 5 that we just talked about, to any area of your department for forensic analysis or extraction?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you start doing that?
I believe it was with Keyshawn, I believe. With Keyshawn and Dominique's phones. I could be wrong.
I'm not really sure what you're working out, but what I want to know from you is the date approximately of when you requested that the items be extracted. Obviously, you didn't have Miss Dominique's phone right away based on what you testified as her date of turning that over. So
Well, they were
if you
saying
could tell us
Sebastian
if
may have been
you
holding
started it
a
before the
phone,
15th or
not
after
necessarily
with
his
all the
phone.
phones, or you did them piecemeal.
They were piecemeal. They weren't all submitted on the same day, which is why I'm having trouble answering that question.
Okay. Were the phones, that were inside the vehicle, were those turned over first for attempts to extract?
Well, the ones that I needed to obtain consent for were not. And at this present moment, I can't recall whether I requested for the decedent's phone to be downloaded prior to the others.
Okay. So at some point you requested the extraction and the downloads. You're just not certain what day exactly. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got it. Did you get any results back from the forensic department about any successes in downloading any of the 5 phones that were submitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask you, wasn't there a 6th phone that was collected?
Yes, ma'am.
And whose phone was that?
It was later found to be Daryl Rudolph's work cell phone.
And was that phone extracted?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
We didn't have probable cause to get into the phone. I can't just arbitrarily extract people's cell phones. I have to have either consent or probable cause to do so. And I did not have probable cause to download his phone.
Did you determine at any point that that work phone also had not communicated with any of the individuals that were in the vehicle that we watched?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Were you able to determine the owner of the black T-shirt that was collected from the front of the residence at 550 Teak Drive?
I don't recall the answer to that.
Did you learn that Mr. Robinson had taken off his shirt at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct any searches for firearms along the path that the Cadillac took in order to end up at 40th and Broadway?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
There was no information that any evidence existed that there were firearms other than Mr. Rudolph's firearm used prior to the suggestion being made 5 months later at my deposition.
Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Remember to obey the 3 of the 4 applicable.
Well, yeah. Ooh, well, burritos consumed. I'm back with y'all here. Well, now I might be doing the judge thing here and clearing my throat a little bit.
Of the phones that were
pretty much all communicating.
That was a fast 10 minutes.
Can't you see?
And
get back there.
Is you that you now have downloads that are available for.
What's it like to eat with a mustache? I don't know. Just ask the detective here on the stand. No, you just you keep it out of the way. Curl it up out of the way. Get a little bit on it. You just kind of wipe it off. It's not too overly complicated or difficult, but all right. We're stuck here in courtroom hell. All right. Judge resumes his disinterested.
Now I want to go back to Mr. Darrell Rudolph's work phone. How were you able to determine that work phone did not communicate with either Mr. Jones, Mr. Lowe, Ms. Jones, or Mr. Robinson or Mr. Sebastian Jean-Jacques?
We are able to
Jean-Jacques Sebastian,
what's called the IMEI, or it's an individual number assigned to
break here in about 15, 20 minutes.
And we have law enforcement means of investigation, which would identify possible phone number attached to that IMEI, and sometimes it provides the person assigned to the phone as well.
Are you aware of any communications between Darrell Rudolph and, say, any of the individuals named? The Joneses, Mr. Robinson, Sebastian Jean-Jacques, based on any extractions that were conducted?
Yes, but not through that phone.
Okay. And was it determined that there was some other phone that was utilized for that communication then?
Yes.
So not this work phone?
Correct.
Can you tell us about the process of getting the extractions and what happens once the forensic department advises you that you now have downloads that are available for review? What are you doing with them?
Okay, so at the time, the computer crimes unit, and in this situation or this investigation, Detective Cunningham handled all the phone downloads for this case.
Sorry, I had to do a judge throat clear here. Just a couple of points I wanted to. Richard W. said there's no evidence the dead guy had a gun. And Jim Satala said no suggestion there were any other guns except for Tyler's gun. Well, there are lots of suggestions that there were other guns except for Tyler's gun, and there's no way to prove or disprove it because the cops didn't do their job. We have Sebastian Jean-Jacques, his hand position at death. I mean, if you were like pretending to go pew 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 with someone, it would be harder to have your hand in a more gun-like position. So that's why the defense is relying on these pictures and the other suggestions that his hand, he died with a gun in his hand, so to speak. And between the time of the shooting and the time that they called 911 after the vehicle stopped working and they got there, they had plenty of time and plenty of opportunity to dispose of additional firearms that the deceased and or other people in the car would have been carrying. They couldn't get rid of Tyler's gun because he was running off with it somewhere else other than where they were. But so okay, that's the reasonable doubt that the defense can rely on. Like, okay, yeah, his hand shows. That's a reasonable explanation that there was a gun in this guy's hand when he died, and they dispose of it in the time between the shooting and the time between the police arriving with them. But how do we know? How do we know there weren't any other firearms in the neighborhood that had been thrown in bushes and trees, whatever? Because they didn't search for them. They didn't run the dog around. They just ran the dog around that one little area where they were told to run the dog around. They didn't run into the parking lot where the car was or in the bushes along the side of the road. They didn't do any of that. They didn't conduct any gunshot residue from the people in the car to see if they'd fired any rounds. They just talked to them for, 15, 17 minutes. Yeah. And I know Jim Sattel is clarifying here that I wasn't commenting on her statement that they had no information about any of their firearms besides Mr. Travis Rudolph. I was saying, well, except for Tyler's. I know, but we were talking about Richard W. up here saying there's no evidence the dead guy had a gun. The defense doesn't have to prove that the defense had a gun, that the dead guy had a gun. They just have to raise the reasonable doubt that there could have been a gun and that the defendant could have relied on it. Maybe so you can say, maybe they would have found, maybe they would have cleared, if they would have searched the area, they would have not found any weapons that had been thrown away. If they had done gunshot residue, then there may not have been any evidence that he fired a gun from inside. Pointing, we don't know. There's plenty of circumstantial evidence that it might not be the way the state said it. And with that, let's kind of jump back in here. So those are the 2-starred comments I had. And righto. While we're at it, let's just hit that like and subscribe poll. 440 of you currently here now as you sat through this whilst I was consuming burritos, and 514 likes. We are however many, 86 likes or whatever from 600. 600 likes is what the chat likes. That's what the YouTube algorithm likes. That's where they start giving everything out there and letting people know that there's something really likable happening. So if we could all just click that like button if you haven't already done so, get us up over the 600. And while you're at it, take our like and subscribe poll. How are we doing on that, by the way? Let's start smashing those like and subscribe buttons, because 7% of you said, what if any reason not to? 16% of you said, raspy breath, from the test. Mom. I'm going full throat clearing judge here. 16% of you said raspy breath, 28% of you said objection, smashed and answered, and 49% of you said they ain't gonna smash themselves. So that's the poll there. We'll end the poll here now that we've passed the lunch break, and we're gonna put up the new poll, the guilty, not guilty, and hung jury poll here. This isn't what, well, I guess. This isn't what you think the jury will do. This is what you think should happen. What do you think should happen? Guilty. Not guilty. Hung jury. Hung jury. All right, that poll is up in the community. All right. Got that out of the way. No super chats. Anyway, if you feel like you really want to send super chats, please do, but I'm not grifting for them because I don't do that.
I make a request. Oftentimes I will also speak with the computer crimes detective just to kind of let them know what I'm looking for. But at any rate, they download the entirety of that phone. Once it is available, at the time they would notify us, or I was notified via email, and I would go to computer crimes and I would pick up the thumb drive that the phone was downloaded onto. From there, I would take custody of those downloads and I would analyze each one.
All right. What goes into the analysis? What can you see? What can't you see? Tell us a little bit about what is available.
So we use a program called Celebrate to view the contents of each phone. It will provide anything from call logs to location information to text messages, activity on the phone, internet searches, photos taken, videos taken, pretty much all communication and data stored on the phone.
Were you able to obtain text messages from any of the phones that were successfully downloaded?
Yes.
And tell us a little bit about that, first starting with Mr. Jones's phone.
Specific
to this incident and this investigation.
The text messages, though?
Yes.
Okay. In his text messages, there was a lot of communication between the individuals, the people who were in the Cadillac. On the night of the incident, I want to say somewhere around 9:45 p.m. on the 6th of April, in a group message between Keyshawn, Dominique, and Mr. Robinson, Dominique made a statement or sent a text message that said something to the effect of "Travis just dropped me," or something along those lines.
What?
Some text messages went back and forth of trying to figure out what she was talking about. And she, in Keyshawn's phone, I could see that Dominique sent a text message that said, "Please go shoot his shit up." And I'm quoting.
Oh, well, at least it was.
And then there were texts.
Oh, okay. Now we're learning a little bit more about Dominique here. We just thought she was a cold, hard, callous bitch saying, "Go shoot his shit up." Well, we didn't know that she's a sweet little angel. She asked nicely, "Please go shoot his shit up. Please, pretty please." At least she asked nicely. She said the magic word, so it's okay.
Messages as far as the location of Mr. Rudolph's residence.
Before you continue, did you also see the text message from Mr. Jones about Mr. Rudolph being a dead man walking?
Yes. There was a text message from Mr. Jones in that group that said, I believe it said, "Travis is a dead man walking."
All right. What, if any, effect did that have on your investigation?
Well, it was certainly something that needed to be discussed and needed to be explored. And in fact, prior to seeing those text messages, Miss Dominique Jones and I can't recall in reference to the other text message, but the text message in reference to requesting that he was shot or it was shot up was discussed by Miss Jones with me.
I'm sorry, just making sure I understand. So prior to the extraction being done, you already knew that message existed?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because of Miss Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she advise you that she had deleted that message from her phone prior to giving it over?
She did.
If it was deleted, how were you able to obtain the message?
There are times that deleted content can be seen on extractions. This was not one of those cases. However, I was able to see the text messages on Keyshawn's phone as well as at a later time, Mr. Robinson's phone.
Did you note during the downloads of the text messages communications between Dominique Jones and any of the Rudolphs, to include Travis Rudolph?
Yes.
Did you note whether or not Mr. Jones, Keyshawn, had attempted to communicate with Travis Rudolph on the 6th of April of 2021?
I didn't really mean that.
How were you able to obtain that information?
There were call logs of Mr. Jones attempting to call Travis Rudolph. At least one of those calls was rejected by Mr. Rudolph, which means he intentionally did not pick up.
Yep.
All right.
And that actually leads me to my next exhibit.
All right. Overruled. Next exhibit.
May I approach the witness
You may.
judge? It's going to be with States 55. And it is States 55A, B, and C. They're in the same exhibit, but clipped separately.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Detective, I'm starting now with States 55. Could you please take a look at that item and let me know whether or not you recognize it?
Yes.
And can you tell us whether or not this is a document as a result of the downloads that you were able to extract from any particular person's phone?
Yes.
And whose phone?
These are the call records from Travis Rudolph's phone.
Okay. And do they appear to fairly and accurately reveal what you obtained as a result of the download?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, State would move 55A into evidence.
Thank you. Admitted without objection.
Moving now to 55B. Could you tell us whether or not you recognize that item?
Yes.
And could you tell us what you recognize it to be?
They are text messages between Mr. Travis Rudolph and Dominique.
I'm sorry. Can I borrow the item you're holding?
Right. I'm sorry, they're not talking here, right? They're not text messages. They're searches. They're Safari searches.
Okay.
Come on.
So I
make up
know
your
what
mind.
you're thinking potentially is that they relate to messages, but could you tell me what this particular item is?
This particular item is internet searches from Mr. Rudolph's phone.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, does it accurately reflect the relevant date, of course, and the download from that period?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, state would move into evidence states 55B.
Any objection? Of course.
While counsel is looking at that one, if I can hand the witness states 55C.
B or C?
We are on C now.
C,
Mr.
that's what I thought. Okay.
Schreiner has B.
That's what I thought. All right. Yeah.
Sorry if I misspoke. Okay. So I'm handing you now, you already have in your possession 55C. Can you tell me whether or not you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
These are images that were stored on Mr. Rudolph's phone.
And is this also related to the relevant incident on the 6th, 7th of April?
Yes.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, is this an accurate description, or does it accurately capture the images of or from Mr. Rudolph's phone related to this incident?
Yes.
At this time, state would offer 55C and renew its request for 55B.
Okay, let's do them one at a time. B, any objection? Yes,
Of
you
course.
may. B is admitted without objection.
I don't know if any of you are old like me, but if you are, perhaps you may agree with me that the
And while we're doing that, Judge, if I
prosecutor,
could publish states 55A.
she sort of looks like
Yes,
Flip
ma'am.
Wilson's character Geraldine, if that means anything to anybody.
April 8th on the first page, whereas the back page more relates to this incident.
Yes.
All right, so let me start from the back then of the packet. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, C is admitted without objection as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, but you're back to A now, right?
Yes. Moving back to
Just
A for
Google
publishing.
Flip
That's
Wilson,
states 55A, starting
Geraldine.
with the last page
And tell me I'm wrong.
to keep in chronology.
To keep in chronology, you mean chronological order? I will not accept that kind of grammar here.
And Judge, could we dim the lights? Let's see if that helps a little. It does not. Okay. All right. Thank you, Judge, for trying. Thank you. All right, Detective. Since we won't be able to utilize the exhibit in that way, if I could approach the witness instead and have that aid in the testimony, Judge.
Testimony has aids?
Okay, Detective, I'm handing you back states 55A. If you could locate the location where Mr. Keyshawn Jones was attempting to
Skrillex.
contact Mr. Rudolph.
Here's the court recorder. Ouch.
First, before you even tell us did Mr. Rudolph Travis have Mr. Jones's number saved as a contact?
Yes.
And what did he save him as, if that information is known from the downloads?
It is. It is saved as Keyshawn Lil Lil Bro.
Okay. And did you locate the calls on April 6th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell us about the first one. What time was that call made?
The first call was made at 9:47 p.m.
Okay. And is there any indication in the records as to whether or not that was a successful call, or whether or not the call was missed, or whether or not it was rejected?
It says missed.
Okay. Were there any other calls from Mr. Jones? And if so, what's the next one?
From incoming from Mr. Jones to Travis Rudolph. Yes, there was another one. The first one was at 9:47 and 16 seconds. The second was at 9:47 and 49 seconds, and that was missed.
Were there any other calls? So now we're up to 2 calls. Is there a third call?
Yes.
Could you indicate the time of that and whether or not it's an incoming call from Mr. Jones?
It's an incoming call from Mr. Jones at 9:48 and 29 seconds, and the status of that one was rejected.
So now we're up to the third call. Was there a fourth call?
There was.
Can you tell us the date and time of that call?
That was on the same date, April 6, 2021 at 9:49 and 12 seconds.
And what was the status of that call?
The status was missed.
All right. So now we're up to call number, where are we, 4, 5?
5.
5. Can you tell us if there was a sixth call?
Well, this is the fifth call.
Uh-huh.
Was at 9:49 and 36 seconds, and that was missed. And yes, there's a sixth call.
And what's the time of the sixth call?
The sixth call is at 9:50 and 47 seconds, and that call was also missed.
All right. Thank you so much. Now, permission to publish states 55B, Judge.
Nay.
I may end up having to do the same thing, Judge, but let's try first. All right. This one's a little bit better. So, Detective, you indicated that these were Mr. Rudolph, Travis Rudolph's web searches.
Yes.
And actually, you still can't see the date if I may approach a witness.
Nay.
Okay. Could you tell us whether or not there were web searches
Not every
for
day
April
there's 2
6th of
Apache
2021?
helicopters that drive past here with fly
What
past
were they
your
for?
window.
There was one for Cobb Movie Times and one for City of Lies.
And can you tell us anything about the status of those web searches?
The records indicate that both of those searches were deleted.
Okay, thank you. Permission now to publish states 55C.
May.
And again, because this is not aiding, if I may approach the witness.
May.
All right. As a refresher, 55C, you identified as the photographs that were relevant to this incident from Mr. Rudolph, Travis Rudolph's phone. Can you tell us whether or not you see time and date information related to the images?
Yes.
And was that provided as part of the download?
Yes.
Can you tell us whether or not you see any attempts by Mr. Rudolph to take photographs of his entries?
Yes.
Tell us what time that started.
It would appear, or the records show 1:34 and 21 seconds in the morning.
So AM?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what part of Mr. Rudolph has he taken a picture of himself?
The first one is the side of his face.
Okay. What's the next image that you're able to see and the time?
The time is same date and 1:34 and 22 seconds in the morning.
And what is that image?
It's an image of Travis Rudolph's face.
Okay. Next image.
Okay.
1:34 and 22 seconds in the morning, and that is also of Mr. Rudolph's face.
Next image.
1:34 and 22 seconds in the morning, and the side of his face.
Next image.
Next image is 1:34:21. And I can't decipher what that's an image of.
Okay. So it appears to be part of the body. You're just not sure what part it is?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the next image.
The next one is 1:34 and 22 seconds in the morning, and it appears to be like the lower back.
Of Mr. Rudolph?
It appears to be Mr. Rudolph, yes.
Okay. Any other images?
It looks like at 1:34 and 22 seconds in the morning, there's a picture of his arm, Mr. Rudolph's arm, with a possible scratch on it.
Okay. And are these images from that cracked screen phone that we collected in evidence?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Did you determine based on that that Mr. Rudolph's phone was operational?
Well, if it's complicated, then yes, you may. It doesn't sound like it's complicated. All right. Remember the 3 cardinal rules while you're standing up, unless you need a longer break. If you need a longer break, sounds good.
All right. We're going to say something here. All right. Guess not. Guess not getting anything relevant before the end of the break. So, 15-minute break here. All right.
Okay.
So
How many
we
more
go for about
witnesses
30
do we
more
have?
minutes, then take another
One?
break.
Just one?
So she's going to finish, and they've got one more witness.
All right, very well. Thank you. It's submitted without objection.
And Judge, it's a lengthy video. State is requesting to just publish a portion to aid in the detectives and
Absolutely. Just a very brief portion. And if needed, I will dim the lights.
Dim the lights, Judge.
It's night vision. I guess I won't have to.
Can you tell us what view this is of the area and how is this relevant?
So North Redwood Drive, you can see the name of the street in green is the street on which the shooting or the incident occurred. Sable Palm Drive is the street parallel to Teak Drive where Mr. Rudolph lives.
Okay. And the aviation video, is it literally in real time after law enforcement has arrived there, or is this some other date?
It's in real time.
So this is April 7th of 2021 in the early morning hours?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this night vision? Is that why it appears that way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so to understand, this is sort of how all the things would appear, all the cars and all the things that were there at the time that this video is taken.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if we could play. Sorry.
What?
Pause it for me there.
Okay.
Do you recall that being how the parking situation appeared on the night of this incident or early morning hours? That being two vehicles parked at the front of the Rudolph residence?
Yes.
Okay. And again, this is just an overview that very same morning.
Yes.
All right, that's enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Drone strike incoming. Yeah.
One more.
All right.
Detective, I want to talk to you about the cameras, if you saw any affixed to the Rudolph residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whether or not any of them appeared to be functioning?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
There were cameras affixed to the residence itself. Once we entered the residence, when we had the search warrant for 550 Teak Drive, we could tell at that time that we could see images. We didn't know at that time if it was recording or if it was just a live feed, but there were several views, several cameras affixed to the residence. We further noticed a Ring doorbell camera next to the front door. At a later time, I drafted a search warrant for the Ring doorbell camera and received a response.
Okay. Did you also draft a search warrant for the Night Owl DVR system from the residence, or have someone else draft it?
Correct. Detective Ott did, yes.
So the cameras at the front of the Rudolph residence, I think you referenced the Ring and the other cameras that are visible on the exterior of the property. All the other cameras besides the doorbell camera, were they related to the Night Owl or were they also Ring cameras?
The only Ring camera was the doorbell camera.
And so all the other cameras that we can see on the exterior of the residence that related to the Night Owl then?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to tell whether or not any of the cameras that were affixed to the front of the residence, so not the Ring camera, any of those Night Owl cameras, whether or not they were moved at any points during the initial incident and then later?
I was not able to determine that, no.
Okay, and did you attempt to collect Ring footage from the Ring video of all of what transpired that could be captured by that video system?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit, if you know, about the Ring system. How does it function so that a recording occurs?
So from past investigations, my knowledge of using that format, the Ring video can be programmed differently, but in general, it's a motion activated or activated upon ringing the doorbell. And it typically records small segments of time. It doesn't record at all times. It records when it's activated, and then it stops after a certain amount of time.
So if we understand you correctly, does that mean it's not like a continuous video that we will ever see from this ring footage that you got from this residence?
Correct.
So several clips, if you will.
Yes, ma'am.
If I could publish states 32, Judge.
All right.
And just a portion of it, not the entirety.
Okay.
Just the tip, just to see how it feels, just for a few minutes.
Okay. Can you bring me to the first indication of Miss Jones, Dominique? It's 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think you need to turn on the audio first. And just to be clear, the ring video does capture both video and audio. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, does it now?
Focusing mainly on the camera. You see that camera up at the top of the screen above what is someone's head right now?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're on the same page.
Yes.
Were you able to determine if this was earlier in the day prior to the incident commencing?
Indigo
between
Luna
Mr.
7
Rudolph,
bringing the
Travis,
first
and the
super
individuals
chat
that were
in
the
nearly 2 hours.
So the video clips
Thank you so much
themselves
for
did
breaking
not
that. Says,
have
Jeff, you're a
specific
cancer, right?
timestamps.
I
However,
can fix you. Well, hey,
they were
Indigo. Ain't nobody ever said
generally
I was
they're-
broken. I don't need
they
it.
appear to be in order of
I
the
got
events that
everything.
occurred.
Functioning
appear
right
sequential?
how it
Yes,
needs
ma'am.
to function.
All right, so was this first in time, so to speak, from the day of April 6, 2021, sorry?
Yes.
And so if we could move now to another clip from when the young man showed up at the door. And again, just pausing to see that camera. All right, so do you see that camera again?
Yes.
And if we could go now to clips that are after, way after this incident. I think there's an actual folder that says after.
Oh, just do something.
Could you tell us who that individual is that just exited the residence?
I couldn't tell immediately, no.
But this was substantially after the incident that transpired between the gentleman in the gentleman, sorry, in the Cadillac and Mr. Rudolph and his brother, correct?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. And again, just focusing on the camera, still in the same position that we've been seeing you in.
Yes, ma'am.
If we could go to another clip, maybe a daytime view now. Maybe the first daytime view, whichever one you see. Pause there. So now that camera, do you see it?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it appear to be in a different location?
It does.
Based on all of what you were able to obtain from the ring videos, were you able to exclude Mr. Jones, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Lowe, and Mr. Jean-Jacques as being the individuals who moved that camera?
Sebastian Jean-Jacques.
That concludes this.
All right.
All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Yeah.
While we were talking about cell phones that were collected, I noted that you did not mention collecting Mr. Lowe's phone. Why is that?
Looking back, we could have. That is something that I could have pursued or explored. By the time that his phone was brought up and the idea of downloading it was brought up, we had a pretty fair view, a pretty good view of what occurred and the communication that occurred between the involved individuals in this incident.
So did you determine at that point that it was no longer necessary?
Did you determine anything?
That's what what the feeling was. Again, like I said, we could have, but we didn't.
Oh, yeah. You could have, but you didn't. Uh-oh,
We
I'm
heard
sensing
from
a
the
pattern here.
CSI that there were several blood-like substances or trails either in the vehicle, the Cadillac, or at the shooting scene. Why were those not sent for DNA testing?
Well,
First, let's start with why would you send something for DNA testing?
if there was any question as to where the substance came from or to whom it belonged to, we would at that point send it out for testing.
Then is the point of DNA testing for identification?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any concerns as to whom the blood belonged to?
No.
Who did the blood belong to based on the information in the investigation?
All right, so that's three different objections, but rephrase the question, will you please?
Were you able to determine based on the investigation who the blood belonged to? Let me start by saying first, were you
Did
able
you
to
test
identify
the
whether
blood?
or not the
Did you
blood
test
came
the
from
blood?
Mr. Rudolph based on any of the injuries you saw on him?
It's, could be speculation. I don't think it requires any expertise necessarily, and then the knowledge she had, but
Judge, I think I need to be more
I
pointed.
think you do, yes.
Let's talk about the blood in the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to identify the possible sources of the blood in the Cadillac?
Yes, ma'am.
And who are the possible sources?
Sebastian Jean-Jacques.
Anybody else?
There were other people in the vehicle, but it did not appear to come from any of them.
There was also believed to be blood-like substance on the exterior of the vehicle. Were you able to determine any sources related to that blood?
It was also in the vicinity of Mr. Jean-Jacques, so it was believed to be from him as well.
It was believed to be from him. It wasn't tested. It was believed
Also,
to be.
what about the trail? The one that the K-9 officer referenced and anybody else, the CSIs. Were you able to determine possible sources of that particular blood trail?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were the possible sources?
Mr. Robinson.
Was Mr. Robinson located at the end of that blood trail?
Yes, I mean.
Sorry, I know it sounds like a weird question.
Yeah.
Was he?
Yes.
Oh, fuck. Oh, people.
Now I want to talk to you about distances, primarily the distance between the shooting scene and where the young men in the Cadillac ended up on 40th and Broadway. For this judge, I'm going to be
Just
approaching
stare
the witness
blankly
with
at the
two
fucking lawyer.
exhibits.
Come on.
I did show both to defense
Ask
counsel.
for
Bear
a
with me, so again,
clarification. Do
state
something. Don't just
67 and
sit there like a
68.
deer in your headlights.
May I approach the witness, judge?
May. Thank you.
All right, approaching with state 67. If you could please identify what that is.
It is a map showing the victim or the vehicle endpoint for the Cadillac.
And is this a map that you added a star or any language to?
Yes.
Okay. And then does that, to the best of your recollection of this incident, accurately reflect whereabouts that Cadillac came to rest?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Moving now to, actually, before I move on, I believe that was without objection. State is formally moving to enter it now, Judge.
Submitted without objection.
Moving now to state 68.
Okay, plow through these. Come on, keep them going.
Do you
keep 'em
recognize that
going.
item?
Yes.
Let's
And can you
hear
tell us
how
what that
she
is?
doesn't do things. Let's hear
This
how
is
she
a
doesn't.
map with
she could have done things
driving
that she didn't
directions
do. and-
from 551 East Redwood Drive to 40th Street and Broadway.
And is 555 East Redwood Drive or approximately the general area where the shooting occurred?
Yes.
And 40th and Broadway where the Cadillac ended up?
Yes, ma'am.
And to the best of your recollection, does that accurately reflect the distance and the streets that would have been passed and all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, state would offer that into evidence, state 68.
And I heard there was no objection, therefore no objection. It's admitted without objection.
Thank you, and permission to publish.
Why object?
First, starting with 67. So, Detective, talk to us about this general area where the Cadillac pulled over. Was that a business that was open to the public? Was it abandoned? Talk to us a little bit about it.
It was closed at the time. It was like an automotive shop or some sort of something to do with vehicles. But it was closed at the time.
Okay. And then moving now to state 68. Okay, starting with 551 East Redwood Drive, you indicated that was the area of the shooting scene.
Yes.
Then moving, I could, to 40th Street and Broadway. All right. Could you tell us whether or not this distance is correct? Let me zoom out so we can see the entire thing. It's indicating 4.4 miles and 10 minutes if the person took Broadway. Can you tell us if that's correct?
Yes.
Oops. Based on the investigation, was that the path that the Cadillac traveled down Broadway?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So about 10 minutes to get to their location?
Yes.
When was the 911 call from Mr. Lowe's phone received?
12:18 a.m.
And you indicating the shooting was activated at 12:11?
Yes.
So about 7 minutes after?
Yes.
Does that indicate they were speeding?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. One moment to confer with co-counsel, Judge.
You may.
Oh my gosh, are they done already? Is it going to be open season for cross-examination for the next forever? Oh dear.
All right, so in addition to the videos that we just watched, the ring videos, the surveillance footage from the residence from Mr. Nash, the aviation video, did you also collect from West Palm Beach the city camera videos for them to be readied for this investigation?
Yes.
Okay, and those have already been entered into evidence. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. Did you also collect body camera footage from the West Palm Beach Police Department for this investigation?
Yes.
Huh. All right, this is still kind of a slog.
Detective, when was the first time that you even heard a suggestion that there might be other firearms involved in this incident besides
Go ahead and finish the question.
Mr. Travis Rudolph's firearm and the firearm that Mr. Robinson said he had in his pocket?
All right. I think I've already heard this objection, but feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen, remembering and obeying the 3 of the 4 applicable cardinal rules.
All right, we'll remember. I can't remember. Wow. All right, fast forwarding through the break. All right. There we go. Is that good enough? Is that good enough right there? All right, I think that's good enough. Too bad I didn't click. I just let it go.
Detective, can you answer the question, please?
That was during my deposition 5 months later.
And at that deposition, was that a question that was posed to you?
Yes, it was, I would say more so insinuated.
From the cards that you left with Linda Rudolph and Darrell Rudolph, did you ever get any calls from them or any other, I guess Miss Terani Coleman was the sister, regarding this incident?
I did not.
One moment, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time.
All
I yield
right.
the witness.
All right, we'll have crossing.
All right, that's the end of the direct examination for this this witness, and I guess it's just all right. I need to stop pausing before I tell my jokes to think about whether I should tell them or not. I'm getting a little punch drunk and bored here. So yeah, I was gonna say just now we get to watch the defense lawyer take her to Pound Town for the rest of the day, but that was kind of weird. All right, so we're going to skip through this little break we've got going here and bring it up for the cross-examination, which is going to go the rest of today and into the following. Let's see. Looks like we got about 2.5 hours left here. We speed it up. Let's see if we have a break in here anywhere. We don't have a break in here anywhere, so we're going straight through. Sweet. All right. Time for cross. Let's see if it's more entertaining. It can't be any worse than that was. Like, take away from that, however long it took to do the direct examination. Boring. Did this, did that. Here's video of it. Here's some pictures of it. Did this, did that. We could have done this, but we didn't on a few points. I think they they got out ahead of a few of the things that the prosecution, I mean, the defense is going to bring up. They had to get ahead of some of the bad things they didn't do, to admit they didn't do them first. So that the defense can't make such a big deal out of it. But I think the defense is going to make a big deal out of it anyway. So let's see what happens during cross-ex. On the next episode of Judge Coach, he looks like Coach kind of now. Hurry on up.
Okay, thank you.
La la la. Come on.
All right, everybody take your seats. Thanks. I heard unofficially that you all are okay working until 6 tonight. Is that right? Nobody has a problem if we go up to 6. All right, that's what we'll do then. We won't go past 6 o'clock, and I think we're ready for cross, if I'm not mistaken, right?
How about you guys turn up the volume again?
Okay.
So yeah, there's a lot they didn't do.
I'm sorry,
You arrested Travis Rudolph at 4 a.m. on April 7th, 2021, right?
somewhere around there.
Now I'm going to bump the volume, and then as soon as they fix it, it's going to deafen everyone.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury how long you spoke with McMichael Jones at the 40th and Broadway area that morning.
It was about a 10-minute interview.
Okay, and you never talked to him again to this day on any kind of sworn interviews, right?
Sworn, no.
Okay. Interview on an unsworn interview?
I wouldn't call it an interview. I spoke with him, but there was no further information that I felt needed at that time to be sworn, so I didn't conduct an official interview.
So to this day, you've never went back to him and asked him why he's the one who sent the first message to his sister and Tyler Robinson that Travis is a dead man walking. You've never asked him that, right?
No.
You didn't care, did you?
That's not the case.
Why didn't you ask him?
Because the evidence was there.
Okay.
Oh,
The evidence.
all right. We're off to a good start, aren't we? The evidence was there. What was it? Okay. All right, we're setting the pace here. All right, I like this. I was getting bored. I was getting complacent. I was getting a little bit punch drunk. I was kind of feeling a little run down. Now he's got to get the blood going. He got to get it going. He's going to get the adrenaline flowing. He's going to bring the heat. I can feel it now. She's already looking at him askance. He's already just laying. I gotta stop doing that. He's already just laying into her. So this should be good.
Was there that he went to go kill Travis Rudolph? Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
You weren't there, were you?
When
this went down, you were not there, were you?
I know. I can't do anything
You don't
about
have
it.
any video cameras showing you exactly what happened. Maybe a view from behind, correct?
That's false. I do have video.
You have
I guess
video
we
that
can-
shows you what happened at the car?
There's video of the car, yes, sir.
Okay. Who do you see in the car on that video? Nobody, right? You see figures going in there. You can't tell who's going in that car, can you?
Specifically, no, sir.
So if somebody has a gun in that car or outside the car, you said there was no blood on the outside, inside the car, right? In the back seat, there was no blood, right?
Not that I saw, sir.
And not that crime scene did either, right? As far as you know, crime scene didn't find any blood in the back seat of the car, right?
Well, I'm not going to speak on behalf of crime scene, sir.
Well, you're the one who's in charge of this investigation, aren't you?
Absolutely,
You're
sir.
the one who gathers all of the information and the buck stops with you. Right?
Is that sure? I mean,
You're the
I'm
one-
not sure what the question is.
Well, you're the one responsible for this case from the sheriff's office. It was your case, and you have other people who help you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at 4 a.m. in the morning, before 4 a.m. in the morning on April 7th, you talked to Keyshawn Jones for 7 minutes, right? 10 minutes.
10 minutes, yes, sir.
Okay. And the other person you spoke to was Mr. Christopher Lowe, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was how long? 6 minutes?
I don't recall my length of conversation with Mr. Lowe.
You dispute that?
I remember it not being a lengthy interview.
You dispute it was 5 or 6 minutes.
I don't know how long it was, sir.
Have a copy of it?
Of the length of time that it was? No, sir.
The interview.
Of course I do.
Have it with you?
No, sir.
You couldn't even tell the time of the interview because you had the wrong times on there. Your starting time was after the ending time, right?
Overruled.
Isn't that true, ma'am? Your starting time was after the interview ended. You had it backwards. You didn't even get the time right.
I'm not understanding your question, sir.
What time did you start the interview?
I would have to refer to my notes to be able to tell you that.
Okay, well, you don't have the actual interview?
Are you
Copy
referring
of
to the recording?
Oh, a transcript of it.
I don't have a transcript of it. No, sir.
Never received that?
No, sir.
All right, I'll get it out in a few minutes.
Okay.
You agree it was no more than 5, 6, 7 minutes, right?
Not necessarily. I don't know how long it was.
You don't know how long it was.
That's not information I've committed to memory, sir.
Oh,
How long?
oh dear. We're going down this road. I can see this. I haven't committed that to memory. I don't recall. I don't remember. I can already see that's going to be her answer to a lot of these questions. Yeah, she already got that.
How long you estimating it was since you don't know?
It was generally short. Like I said, it was somewhere around the amount of time that Mr. Jones's was.
Okay. So 10 minutes at the most.
I'm not going to agree to a time, sir. I don't recall.
I'll find a transcript a little later.
Yes, sir.
And then
All
he'll
right, so-
force you to agree.
Isn't it true when you spoke to Keyshawn Jones and Christopher Lowe, neither one of them told, they had actually both told you no one in their car had a gun, right?
Not to their knowledge, no, sir.
Well, not to anyone's knowledge except theirs. That's what would have to be their knowledge, right?
At the time that I interviewed them, yes, sir.
And you interviewed them separately.
Yes, sir.
And they both specifically, I'll start with Keyshawn Jones, told you no one in his car had a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
And Chris Lowe told you the exact same thing. No one in his car had a gun or the Cadillac.
Yes, sir.
And you know that's not true, right?
At any point or at the time that I spoke with him, I'm not.
Well, at the moment you spoke to him, you wouldn't have known that because that's what they told you and you accepted that, right?
At the time, yes, sir.
You
Ooh.
found out an hour later, at 5 o'clock, that Agent McMichael with his canine gun detecting dog found a gun, right?
A gun.
Oh, shut up, woman. A gun. Yeah. I like that. You just took that. That was a sneaky question. Of course you did. You didn't know at that time because he told you and you took his word for it. Yes. That's laying down the grounds for him to continue arguing. You just took their word for it that this is what happened. You took the word to the guys that said they were going to go kill somebody and shoot his shit up. And he's a walking dead man. You just took their word for it that there were no more guns in there. You didn't bother to collect this evidence yourself. You didn't bother to investigate this. You didn't even bother to look into it. You just accepted their word, didn't you?
Gun, yes,
That's
sir.
where he's going.
All right.
Oh, and as long as we're paused, Susan D. $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Just because I love you. Aw. Well, thank you, Susan D. How you been? How you doing? I'm glad to have you here. And Indigo Luna 7. Bringing the $2 super chat. Straight fung vibes. Wow. He's going to take her to Funky Town, I bet. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I'm sorry. That was lame. Let's get back into it. Thank you. Thank you for those 2 super chats. That was really great.
And at that point, you said you didn't really know whose gun it was, right?
Correct.
The next morning or the next day, can you look in a computer base or a database and put a serial number in to find out who purchased a gun?
No.
No way to do that?
No, sir.
All right, but you went to talk to Mr. Robinson, you said, and you made sure he wasn't on narcotics so he can give you a clear statement, right?
Well, I don't know what medications he was taking, but my point was I ensured that he was comfortable speaking with me and was not in a mental state where he could not provide an accurate interview.
You didn't say that before. You said you checked it out, make sure he was not on narcotics or any kind of substance that would prevent him from talking clearly to you. You don't remember telling that to the jury earlier?
You're twisting what was said, sir.
Uh-oh. He's twisting.
Was he able to talk to you?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Robinson admitted once you showed him pictures of the gun that it was his, right?
No.
Oh, wow. Speaking of twisting things, it's Chandler Remington back in the house. Chandler Remington has had a good night's sleep, apparently, or not, or what? Or a good afternoon sleep. What are you doing here?
I don't know. I went out to have dinner and I went to a bar and now I'm here, apparently.
I thought you took a nap or something or a sleep or something.
Oh, absolutely not. No, I just, well, I was showing my friend LawTube actually, and I was like, oh, hey, look at this cool thing I'm doing. And I was actually showing him this stream tonight, and I didn't realize you were still going. And when I got back, I decided to pop into chat, and yeah, here I am. So thanks for having me.
Well,
I guess
awesome.
this is Cross.
It just started.
You know, I love a
It's
good
kind of
cross.
going off the rails.
I can't resist watching a good cross. So.
Well, let's hope it's good. We're gonna have to see how good it is because I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna have to figure out who this lady is and what her deal is, and what I'm not gonna ask that of you because it seems like you have been marathoning and.
It's been going. we're getting into the exciting part of the trial now. This is their penultimate witness. There's one more after this.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, it seems like it needs to end. I think it's been going on for long enough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
you could say it's been going on a bit. But
Yeah.
I think I'm saying this to be funny and cute, but it's not. I'm not saying anything negative at all. But like the way you've got your hair pulled back tight like that and your white headphones on, you look like you just walked off the set of Handmaid's Tale.
Oh God, blessed be the fruit. May the
No,
Lord open.
The one like the little girl that had like the baby, and then they cut her eye out. What's her face? That
Janine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Her.
you're kind of rocking that vibe. You
I
kinda
have a
look like her
Janine
little bit.
vibe. Oh
Yeah.
wow, she's like the worst one. But I mean, also
Well,
she's kind of she's kind of based though.
Yeah.
So.
And Alexis Bledel who played Emily Malik as well.
I like Alexis Bledel. Yeah, she did a pretty good job in that role.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's
Isn't it funny how Elizabeth Moss ended up doing that show and she's a Scientologist, and it's just like you'd think you would see the parallels, right? Is it just me?
Yeah.
I think about that all the time.
And I was shocked to find out she was a Scientologist, so that's kind of weird.
There are a lot of them in LA. It's weird.
But like I said, just doing this role.
Oh yeah, I mean they're everywhere. It's like Scientology is just. Oof.
All right. Anywho, just saying. Yeah.
I know we love Scientology. We totally love Scientology.
Chandler needs some raspberries. Yeah, Chandler needs to go get some raspberries.
I ate all the raspberries. Sorry.
They have headphones and Handmaid's Tale. No, just like the way it looks like they're the habit that they wear, like the white.
I have to have like the red thing and the
Yeah. Yeah, you can go put that red satin thing you have on the kimono looking thing.
Oh God, that actually would work. I would totally.
That would be awesome.
Like, it'd be a good Halloween costume. Oh man.
All right, let's be getting back into this here, and I feel I have someone to talk to, someone to bounce ideas off of,
It
someone
must
to
be
banter
boring.
with.
I can't imagine streaming a trial all by myself. I feel like that would be very boring. I'd have to talk to myself the whole time.
The last few hours have been pretty rough after everybody went to sleep, so let's go.
All right, let's do it. It's 1:34 in the morning. Let's do it.
Anyone with you showed him pictures?
There was no one with me.
So how did you see the gun? Did you bring the actual gun?
I did not.
What did you do? Just tell him a gun was found, and he said.
Oh, Raytech. Time to load a good mead and watch the fireworks. Do it.
Initially said that we found a gun on scene, and if it was his, he needed to be honest about it.
You never showed him any pictures.
Not at that time, no, sir. I didn't have the photos yet.
Right. So April 8th, around what time? In the afternoon you spoke to him, or you don't remember?
I believe it was somewhere around 5 p.m.-ish.
All right, so the very next day, you're confirmed that somebody in Keyshawn Jones's vehicle, along with Christopher Lowe and the decedent, Mr. Gene Jocks, had a gun, right? You knew one person did on the 8th, right?
On the 8th, when I spoke to him, I found out that at some point, somebody had a gun on their person. Yes, sir.
All right, well, you don't think the gun was there, where he found it right there and dropped it right there. He brought it with him in the Cadillac with the other three fellas, right? You don't know?
That was...
Oh, please. Okay. All right. She is all right. I'm sorry for pausing this already again. She is exactly like the girlfriend and the three other dudes that survived. They're just going to spend their time on the stand being assholes. That's what she's doing. Someone had a gun. Well, I don't know. It was found over there. Well, he was in the car at one point, so he had to have it in the gun at least on the way there. He had the gun on him at least on the way there. Well, what did he do? Did he go buy a gun between the time they pulled up to the house and the time he ran away? Did he borrow it from a neighbor? If it was on him, of course it was with him in the car. Oh, I hate these word game things, and I hope the judge gets sick of it too. I hope the judge hates this and comes down on her like a ton of bricks.
They
She's
look
already
so
annoyed me.
culpable. Like they all look so
Yeah.
freaking culpable. I mean, they're all trying to avoid culpability, and it must be very obvious to the jury by this point that these people were involved in instigating this incident, that they created this circumstance. which is why they need to be charged with felony murder. And I'm so mad that they're not, because it makes no sense. It's just like, this is what I was taught in my undergrad criminal law class. Like, that's what felony murder is. When you engage in a crime that leads to somebody dying, it should be resulting in that charge. And it hasn't. And I'm really confused. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that the state
R.
wants this guy, but like, dude, it's just, it's uncool.
Jen R says, thanks for streaming this, Jeff. Well, Jen R, thanks for watching me stream this. And thank you
All
for the
way
super
from New
chat.
Zealand. Very cool.
Absolutely. And a
Love
week
it.
from this upcoming Saturday, I'm going to spend the entire day at an all-you-can-drink New Zealand wine festival.
That's awesome.
And your boy Liquid Yeti bringing the €2 super chat. They found a gun Targaryen. And Ray Tech, we got that out of there. They're going to watch the fireworks. Acolyte saying, please, Lorax, is it hockey mask time on this individual? Oh, dear. All right. I can tell this is going to be annoying. I'm getting, all right. I've been triggered already.
All
At
right,
least you don't have to
brought
do
the
it
gun,
alone.
So you knew, at least on the 8th, that Christopher Lowe and Keyshawn Jones lied to you about no one bringing a gun, right?
What was that?
Did you ever hear, did Mr. Robinson ever tell you that the decedent, Mr. Sebastian Jean Jacques, was very adamant for him to bring a gun in front of the Christopher Lowe and Keyshawn Jones when they were all together? Did you ever hear that from Mr. Robinson?
I did not.
Huh? Did anyone ever tell you that, to follow up on that? That that's what Mr. Robinson said?
I believe you suggested that during my deposition.
And you didn't do nothing about it, right?
At that time, no.
To this day, you didn't do anything about it, did you?
Correct.
You never went to Keyshawn Jones and said, why'd you lie to me? You guys knew. Your own friend said you all were there when at least you knew myself, Mr. Robinson, brought the gun. Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you confront him?
Because that's not something to just assume.
Well, if his friend says it, Mr. Robinson, that's not an assumption, is it?
I'm sorry?
Mr. Robinson said everyone in that car knew he was bringing a gun. That's an assumption?
I didn't have information from Mr. Robinson that he said to everyone that he had a gun.
He never told you that, right?
No, you told me that.
All right, well, did you take a look at his tape statement or ask the prosecutors for his deposition to see that he said that under oath a couple of weeks or a month or two after this incident happened?
No, I never got that transcript.
How come?
I just didn't.
But you love doing follow-up. You said it's the most important thing. Once the case doesn't start until after the arrest is made, right?
Well, actually, you objected to that question. See, that's why you shouldn't have objected to that question. This was during direct examination. One of the they were talking about the 30 minutes that elapsed, I guess, between the time he was detained and the time he was formally arrested. And the prosecutor asked the question, isn't it true that there's an old saying that says the investigation doesn't really begin until, and then he objected. And so that's exactly what I would have let that in. I would have let her say until the arrest is made, because then you get to pound on her for saying that she arrested someone, and then you investigate them. You've arrested them for the crime, and then you're not going to spend the rest of your time investigating and trying to find out whether or not they actually did it. You're going to be investigating it based on the assumption that the person you arrested is the one that did it. It's confirmation bias. It's tunnel vision. And but he objected to the question. I would have objected to him bringing this question up if I was her, because he didn't let the question in.
So he shot himself in the foot with that, it sounds like.
Well, I mean, if I would have been the prosecutor, I would have just objected to that question because she didn't say that on direct examination.
So objection, assumes facts not in evidence, or misstating the testimony, something like that.
Yeah, but the prosecution didn't object to his not. So let's go. I hate her already.
You shouldn't make an arrest until you get all the facts, right?
That's not how that works, sir.
At least it looks good.
So you arrest somebody, and then you find out things, and it could be too late. You've already ruined their life by accusing them of these heinous crimes, possibly, right?
No.
What do you mean, no?
Not in your book. You don't believe that.
Not at all.
What do you mean, no? Oh, well,
so
never.
at 4 o'clock, let's talk about what you knew. You knew there was a shooting. You knew there was 39 shell casings.
Go
right?
ahead and arrest someone for CP. Go
Drive.
SA. Go ahead, and then you do
Told by
your
two guys.
Release them. Does that not ruin their life?
Cadillac, who came out of the Cadillac where the decedent was, that they went over there to talk to Mr. Rudolph, right?
Yes, sir.
And then violence ensued.
Yes, sir.
Right? That's kind of what you knew and went off of at that point. They didn't do anything wrong. They were innocent victims is what they basically told you, right?
I don't know. That's not specifically what they told me.
I didn't use the word innocent victim, but the gist of the conversation, they were telling you they didn't do anything wrong, right?
I mean, I'm not going to put words in their mouth, sir. They didn't state that.
Did they tell you they parked a block and a half away from Mr. Rudolph's home? That night when you first met him for the first time you interviewed him, the only time you interviewed Keyshawn Jones, did he tell you that?
I can't recall if they provided that specific detail. I know I had that detail, though.
You had it later on when you saw the video, right?
And when I spoke with Mr. Robinson as well, I can't recall if Keyshawn and Lowe discussed that specific detail.
They never told you that, did they?
I just said I can't recall, sir.
You knew this was a homicide case. You're coming to trial. This gentleman's fighting for his life. Another person died.
Overruled. Go ahead. Finish the question.
Another person died. My client's fighting for his life. Why wouldn't you be prepared and know what they told you or didn't tell you?
I said that specific detail. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Well, so you disagree and you believe it's possible they told you that they parked a block and a half when you spoke to them at the gas station at 40th and Broadway? Is that your testimony, that they may have told you that?
My testimony is that I can't recall if that specific detail was provided to me at that time.
Well, if it was, wouldn't you find that odd as a detective, even though you only had 3 or 4 cases? Wouldn't you find that odd? That they're parking a block and a half away when there's parking all over that neighborhood? Don't you find that strange?
Not particularly.
Not important, right?
Oh my God, you got an inexperienced burn.
I don't put words in your mouth. Not particularly. What does that mean? Why it's not particularly?
Well, there was an explanation given as to why they parked in that manner.
Well, wait a minute. You don't remember if they did that. You don't remember if they told you they parked all the way down there. What explanation could they have possibly given you about parking someplace you don't remember them explaining they were parked at? Did I just miss something here?
Was that on direct or?
It was just now. She just said, I can't say that I don't recall. I don't recall the specific fact of whether they said they parked down the block or not. And now she's saying they had an explanation for it.
That's a huge disparity, obviously.
I'm confused.
I'm also confused. You're in good company, I guess.
And I didn't miss everybody talking about Good Logic. Well, Good Logic isn't on this channel. That's his channel. I didn't miss a good clash on his channel. He's missing a great clash on my channel. So that's up to Joe. That's on Joe. That's Joe's fault for not being here. And Mandy Curvaceous, perhaps purposely mispronounced. I'm back, Jeff. I just watched Good Logic fighting out with one of those Twitter liberal kitty. I think he might have a heart attack. Joe is red. Well, see, if he would have been here paying attention to me and not doing that sort of stuff, he wouldn't have had an aneurysm and he wouldn't have been talking to one of those types. So there you go.
Am I discount Joe? Am I here because, I was the next best thing? Am I chopped liver?
No, I didn't ask Joe to be on.
Oh.
Given.
Okay.
Was consistent with what took place.
What was the explanation?
I wonder what Joe would have to say about this trial.
The explanation was that they parked down there as well as placed their phones in there because although they didn't necessarily go there with the intent to harm Mr. Rudolph, they were aware that there was a potential for a fight to occur. So they wanted to make sure that their belongings and that the vehicle was safe from that.
You don't find it suspicious as a police officer that somebody parks a block and a half away at 12 o'clock at night, getting involved in a grown man's relationship with a grown woman? You don't find that odd? They park a block and a half away. That doesn't ring a bell to you that these guys are up to no good. They're about to do something?
No, sir.
Especially when they said that there might be a fight.
Come on. That's
Anyone ever tell you that when they drove by Mr. Rudolph's home, the 4 guys in the car, they went directly in front of their house and started looking at cameras or saw the cameras?
No, sir.
Anyone ever tell you in that car that they passed the house first? They went right by the front door to do whatever they were going to do.
No, sir.
I saw that video
people
footage.
Park a block and a half away at 12 o'clock at night when there's parking all over the front of that house and the side of the house on 550 Teak Drive because they're about to do something like talking? Does that make sense to you?
I'm not sure what your question is, sir.
Well, you said not particularly. Didn't bother you. You thought it was not a big deal that they parked a block and a half away.
Is it reasonable for any person to park that far away?
Why don't you question Why don't you go back to Keyshawn Jones and never question him about that and say, why'd you park a block and a half away? Why don't you have another interview with him after the first one?
Because the content of the interview and the information that I was able to receive from him was very concise, it was very specific, and it provided me with the information that I needed to conduct my investigation.
Okay, well, that sounds like gobbledygook. Can you explain that in English? What exactly you're talking about?
I just
Any better than that? Can you give me examples of what you're referring to? Clear and concise, and the information I needed. What does that mean?
I think I was very specific in my answer, sir.
Oh, it's the best you can do with that one.
It is argumentative. Next question, please.
It satisfied our theory of the case and allowed us
So
to
you
do
a
less
10-minute
work because we
interview,
were
it costs you
lazy.
Another 10-minute interview, and then you leave the scene at 40th and Broadway?
No.
How long you stay there?
I believe I said earlier, I arrived, I believe I was there for about an hour and a half.
All right, while they're doing that, we have lurking here in chat, Caligula, who I want to give a special super thanks to before leaving a super thanks on the earlier stream from yesterday. Thank you so much for that super thanks you left. Anybody watching on replay, crew, you can just go down there and click that super thanks button. So super thanks to Caligula for leaving a super thanks on the previous video.
Well, Caligula is a stand-up guy, as everybody knows.
Caligula.
This look like the gas station that night?
I'm having a very hard time seeing what that is other than crime scene tape and a West Palm Beach police vehicle.
Also, the lower the lights, Judge, so she can see better.
So they can see better the picture that the department took.
May the witness step down, Judge.
Of course. Go ahead and step down. Watch your step getting down, Detective.
I'll hand you the microphone.
All super chats and super things are acknowledged. I just saw the email.
It's twisted around the
A cool
stand as
profile
well.
picture. It looks like Alex Gray,
There you go.
the painter.
They're currently wrestling over the microphone. Probably trying to rip it out of the prosecutor's hand. She probably thinks it's a
somebody's making love
chalupa
to
or
the
something.
microphone.
It's okay. I was able to see it.
Oh my God, these people!
You might
stop
want to keep the
manhandling
mic,
it. Jesus.
or at least turn it off while he's manhandling it.
Look like the gas station that you were at that night where the Cadillac was?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree the Cadillac was pulled all the way up to the fence area?
Stop molesting the
It was
technology,
over in
please.
that direction, yes, sir.
All right, and did you ever talk to a West Palm Beach police officer? The first one who arrived and at all? Did you ever talk to him?
I know I spoke with officers on scene. I can't recall if I specifically spoke with the first officer on scene.
Okay. Did you ever hear from the first officer or from one of his supervisors that he passed this area going north and had to make a U-turn and actually passed it again, then backed up, and the reflection of his lights actually hit the car, and that's when he backed up. His blue lights hit the car, and he saw two silhouettes back here by the fence area, in front of the fence area. Never heard that?
All that.
That could be important, right?
It could be.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
It could be.
Okay. It could be someone possibly hiding something behind the fence, right?
There's no evidence of that, sir.
Well, how could you find evidence if you don't even bother looking? Does it magically just show up?
Yeah, there's no
Well, how do you
evidence.
say there's no evidence of that?
yeah.
Because you didn't look, there's no evidence of that. But you don't really know if anything was back there because you never bothered checking, right?
If there's no evidence, no information that evidence exists, I don't look for it. I don't waste
What?
taxpayers' money to look for things that I have no information exists.
What?
Found out there was a gun, at least on April 8th, that belonged to Tyler.
Did she just say? So you're saying you don't investigate something unless someone else already investigates it and tells you about it?
I love the smug look on her face right now. It's this very like, are you seriously asking me that, Mr. Man? Kind of face. It's just like, dude, I'm sorry, but there was not a thorough investigation of the perimeter. There was the potential for multiple weapons to have been thrown willy-nilly, and they at the very least could have canvassed and gone through the grass and gone through,
She
like
doesn't
gone
want to
around.
waste your taxpayer money, Chandler.
No. She's like, do I look like the kind of woman who conducts a thorough investigation? No. Stop expecting me to do things that I'm not capable of doing.
She's not going to walk through the bushes and look for guns right next to the other gun.
I have no respect for this woman.
Just because there's no evidence there's other guns, because nobody looked through there to tell her there was no guns, to go look through there to see if there are guns. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I can't with this. I mean, we don't have to play smash or pass here. Obviously smash, but like I have no respect for her. None.
The lead what? The lead investigator? Doesn't investigate?
Nope.
Because
they
there's
don't
no
do
evidence of
investigations.
anything that she should investigate?
They don't have to investigate. They're just looking for what they want to find. That's the
She
whole
literally
point.
said there's no evidence of any evidence being over there, so she didn't look for the evidence.
Yeah, it's a circular argument in every sense. In fact, there's no circle. It's just like a closed
It's a
loop.
fucked up argument.
It's a really, really stupid argument. And I love how she like the tone in her voice is acting like it's the most logical, reasonable thing in the world. Like, you're making no sense, ma'am. None.
And why is there a remote control taped to the wall?
It's a good question. I don't know. Just noticed that. There's so many things to be exasperated about, Jeff. And I feel like I'm just joining the fun. Thank you for having me to end on the party.
It's been dull for the last 5 hours, 51 minutes, and 34 seconds.
Oh, man.
Now it's picking up.
Fucking
Jesus,
Flux.
why didn't you guys just tell me to skip?
Flux, I can't believe Flux did this to us. Flux.
Well, she said she was going to join, and then between the time it took her to say I'll join and me to send her the link, she fell asleep apparently.
Oh no.
So
that's so sad.
Yeah.
And also, I'm kind of mad about it because I feel like it would have been fun to have her.
People in chat are saying she repeats this like a million times, so I'll stop harping on it. No, it's probably Velcro, but it's just saying tape because Chandler has tape on her wall.
I do.
Not the particular wall behind her, just like the usual the O.J. Simpson wall.
Yeah. Oh my god. At least her hair looks good. That's the only nice thing I can say about her. Is her hair looks better than the female prosecutors. That's
She's
all.
got the eyebrows. She's got the eyebrows. The eyebrows are on point. I like a thick eyebrow.
Yeah, that works. Good, a good strong brow.
Not so much the fetal alcohol syndrome eyes, but we're okay.
Yeah, the eyes are very
Robinson, now you know the guys in the
spaced
car lied
apart.
to you at the scene, right?
No.
Oh, they didn't lie to you about no one having a gun.
That does not mean that people lied to me.
Oh, okay.
Is what I'm saying.
That means they were truthful. Right?
What the fuck was that?
It's funny? You laughing?
Not funny at all.
What's going on here?
Well, the point is, when you find out there's a gun, it at least belonging to Tyler Robinson, one of the assailants or posse that went over my client's house, why didn't you go back and check behind the fence then?
Because that is not information which would lead me to believe that anybody else in the vehicle was armed.
You're serious about it?
Sorry.
You really don't believe anyone else could have been armed? After two guys tell you nobody was armed, the third guy tells Tyler Robinson, you know that he told the first officers and the officer in the hospital, he never said he had a gun, right? He lied about that too.
No, sir.
You don't know that?
That they lied? No.
That Tyler Robinson did not tell the first responding officers, and he did not tell the officer in the hospital who interviewed him, I think it was Detective Ethany, something like that. You knew that Tyler Robinson never told anybody from law enforcement he had a gun until you confronted him on the 8th. Right?
I knew that Tyler Robinson had just been shot 3 times. He was in an extremely traumatic situation, and it is not abnormal at all during an extremely traumatic situation for someone to not remember things that you and I think would be important, or remember things that you and I may think wouldn't be important. It is not.
What is with the way that she's moving her face?
The question is, isn't it true Tyler Robinson did not tell the first responding officers while he was sitting up, and according to the paramedics, he was doing okay as his vitals and the speech. You don't even know that, do you? You never heard that, did you?
Heard what? I'm sorry, I didn't understand that one.
That the paramedics who came, there was testimony from a paramedic here, that the paramedic said that he was okay in his speech and his thoughts, and there was testimony that he was sitting up in pain, but he was sitting up on an upward trajectory sitting up from the floor. You don't know that, do you?
I don't know that he said that. I'm having trouble understanding what you're asking me,
You know
sir.
Tyler Robinson's condition when the police first found him before the paramedics came, do you?
Now I know that they administered first aid, but
Did you ever look at the paramedics report or talk to any of the paramedics to find out this guy was talking okay and speaking okay and he had clear speech?
no.
Oh.
But why are you making an assumption? He just got shot. He was not all with it. And it's not unusual people who are not all with it to forget things. Why are you making that assumption?
Forget that he had an
Why
extended
Tyler Robinson was
magazine
like
of
that?
TARS loaded with hollow point bullets that he threw behind a fence.
Because I'm explaining the normal reaction that I have witnessed time and time and time again in homicide investigations and just investigations in general.
All right, so let me go back to my question. Isn't it true Tyler Robinson did not tell the first deputies at the scene that he tossed a gun or he had a gun? Isn't that true?
Absolutely.
Isn't it true at the hospital when he was... Who spoke to him at the hospital, do you know?
That was Detective Ema.
Ema. What's his full name?
Polsner Ema.
Okay. And he's a homicide detective?
No, sir. He's a gang detective.
Okay. A lot of experience?
I believe so.
More than you, right?
I'm sure he does.
Okay. And he was tasked with speaking to Tyler Robinson, right?
Yes, sir.
Tyler Robinson did mention to him, Detective Ema, Posner Ema, that he tossed a gun or hit a gun anywhere, right?
You're absolutely right.
First time he ever did that was when you confronted him.
When I spoke with him, yes, sir.
Wasn't a confrontation, it was just a speech. Just talking to him, right?
It was an interview.
You didn't grill him at all, did you?
Grill him?
Yeah, grill him, like I'm trying to do with you. Forcefully trying to get to the truth. You didn't do that.
I love this attorney.
You didn't grill him? Yeah, like I'm trying to do to you.
Oh my
Lord.
God.
That was nice. At least he's being honest.
I appreciate this guy's honesty a lot, actually. It's making this a little more
She's not
entertaining.
too fast, but certainly
Oh.
furious.
Oh my God.
And Josh Finnis, Cyril Figgis. I've lost all hope in the fair justice after Zachariah Anderson trial. Love your content, Jeff and Chandler. Well, we love your super chat. Thank you so much for that, Josh.
Thanks, Josh. That's so nice.
And yeah, speaking of fair and justice and everything else, how are we doing on the poll so far? It seems to be swinging even further away from the prosecution. Today, the poll is only so far 7% guilty, 82% not guilty, and a mere 10% hung jury.
I heard that Law and Crime was similar, which kind of disturbed me.
Yeah, they're like 85% last time I checked.
Whew, that's something.
Yes, the defense lawyer used to be a prosecutor. That is correct. You mentioned that in chat.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Oh, it works to
Wow.
his advantage. Yes, grilling, like I'm trying to do to you right now.
I'm just looking at the eyes. She's like, oh God, what's coming next? All right. We're never gonna get through this. Oh my God. I was just like, all right, let's power through this like we powered through the previous bajillion hours.
It's hard to power through. It's not really like the pacing is not conducive to that at all.
Well, no, the problem is literally every answer she gives is a shit answer that makes me want to stop, pause, and rant for 5 minutes like I've just done.
Better or worse than Dennis Fung? Is she worse than Fung?
Well, this is like early Fung, before
Yeah.
he just started getting punch drunk.
Waterboarder. Torture her, waterboard. So she get her to hug the prosecutor. The
Seriously,
I
I don't think they're gonna hug this one out.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, it's like literally every sentence. Every sentence she has said has made me want to stop and rant for 5 minutes. So I can't even talk over her because I'll miss another 2 or 3 stupid things she says.
She's
and
really
Thomas Deserano says, "You're looking at her eyes. Is it taking so long because they're so far apart?"
Oh man. Oh.
That was good. I like that.
I didn't try to force anything. No, sir.
You say, tell me what happened. Is this your gun? What happened after that? That was your attitude, right?
I don't know what attitude you're alleging, sir.
One that didn't
You just never walked up to the guy in the hospital and, "Why the fuck did he shoot you?"
Okay, so when you find out he has a gun, there's no reason in the world you would search behind this fence or the fence that's next to the gas station on the other side, the north side, right?
Correct.
Okay. Not important.
I never said that.
Why did you do it?
Because I can only look for evidence that I have information may exist.
No, that's not
And you
it
ignored the
at
fact that
all.
The decedent was sitting there with his hand.
Excuse
I can
me,
take a gun and put it in
what
my
did
hand
she
and show you
just say?
Exactly the same position as someone.
Wait a
taking gun.
second.
She
Wait.
can't look for evidence that she can't investigate evidence that she doesn't know exists.
Oh my God, are you
You
kidding
disagree?
me?
There was a possibility this man had a gun in his hand. The decedent, the way his
Bitch, please.
That is not
Let
how
me put it to you
investigations work.
this way.
Oh my God.
If you're investigating evidence, if you're looking for evidence that you've already found, you don't need to look for it. Just saying.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I can't look for evidence I don't know exists. All right. That's like I lost my keys. I found it in the last place I looked. Yeah, because you don't keep looking for your keys after you found them, do you? But you look for them. Oh my Lord. She's triggering me.
So her whole concept basically here is saying that Well, she doesn't know that the guns might exist, so therefore she's not going to look for them.
Yeah, she has no reason to believe that there might be any relevant evidence anywhere that someone hasn't already pointed out to her as the lead investigator. So she's not going to, why would she look for it?
Which is bullshit, because here's the thing. There is a lot of reason to believe that guns might exist. A lot of reason.
That. Fingerprint. I mean, just that's the whole. That's your
I'm
whole
just saying.
job as an
I'm just
investigator.
okay. No, I'm
It's
just saying.
just-
Going by her
no.
logic, by her logic, Jeff. She's saying if she doesn't know that it might exist, then she can't look for it. Guns might exist easily, so of course you can fucking look for it. Jesus.
Why don't you just canvass the area? That's why you canvass the area. That's why. Well, you know, there's a child missing. Well, hell, I'm not going to investigate it because there's no evidence to tell us where she is. That's why you canvass the area. That's why you crawl around under cars, and that's why you look on top of roofs. That's why you look around at least a reasonable area to canvass to see if there's some evidence that's around there. You don't wait for, I mean, this just makes no sense. I can't look for evidence I don't know exists. You look for it to see whether or not there's something there that might be evidence. This is just
I mean, I can understand, okay, if she's trying to frame this in terms of a probable cause affidavit and, you know, saying that, like, there are specific things in a warrant that she can and cannot look for legally as required by law. If she frames it that way, then maybe okay. But the way that she's saying it just sounds so fucking stupid, it makes me want to scream.
Yeah, and as people mentioned here in chat, it's like, okay, they found one gun from a guy that said he didn't have a gun, so maybe that might suggest that the other 3 people that said they didn't have a gun, well, the other 2 people, the other 3, yeah, I guess it was 2 people that said they didn't have a gun. Maybe they were lying and maybe there were guns. I'm flailing with my arms. That's how upset I'm at.
No, but then there's this other aspect to it, which is really interesting to me, where she's talking about how she's not going to interrogate this young guy because he just got shot. And he, you know, and I'm sorry, but there is this tinge of like, he just got shot and he's a person of color and we weren't going to traumatize him any further, considering his experience that he went through. You know, he's such a marginalized member of society. I mean, I'm sorry, but there's that there. It's just there.
Mandy bringing the Spaceballs heat, combs the desert. We ain't found shit.
Mm-hmm.
Bringing the Spaceballs. Oh my Lord! This is the 3rd time she said it, and the 3rd time I've stopped it. I've got to stop saying it when I've got to stop stopping when she starts saying this stupid shit again.
I know, but it's just like I was just couldn't help it.
You
disagree with that?
Disagree that he had a gun in his hand?
Possibly had a gun.
Many things are possible, sir, but it's not necessarily consistent with that.
And you have medical training as a medical examiner?
I absolutely never said that.
You have forensic training in terms of death grips and have read articles about military people who hold guns and are unfortunately killed in the line of duty?
I
No.
don't have that expertise, no, sir.
Okay, so it never even dawned on you that the man sitting in the passenger seat who's died could have possibly had a gun in his hand prior to death?
I would say no, because other factors would lead me to believe that that was not the case.
Because the other 2 guys, first of all, told you no one had a gun, right?
No, sir.
How hard would it be to ask crime scene to go check the roofs or the fence area for you? Broadway, you could have done that if you wanted to, right?
Absolutely.
Could have had a drone look up there at the roofs?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. 100%.
Right?
1,000%.
If I had done all those things, yes, sir.
If I had done all those things, if you had done any of those things.
It's not something I focused on because I had no information that that was a thing.
How do you uncover the truth if someone's lying to you and trying to sell you a bill of goods, trying to let you think they're innocent victims? In any case, how do you challenge them and go around and investigate to find out if these people are being honest with you? Or you just take everyone at face value who claims they're a victim?
Because when I have evidence which suggests otherwise, I do.
Okay. But you can't get evidence if you don't challenge somebody, correct?
I don't challenge every single person unless I have reason to believe or to challenge them.
Jeez, anyone in this case, did you? Any of the witnesses? None.
Challenge and what? I don't know what you're referring to, sir.
Referring to trying to get to the truth, saying, why did you lie to me when I was on scene? Why did you tell me no one had a gun? Why didn't you do that?
Because the statements they made were not necessarily lies.
How the fuck would you know that unless you questioned them, unless you asked them?
Either Chris Lowe or
Oh my
Keyshawn
Lord,
Jones told you at the
woman,
gas station area that
investigator.
Keyshawn
Oh,
said
laws.
in a group chat that my client Travis Rudolph is a dead man walking, right?
Well, Mr. Lowe wasn't involved in that text conversation, so I wouldn't expect him to know that.
Still didn't answer my question. You don't know if anyone showed it to him, do you?
No, sir, I don't.
You didn't even ask.
No, I didn't.
To this day, you never called Chris Lowe and said, Mr. Lowe, do you know about this? It's a group message. Did anyone show it to you or talk to you about it? Did any of the fellows talk about it? You didn't do that.
No, sir.
You didn't answer my question about Keyshawn Jones or Chris Lowe. Neither one of them mentioned to you at the scene on 40th and Broadway that Keyshawn sent a message to his sister shortly before this shooting happened that Travis is a dead man walking. You didn't get that from either one of those gentlemen, right?
Not on the night of this incident, no, sir.
You never got it from Keyshawn. You found it on his phone, but he never told you that, right?
I
In
can't.
an interview, sworn interview, never told you that.
I didn't really
Are you
care enough
telling
to
me
look.
I'm telling you and asking you.
It wasn't important.
agree?
Are you asking me or are you telling me, sir?
I'm asking you, isn't that true? He never told you that on a sworn interview to this day.
I can't recall if that specific thing was mentioned or not.
Well, go look in your notes and see if you can tell us when he told you that. Yeah, you have a
Want me to
homicide book and you have all your reports. You save them all, right?
I love how she's-
Look in your notes and tell me,
Oh, sorry.
isn't it, if there's a possibility when he told you that he texted Travis Rudolph, I'm not Travis, his sister, and Tyler Robinson that Travis is a dead man walking.
And while she's looking at her notes, Crystal Pontac has gifted
I'm
one
asking
Legal
about when he found
Vices
his phone. I'm
membership.
asking you an interview that was sworn to.
Oh, fabulous.
That was
She
sworn
was
to,
a
no,
lucky
sir.
person. Say thanks.
He never told you that, right?
Not in a sworn interview, no, sir.
Not in any reports that it was an unsworn interview that he told you that, is it?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so he never told you that, period. Right?
Okay, possibly. No.
Possibly or no?
She's so
I don't
confident
recall whether that was something that was said to me beforehand.
in talking about how bad an investigator she is.
Told you and admitted to you that he told his sister and Tyler Robinson that Travis is a dead man walking on a text message, a group text.
There is no report of that, sir.
He never told you, right?
I've answered that question twice, sir.
She's just like, it doesn't matter.
I answered three
You're not
fucking
answering clearly.
times.
I don't follow the answer. Now
Are
you're
you not
saying-
embarrassed that information came out to
I'm
show that
saying
the
there
people
is
that you
no report
interviewed
of him
lied?
making that statement, and I agree there is no sworn statement where he didn't say that, but I can't recall if that was something that was brought up during an unsworn conversation with him.
Well,
Oh my
you're good at
God.
note taking and writing reports. I mean, that's part of your job. You would have put that in a report, right? Disagree with that?
I would think so, yes, sir.
These people are such obvious
So-
liars.
Would you agree you never once confronted Keyshawn Jones when you
It's
you found
astonishing
out
to
about
me.
those messages when his phone that was in the back of the car that he couldn't get back because whatever was going on, it was in the trunk. You all kept it, right? You didn't give it back to that phone.
No, sir,
Why'd you give it back to him?
because it was inside the vehicle that a
Okay.
incident victim was in.
You don't know who really the victim in this case is, right?
Oh,
That's false.
You have no personal knowledge. What really happened that night, other than what a couple of guys told you for a few minutes, and all the other investigation, we'll talk about what you did. We may have an opinion, but you don't really know what happened, do you? You personally?
Based on my investigation, I have determined who the victims are in this incident.
Okay. By not searching the fence area, by not searching the roofs, that solidifies your opinion who the victim is,
Not
right?
challenging people on their lives.
The totality of my investigation is what tells me who my
totality of your
victims are.
investigation.
We'll keep talking about your totality.
It's like this.
How many West Palm police officers do you
That
think
was
were there?
good.
You collected all the body cams. Remember
This
you
guy's
told
so
that to the
fucking
prosecutors. There were at
sassy.
least 25, 30 West Palm Beach police officers at that
He's
scene on
spicy.
40th and Broadway at different times?
We'll
I
keep talking
collected
about your
13
totality.
body-worn camera videos, and I asked for all the body-worn camera videos
Okay.
related to this incident.
Do you believe there was more officers, or you don't know?
I don't believe so. I know I asked for all of them, and I received 13.
Did anyone do a log of who was in that crime scene or not in that crime scene? On 40th and Broadway, so you would know how many people were inside of it?
There would have been, yes.
Where's that?
I'm not sure. There should have been.
You know what,
This
sir?
is
I'm
on
an
the record,
attractive
right?
female, and I don't know why you're challenging
have
me
that.
on this because I'm obviously good looking.
You
And I
tell us
don't
how many
need to sound
supervisors
smart.
showed up, how many police officers showed up from the city of West Palm before you got there, right?
Before I got there, no, sir.
And how about when you got there? How many were left in that area, in the street, in the parking lot, in the vicinity, right around that area?
It was consistent with the information that I received from West Palm Beach Police Department.
13.
Yes,
Okay. You didn't ask any of those officers to help you look for anything around that area, did you?
absolutely not.
What?
What would it hurt if you had all those officers there? Why would it bother you, or why would it not?
Absolutely
And so
not.
Why would you say absolutely not? That's weird.
do go on and tell us why absolutely not. Was there some kind of moratorium on asking them for assistance?
That's a weird word to use.
It doesn't make any sense. I mean, she seems very, what I love about her, she seems incredibly confident, and she has a lot of, she thinks that she is the smartest person in the room, and she thinks that but it's just like, the things she's saying are so fucking stupid. Yeah. And it's incredible, the disparity between her confidence and her stupidity. I mean, she's talking about like, oh, well, I didn't determine that they were necessarily lies, except later on it came out that they were lies. And so you're confidently sitting here going, oh, well, they weren't at the time. It's just like, do you not know how stupid that makes you look and how incompetent? She doesn't seem to care. It's incredible. I'm just astonished at this woman's cockiness. It's beyond me. She thinks she did the best investigative job in the world.
Wow.
It's insane. Is it just me?
Yeah. Marloka, member for 8 months for the Clean and Sober crew, says, "Hi, Jeff, everyone. It's nice Ben here in the chat with y'all. Oh, thank you so much. Isaac Baruch's wholesome gabagool art. Bringing to super chat. Long time no see. Hey, Vices, long time, but always good time. Love ya. You too. Welcome back."
I remember that guy.
Casper Anderson, let me do this again. Casper Anderson says the "see you next Tuesday" should be fired the second she steps out of this courtroom. There's no accountability for shitty police work. Well, they can't fire her, because then she could point to all the shitty stuff they do. Oh, and a little bit sleepy, member for 1 month of the Clean and Sober crew, says this goes beyond reasonable doubt to complete an utter disbelief. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Apparently. Yeah.
Not be prudent to at
Jesus
least ask them
Christ.
to go check
That was
around the
loud.
immediate area. And I'm not talking just where the car was. I'm talking behind fences, roofs, in front of the parking lot. Why would you do that?
Because if I have no information that evidence exists, I don't look for evidence that I have no information exists. That would utilize
does that mean?
resources. I can't even imagine the amount of money of taxpayers' dollars that would cost to do that. And if I have no information that evidence exists, I'm not going to go on a wild goose chase looking for things that I have no information exist.
This is an ontological tautology that's like, it's a snake eating itself. It's an Ouroboros.
403rd time she said this, and the 403rd time I've stopped. But I don't understand. What is this? The
And
investigator
look at her face.
isn't.
Look at her face. She loves explaining it.
Yes.
She loves telling this guy like he's so stupid,
The investigator, the lead investigator on a case shouldn't investigate anything unless it's already been investigated and shown to exist. I can't with her. I was excited to get to this testimony, and I really wanted to get to it. Now I just want to cry. I just want to curl up in a fetal position, fully clothed in the shower, and just cry. She's
I get
hurting
it.
my soul.
I'm so sorry. You've made your way through this entire freaking trial, and you have a lot of chutzpah. I gotta give it to you, because I couldn't stand. Okay, I came on for that little bit, and I was just like, oh, dear Lord, save me from this. And I'm Jewish, so I mean, I don't know why I was invoking the name of the Lord. That just tells you where it brought me.
Yeah.
Personally, in a very dark spiritual place. So I mean, you've done hours and hours and hours of this, and I just, God bless you, Jeff. I can't. It's too much.
The lead investigator on a case should not investigate anything that she doesn't know exists, and the only way she would know they exist is if somebody investigated it and found it. So, ergo, 3 triangle dots, the lead investigator should never investigate anything that hasn't already been investigated and found.
Mm-hmm. That's
My Lord.
Yeah.
Caligula with the Canadian dollars. Darwin pointed it out ages ago. Ignorance more frequently begets confidence than does knowledge. Correct.
Dunning-Kruger.
Magician Sapphire. Legal Vices. Who's worse, this investigator or the doctor who was Amber Heard's expert witness who got grilled by 10? This she's way worse.
Worse than
She's
Don
way
Hughes?
worse.
Don Hughes, who got totally creamed by Dennison. Yeah, that was epic. Definitely epic.
Yeah,
the one who
she's way
sat there,
worse.
the one who sat there and said that, oh, well, when women abuse men, it's just because they're fighting back and because they deserve to. Like, no. I mean, I'm sorry. Different situation. This lady,
Nobody
no.
in the Amber Heard case was going to go to jail for the rest of their natural born life.
That is very true.
At least the doctor read something or looked at something. This woman here, the lead investigator, hasn't looked at anything that wasn't already looked at. Oh my Lord.
It is this woman's job to interview these witnesses. And I mean,
Tourette's
it's like
majestic.
She's like, oh, he was shot. This guy was shot, and so he needed to rest, and he had like a couple little shrapnel wounds. He was so traumatized that they couldn't ask him straight up questions to figure out what the hell happened. I mean, are you serious?
Tourette's majestic says, "Don't bring the taxpayers into this." Well,
Unfortunately, the taxpayers
right.
are always going to part of, any criminal justice system. It's like taxpayer dollars. Yeah, will go towards something like this. We're in it whether you like it or not.
All right.
Press play.
Sorry to
Let's get
sorry
through
to
it.
pause it again.
Let's
I
get
know.
through it.
Sorry to pause it again.
At any point.
Well, you knew there was a shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
Good.
And the information you received from these victims that you call them,
It's a
the
smart
alleged
question.
victims, is that they were doing absolutely nothing wrong. They had no guns, and they were shot by a crazy man, basically, who shot them for no reason. That was what they basically told you, and the gist of it, right?
I'm not going to say yes to a gist that is a wild approximation of things that were said, sir.
You have to be a crazy man, and if you shoot all those times in that car, the way that car was lit up, if no one's pointing a gun at you or nobody's threatening you, that's crazy. It's insane. I mean, not legally insane, but that's nuts to do that, right?
I wouldn't make a judgment such as that.
You don't think that's vicious and cruel?
I'm not going to make a judgment such as that, sir.
You don't study psychology and being a detective and profiling people?
I'm not a psychologist. No, sir.
That's
They
what
didn't say
psychology-
you were.
Don't you study profiling and the types of people that do violent crimes? Don't you take courses on this?
There are courses, yes, sir.
You don't take them?
I take courses, but they're not specifically criminal psychology. And this sounds like FBI type courses. I've never taken any of those.
Never had a college degree,
No, I don't.
right? And I'm not making fun because there's plenty of people who are geniuses and make tons of money without college degrees. I'm just asking if you have one in this area at all.
In what area?
In criminology or police work.
I don't have a college
Competency.
degree, so no.
When you went to Palm Beach State, that wasn't really college. That was they were running courses to become a police officer, right?
It was the police academy, sir.
Right. I mean,
It's a certificate,
you don't get a bachelor's degree or associate's degree with that, right?
not with the academy, no, sir.
All right. And how many hours is that, or how many months is that?
Okay, that is actually really petty of the defense lawyer to someone just because someone doesn't go to college, doesn't get a degree, doesn't mean they're not good at their job. That's kind of petty,
fair.
but Shannon Seven said they went looking for trouble to his home. Ugh. Well, they said they weren't going looking for trouble, and nobody had any guns, so she had no reason to assume, or even speculate about the merest possibility that they would be going to a house for trouble that night. And a little bit sleepy. My contribution to the Save Jeff Sanity Fund. Thank you so much.
That's why I'm here.
Probably a bit late. Probably a bit late.
Last.
Oh goodness, I'm not sure of the hours, but it
She
was.
doesn't know how many hours she had to have.
I want to say about 8 months long. No, I had to work.
How about part-time? How many hours you were doing it a week approximately?
Well, it was a longer process. I think the full time is about 6 months long. Mine was 8 months long because I did the part-time academy because I had to work as well. So I would go to work during the day, and then at night I would go to the academy.
All right. So
everybody works.
in your mind, it would be a waste of resources to ask anyone from West Palm to conduct a search because you had no evidence that one needed to be done. So we're not wasting taxpayers' money, right?
In my mind, and through my investigation, I had no information that any evidence existed that there were other firearms on
Because
this, utilized
you
at all
didn't
in
go
this
and
case, aside
look.
from that of Mr. Travis Rudolph's.
Okay. So the firearm.
No matter how much she
9mm gun that was
bobs
a
and
Taurus,
shakes her
you
head
believe
around,
that's a real
doesn't
gun?
make her answer any
I
smarter.
never said that, sir.
Well, how do you know that gun wasn't pointed? You can't tell us with any certainty, based on everything you did in this case, that Tyler Robinson pointed his gun at Mr. Rudolph and his brother, or did not point his gun? You don't know that, do you?
No.
You have no way of knowing that.
No.
Did he tell you, Tyler Robinson, he brought his gun because he wanted to be a man?
I don't believe that was stated.
He didn't have a concealed weapons permit, did he, Tyler Robinson, back on April 7th and April 6th of 2021?
He had applied for it and had his G license, but I don't believe he had his concealed carry permit yet.
All right. So he was carrying a gun illegally if it was in his pocket, right?
Technically, yes, I suppose so.
What do you mean technically? It is or it
You do
isn't?
that all the time, don't you? Well, maybe not as a homicide detective, but when you were a road patrol, you did that.
I've arrested people for that before.
That's a felony, right?
Yes, sir.
You got up to 5 years in prison.
Yes, sir.
You never charged Mr. Robinson with carrying a concealed firearm, right?
Absolutely not.
What do you mean absolutely
Did you
not?
give him immunity or a free
Absolutely
pass
not.
because he was helping you?
No, sir.
You made up your mind. As soon as you put the cuffs on this man, you made up your mind, and now.
What do you mean absolutely not? It's
Why
like,
the hell
it's how
not?
absurd of you to suggest that we would arrest a guy carrying a concealed weapon without a concealed weapons carry permit. What is it with this absolutely thing?
It seems, I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't understand. This is a felony. And he was technically committing a felony, right? And she doesn't seem to care. So these witnesses are being treated with some kind of exceptional treatment. There's something special about them. They're not being subjected to the same kind of laws and rules and scrutiny that other people would. Why? Because he got hit with some shrapnel? I'd really like to understand what it is that makes this guy so freaking special that he doesn't get charged with a felony that anybody else would be charged with. That doesn't make any sense. Absolutely not. Really, lady?
That's weird. Why absolutely?
Like the
That's such a weird thing to
confidence. She's so confident the way that she says that. It's like there's a really good reason.
Yeah, like you're an idiot. Of course I wouldn't arrest him.
Like what
Weird.
are we missing? Because I don't think we're missing anything.
She's an idiot.
She's
and we're
really
not really
stupid.
missing that.
She's
Yeah.
really stupid, but she thinks that she has just all the right answers. It's
Tater
infuriating.
Tot says, "Do you think defense is a good lawyer?" I think he's a great lawyer.
Oh, he's fantastic.
I think yeah. I mean, he's very well. He's very well decorated, very well respected. He does murder trials and things like that. He was a prosecutor for a while, or I mean, by while I think it was 15, 16 years, something like that. He was for a long time. But yeah, I think he's a great lawyer. But she's a shitty witness.
Are you trying to support your case and forget about everything else? Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely not, sir.
And tell this jury one good reason why you wouldn't charge Tyler Robinson with carrying a concealed firearm if that's what he admitted and you have proof that he did it.
So when I'm conducting a homicide investigation, my focus is on a homicide investigation and to find out and to substantiate whether an unlawful homicide occurred or did not occur. My focus is not on arresting everybody and anybody that I possibly can for anything that I possibly find. That's simply not how we operate when we conduct these investigations. My focus isn't just to get everybody in trouble that I possibly can.
They can have a little felony as
I
a
am
treat.
homicide detective.
Not be
and my
charged, right?
focus is on conducting a homicide investigation.
You have a duty to the people of the state of Florida, don't you, ma'am?
Absolutely, sir.
You see a crime. If you're in a store,
Stop saying absolutely.
somebody shoplifting.
You keep using this word. I don't think it means
Just
what you
say
think it
yes.
means.
Not necessarily, sir.
Why can't you
If
say
you see
yes?
Somebody stealing stuff from a shop owner, you just say, all right, go ahead. I don't
Well,
know,
she's
might
only
get
done 4. This is her
Suppose it
4th
depends on the
lead, so.
situation.
All right. Well, if this wasn't a big enough case to
Thank you,
sell
Mandy. Do
firearms,
you wonder how
somebody
many more
called,
cases she fudged up?
one of the other 1,000 to 2,000 deputies in Palm Beach County to go make that arrest if you wanted to, right?
If I wanted to delegate another deputy to conduct that investigation, I suppose I could have.
Then do that.
Absolutely not.
Look, sorry, I'm very used to
Jump around a
getting
little
by
bit
on my
with,
looks, and I'm offended that you have
with
to
Dominique
ask me
Jones.
hard questions.
When did you hear about her name? It was the first time you
Just
heard
say
about her name on
absolutely to
April
everything.
7th, 2021?
Yeah.
Yes.
Went to the hospital at St. Mary's?
Yes.
And you never took her phone on April 7th, did you?
No.
And you didn't bother to take her phone or get her phone until April 16th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true you told Dominique Jones, do not erase nothing from that phone? Isn't that true?
We discussed the importance of not eliminating any data.
Did you tell her not to destroy
you told her,
anything?
don't erase nothing from that phone.
Not in such words, but that was a topic that was discussed.
All right, that's important to you as a detective. Make sure that someone doesn't tamper with evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
And you made that perfectly clear to her. Whatever words I want to use or your words that you actually use, you made that really clear to Dominique Jones, not to tamper with data, I think was your words, right?
Yes.
All right. And that wasn't a joke. You were serious about it.
Of course.
And tampering with evidence in a capital felony is a first-degree felony, right?
Yes.
You can get up to 30 years in prison for doing that potentially, right?
Yes.
And Dominique Jones did tamper with evidence in this case. Isn't that true?
She approached me with the information.
The answer is yes or no, and then you can explain. Isn't it true that she tampered with evidence in this case, ma'am?
I would say no.
Okay.
She
So,
deleted a text
erasing
message where she said, shoot her
text
shit
messages
up.
from your brother. Travis is a dead man walking right before this incident occurred, and her directing her two brothers, one blood and one friend brother, to go to this house and shoot his shit up and trying to hide that from law enforcement when she gave you the phone. That's not tampering?
I'm sorry. Did you say somebody was a blood?
Yeah, well, she said there was two brothers. One's a blood brother and one's
Oh, I'm sorry.
friend brother. I don't know what word you used.
I
Jesus.
misunderstood. I thought you were referring to a gang.
I can't.
How did this woman get a... Oh, wait, she's a cop. Never mind. I can't. I'm sorry. Is it what? The bar is not very high. I can't. Dear Lord. Good God.
Did you say blood?
This is the most incompetent witness I've ever seen. And that's...
Fucking
and I've
hell.
seen some incompetent witnesses. But wow.
All right, whatever.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
I didn't say that.
I misunderstood you. I apologize. In and of itself, yes, if deleting a text message, of course, would be considered tampering with evidence. However,
Of course.
Yes.
because she approached me first and she told me, listen, I freaked out. I had sent a text message. I knew it would be misconstrued and I freaked out and I
Misconstrued.
deleted it. I didn't ask for that.
Misconstrued.
She divulged that information to me first and foremost.
What day
Who
did
the fuck cares?
I'm sorry.
What day did she do that?
When I spoke with her when she came in, and that's why.
Question is what day?
Oh, that was April 15th. That was when I spoke with her.
All right, so for 8 days, you didn't have this information, right?
No.
And the only reason Dominique told you that she did it because you already found it out from her brother's phone, right?
No, that's false.
What day did you get the brother's phone?
I was sometime in May. I believe it was May 22nd. May I check?
Yeah, sure. I'm talking Keyshawn Jones.
Yes,
blood
sir.
brother.
Yes, I understand.
Did you say it was a blood?
The May 22nd was the first time that I reviewed Keyshawn Jones' phone. On the 15th, that was the date that he provided me with the signed consent. So I couldn't download the phone prior to receiving that signed consent.
They didn't
Yeah,
tamper
warrant
with
the
it.
phone. Could've downloaded it sooner if you'd bothered to get a warrant, right?
No. I can't
She
get a warrant
deleted
if
it
I don't have probable
and then
cause.
said sorry. So that means that
So,
she shouldn't be convicted of a felony
Keyshawn
that could
Jones
result in
signs the
30
consent
years.
on the 15th, and miraculously, the same day that Dominique knows her brother gave you consent, she knows the text message is going to be on her brother's phone and Tyler's phone. She knows that. She sent it, right? She had to know that.
I'm not going to assume what she knew and didn't know, sir.
Okay. Well, the gig is up. At that point, she knows there's two phones that were left in the car because they couldn't get rid of them fast enough, and you were going to find
Hang
those
on,
messages.
I'll be right back.
Disagree with that?
Again, I'm not going to speak to what Miss Jones was thinking or not thinking.
You're a detective. You don't think that way? That's not how you think?
As a detective, I most certainly don't make up in my head what other people are thinking in their heads. That
All right. So
that would be bad police work.
bad if you don't do it and you let people get away with things and not charge them, right?
To assume what somebody's thinking without having any evidence of that, that would be bad.
Did you ask her, isn't it true, ma'am? On the 15th, your brother gave permission. His phone, he couldn't get back because it was in the trunk. Tyler Robinson's phone was in the door pocket. And you knew, ma'am, that I'm going to find those messages. That's why you came in here. Did you ask her anything like that?
I did not.
Okay. Bottom line is you didn't charge her with tampering with evidence where she could possibly face 30 years in prison, right?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
What's the difference between not
not.
doing it and absolutely?
It's the same level of not, sir.
100% not.
Okay.
It's the same level of not.
I can't charge somebody, right?
Oh, God.
I don't believe you can. I assume you're not a law enforcement officer, sir.
You have the power to do it.
Yes, sir.
You have the power not to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of power to get people to say things or not say things and charge them or not charge them. That shield carries a lot of power with it, right?
I would absolutely never do that. I never have, and I never would.
Never would.
So how
Excuse me?
does Dominique Jones wind up talking to you? She come to the police department, you go to her?
She came to the Violent Crimes Division offsite.
That's when she signs the consent?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why there is no text messages on her phone? Did she admit to you she erased them, or do you have proof she erased them? How do you know that?
I know that that text message wasn't on her phone, but it was in the other two phones.
Okay, and there's many other texts missing from Dominique's phone as well, aren't there? You don't know?
I wouldn't know that, no, sir.
How about her call logs? Did she erase her call logs?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever question her why she was looking up self-defense on her phone or stand your ground?
No.
Looking up Mark Shiner and his net worth? You ever ask her about things like that?
I didn't see anything like that.
Did she say anything stupid while I was gone?
Oh God, so many things.
So you spend about an hour and a half on 40th and Broadway. What'd you do after doing the 2 interviews?
Like I said this morning,
Looked for
after the 2
Johns.
interviews, I observed the scene. I knew I was eventually going to have to go to the other scene, so I knew I wouldn't be there the entire time, so I wanted to observe as much as I could. I looked in the vehicle as much as I could. I looked outside. I got the signed consent from Mr. Jones. I made the ME notification, and I believe shortly after that was when I learned that the medical examiner, or I'm sorry, that detectives on the other on the shooting scene were drafting a search warrant. So I went up there to make sure that I was a part of that.
That pretty much summarizes your detail at 40th and Broadway, right?
My involvement, yes, sir.
Let me show you this picture of evidence 53Q. State's evidence 53Q.
I'm sorry, I just saw like the best chat that I've seen all night. Her eyes are in two separate states, so applying the law won't be easy.
Asking about totality. What totality did you know when you looked in that car for the first time? You knew
Different
nothing about that.
jurisdictions.
You didn't know totality of the circumstances, did you?
Am I able to explain?
Yeah. Okay. Tell me why that's not consistent at the moment you looked in the car, ma'am. That's what I'm
Absolutely.
asking. I'm not asking you a week later or a year later. I'm asking at the scene, why is that not consistent?
So I've done many investigations that involve people being deceased and having a firearm in their hand. I do know that based on the timing and from what I did see, I knew that Mr. Jean-Jacques was not in full rigor at that time. In my previous investigations where someone is not in full rigor when they die and a firearm is removed from their hand does not stay in a position as if they've been holding a firearm. The muscles relax, their hand goes to a neutral state.
Wait, isn't this
I
the
would have
same woman that
absolutely
just
no
said she
way
had no
that it did not
medical
make sense
treatment,
based on the,
medical training, and didn't know anything?
timing that he would be in a state of rigor that would be consistent with him still
Rigor
having
with a
that,
hard R?
positioning in his hand. In fact, based on my training and experience, that is often more consistent with posturing that is often taken by somebody who has either a brain or a spinal cord injury from past investigations that I've had.
Why would anybody trust
You
this
gave us a
woman
very nice,
to say anything
sense on
intelligent
rigor
or
and-
meaningful
and
at
your
this
training
point?
and experience. What courses have you taken to qualify you as a forensic pathologist?
Oh, I'm most certainly not an expert in any way. It's just
I've
had
watched a lot of
multiple
CSI.
and numerous, especially at this point, numerous investigations, and these are things that I see quite often in my investigations.
Multiple and
also
numerous.
things that I discuss with
absolutely.
my fellow employees. We
That's a
discuss
lot of
things all
numbers.
the time. We're constantly learning from each other. There are many detectives who have a lot more experience than I do, and we discuss all of these things
All right, did you-
regularly.
You discussed this with the medical examiner's investigator, Mr. Linguasco?
The posturing of his hand? No, sir.
Discuss it with the medical examiner in Palm Beach County or any medical examiner in the United States.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so
Absolutely not.
can you tell me what level of rigor mortis this man's hand was at the time you saw him? You have that expertise to tell me that?
No.
You know if his hands were in extreme rigor mortis, mild rigor mortis, medium rigor mortis? Do you know that?
What I said was he.
I'm asking if you know those three subjects: mild, medium, or extreme. Can you give us an opinion on that based on all your training and experience?
I mean, I can't identify
Yeah,
as,
stroke it out
again,
here.
like I said, I'm not a pathologist, I'm not a doctor, but
Just stroke it
What is
out.
Mild, medium, or extreme?
Come on.
at
Spit it
that
out.
time, he was not in full rigor mortis.
That's not what he asked.
Mild, medium.
He was not in full rigor mortis, sir.
That's not what he
Did
asked.
you move his fingers at all to see what rigor mortis he really was in?
Sorry to shout.
No,
Did you try placing a gun in your hand and see if your hand would look exactly like that if you took it out? Did you ever do that?
no, sir.
You disagree your hand would look like that if you take your firearm? Well, don't take it out now. You don't have it with you, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever try that just for curiosity to see if you put a gun in your hand and take it out, if your fingers would be in the exact same position?
No.
Did you check with absolutely no one? You just made the assumption that it meant nothing in this case, right? His hand, the right hand, or the decedent.
No, I didn't make an assumption. I just
But she's-
explained all of the things that in totality led me to believe that that was not the case in this
All right,
situation.
tell me all the supervisors you spoke to about that issue. Name one that you spoke to about that issue.
I didn't say I spoke to a supervisor about that issue.
You said we talked to other people, we talked to other supervisors, other detectives. Who else did you roundtable it with about whether his hand was in a position of holding a gun?
Oh, no, what have I done? Why must you do this to me?
At no point did I say that I spoke to people specifically about this situation. I said we often speak about.
Oh, see, I'm just screwing around trying to put the cut cage over on top of her. So I'll give up. Sorry to try to be entertaining.
Well,
I wasn't boomering it. I was just trying to see if I could like, embiggen it to the point where I could adjust the screen to put the cut cage over her, but it doesn't work.
Everything in our investigations.
I would love to see it. It would be very satisfying.
I tried.
Been holding something in his hand at the time. Could be a gun.
It was a good effort.
That surprise you?
No, because I know he's not going to say that it's impossible that that was the case, because that would be a silly thing to say.
That's nothing that you consider as possible. Something as a trained detective, someone just passed away, a horrible death, and someone's in trial for murder, that you would even consider going to somebody who's an expert to check out what that possibly could mean, right?
Anything is possible, but there was no evidence that that was the case in this situation.
Well, there could never be evidence if you don't try to find it. It's the same thing as not looking behind the fence. You never tried to go to somebody who's an expert and show them those photographs of the decedent's hand, right?
You're right.
Go speak to the medical examiner anytime you want, right?
I could.
Yeah.
You didn't do it in this case, right?
No.
Certainly not.
Why certainly?
Absolutely not.
53R. Same thing.
Does
She
she
does think
know
that
what
the word
like
absolutely makes her
absolute?
She thinks it makes her sound really smart. I don't know why.
No, seriously, does she really think the words absolutely and certainly make her look better?
I actually think that she does, because, okay, basically what I get from this woman is she's attractive. She's coasted on her looks for her entire career. And I think that a lot of men pander to her, especially in a male dominated environment. And I think that when she says the words absolutely, they're like, okay. I really think that works for her most of the time. I do. I'm going to be totally fucking honest with you. Like, that's what's going on here. She's coasted on that, and it has worked for her up until now. That is how she got where she is. By projecting an appearance of and an air of confidence that might actually come from real confidence, because she does not know how incompetent she actually is.
Notes on a plane says she absolutely does.
She certainly does.
Absolutely does.
Yeah, she's something else. All right.
Certainly I didn't do my job. Absolutely didn't do my job.
Absolutely have no idea what I'm fucking doing.
Yeah, using absolutely and certainly here, it's the opposite of what you think you're doing.
And
I would never say that anything means nothing to me, sir.
you didn't do anything about it, right?
There was nothing to be done.
Isn't that like
Freedom
a
is
death
just
cab for
another
Coyote song?
word.
Of what I knew on
Yeah.
at the
Freedom is just another word for nothing left to
First degree
lose.
murder. Don't you think it would be nice to find out if that really was a possibility that this man had a gun in his hand at the time my client was shooting him?
There's absolutely no way to prove that that's the case, so it would be honestly wasting his time.
No way to prove it.
Oh
was
my
not.
Christ.
Isn't that true, ma'am?
There's no way to prove either way, so again, it would be wasting your client's time.
Oh
How about
my
your time?
God, are you kidding
Wasting
me?
your time to do a full investigation so the family of Mr. Jean Jacques would also have answers about what may have happened?
Conducting an investigation is never a waste of my time, sir.
Oh,
You just said it was.
that's clear, right?
No.
You've literally been saying that since you took the stand. Investigating something isn't worth your time because there's no evidence that it doesn't exist or some shit like that.
Her whole deal is like, sometimes looking for evidence is too hard because I don't
ever
know
go
what I'm
back
looking
to
for and I'm not smart enough. And
Seen
so
at the,
it's just a
gas
waste of
station
my
on
time.
Broadway and 40th?
Jumping Jeebus.
Pardon me. No, sir.
How do you feel about that? You never want that.
No, sir.
Nothing preventing you from doing that, right?
No, sir.
Nothing preventing you from calling crime scene even after the tape's taken down and say, hey, go back and check for stuff. Right? You could do that.
I mean, I can do many things, but again, if I don't have information that evidence exists, I'm not going to utilize resources to look for things that I don't have evidence exists.
You never went back. You would agree with me, right?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
I can apply lipstick with my boobs.
Right?
No, sir.
Wow. Now that would be.
You never checked the path of travel of the car, the Cadillac, to find out if they may have dumped anything of evidentiary value, right?
Certainly not, sir.
The reason you didn't do that is because
Stop
you didn't
saying
know about
that!
it, so why bother looking, right?
The reason I didn't do that is because I didn't have any information that evidence existed, so I'm not going to look for evidence that I have no information exists.
What the fuck? Stop.
No, sir.
Make it stop.
There are many ways to get information that evidence exists.
All right, so you have any kind of cameras whatsoever that
This is the
shows us
worst
the
witness
exact path
yet.
of this car How
I
about
didn't
just
know it
talking
could
to
get
city
worse.
cameras we saw in this courtroom? Do you have any other cameras from businesses, witnesses, anything whatsoever that would show that would be a waste of time to find out if anyone dumped anything on the way to the gas station?
Now I've damaged
Nothing in
my
an investigation
microphone.
is a
I'll be
waste
just
of time.
hang on.
However,
By yelling into it?
if
Oh,
I don't
God.
have any information that evidence exists, I am not going to look for evidence that I have no information exists.
This is the dumbest answer. I
And if
can't
something hidden,
stand.
you'll never find it, right?
Oh, God.
You won't find it if you don't bother looking. There's no
Sir,
way you can find it if you don't even try, right?
I'm going to continue saying the same sentence. It applies to everything you're saying, sir.
Okay, you don't think Travis Rudolph's life was worth checking out the path of the car?
I think Travis Rudolph's life is worth me conducting an investigation based off of evidence, which is what our
When I
investigations are
killed
based off
Doggo
of.
Cam. God dang it.
And you get the evidence that somebody gives you that just is right there. You don't bother digging for it, right?
No, we get evidence in many ways.
I like this guy a lot.
You can't
He's
give us
great.
one logical reason why you or anybody in your department or West Palm Beach did not search the path of travel of the car, other than you didn't know evidence existed, so you weren't going to look for evidence.
No, that's not what I said.
That's exactly
what you said.
You didn't send anyone, or yourself, or the hundreds of people that work for you, and the other department in West Palm. Why didn't you have anyone look the path of travel?
Because if I don't have any information that evidence exists, I am not going to look for evidence that I have no information exists.
Okay, so if a gun was dumped in the water.
Say that one more time. Just say that one more fucking time. I'm gonna
Her face is
stroke
becoming
this
more and
shit
more
out.
punchable. Like I just want to slap her.
This is the most, and I mean it purely in the literal definition of the word. This is retarded.
Yeah. It's slowing everything down.
Good God.
God.
If you know, you know. Absolutely not. How dare you? Thank you so much. It's helping my nerves. Tourette's Majestic. I think I might be developing a case of that myself. Just curse words just want to fly out of my mouth. Prob's bigger waste of resources and taxpayer money to bring a trial forward without investigation. OMG. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind over this, FFS. Yeah, I'm so done with this. Wow, and I just noticed that I am holding the exact same position that the defense lawyer is. I feel you, bro. I feel you.
Yeah, I can tell you're really having a bro to bro moment right now.
And we still got like what, an hour and a half of this left plus
Oh dear Lord.
like a chunk of the day tomorrow.
Yikes. I'm swearing so much more than I normally do.
I know.
I'm so frustrated.
Tourette's Majestic, would you be horribly upset if I appropriated your condition? It would explain. It would be easier to explain than asking people why this is triggering me so much. Magician Sapphire, $5 super chat. Thank you so much. You know what? I'm going to say it. She needs to quit law enforcement and start an OF. She should never be in a position of authority ever.
I mean,
Well, even
she has an okay
OnlyFans is-
face. Her face is okay. I don't know about her body. I haven't seen anything, but like, you
Yeah.
know, she just has like the, you know, she could be the opposite of a butterface. You know, we don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah,
Maybe it
at
could
this
work out
point,
for her. I don't know.
I was interested until about 3 minutes into her testimony. Now I don't care. Mandy, what is a woman? I don't know. I'm going to look for something that I don't believe exists. Applies lipstick with boobs. Now, where is this coming from? Because that's something I'd really like to see.
I think I saw it like in a movie or something. I
Hmm.
can't really remember. Or she can like tie a cherry stem with her tongue or something. I don't know. It's
Well,
like one of
I do
those
have
things.
friends that can do that.
Mhm.
I don't understand that, but anyway, Tourette's.
Oh, it
you
was
have
in
my full permission, encouragement.
It was in the
Thank
Breakfast
you.
Club. Molly Ringwald did it in the
Mm.
Breakfast Club. That was
Oh
it.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
It
Yeah,
was her special skill. Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah. It was just good.
Fetal alcohol eye space face. Nice, Otto. Tourette's Majestic, you have my full permission, encouragement even.
I still can't get over who said like her eyes are in different jurisdictions, so we
Yeah.
can't charge the same way.
Yeah. Oh God damn.
Whoever that was, I'm sorry I can't remember, but you're really funny. I appreciate you. I'm glad somebody was like, I hope Chandler had a couple of drinks before this. Yes, I did, and that is the only way I'm able to get through this.
Yeah, and I wish I had.
Or while they're driving over a bridge, You would never know that because people lie to you every day when they're trying to get away with crimes, right?
Well, I
I'm
didn't
lied to
necessarily
often,
know
yes,
that.
sir.
Yeah. So how would you know
I'm
evidence
lied
exists
to
if you don't send the dive team out if there's a possibility that there's a gun in the bottom of the Anticoastal?
Well, I wouldn't be able to do that anyway.
Well, your department doesn't have that?
No, in order for the dive team to go into the water, they have to have information that there is something for them to dive into the water. They don't just
Bullshit!
arbitrarily dive into water.
Bullshit. Why do you think they drag reservoirs for children? To see if they are there or not. They're like, yeah, there might be a child in there, but we're not going to fucking look for it because we don't have any evidence there's actually a child in there.
I'm gonna hit my head against a brick wall with this woman. I just can't with her. Jesus. She's the most incompetent cop. And that's like a really, really low bar. It's really unfortunate. God.
If I say, hey, there's a possibility that maybe there's something in there. That's not how that works.
Exactly. Yeah, he's like, all right, I don't know what to do with you.
You search anywhere down North Redwood even? Or have any of the police officers passed the first three or four houses with a Cadillac drove away? Did you have anyone even search that rest of that block before they got to Federal?
I know Agent McMichael came out and was searching that area.
Did he search the whole block all the way to Federal?
I wasn't with him. I trust him in his abilities to do his job. So
He didn't do that, did he? You don't know?
I don't recall if he went down Redwood. I know he went there to search.
She went down on somebody to
Yes,
get her.
no, and then you can explain. Did you ask Agent McMichael with his dog named Sailor, who can smell ballistic evidence and gun evidence, did you ask him to go to 40th and Broadway at all?
No, sir.
Absolutely no, right?
Yes, sir.
And you absolutely didn't ask him to go search the path of travel.
This guy.
Right?
I don't believe. I'm not even sure if I spoke to him that night. As I've said before, we all work in a team and different people take on different roles. I'm not sure that I even saw him that night.
That was actually really good.
It was a little delicious.
I knew he responded. I did know that he found a gun. But as far as directing him where to
gun
go,
Targaryen? What?
exactly where he went, that was not something that I specifically coordinated.
You could have called him or asked your sergeant or your lieutenant or your captain. Do me a favor, ask Agent McMichael to take Sailor and walk a couple of blocks to see where the oil path went down Redwood to Dixie Highway or Federal, whatever you call it, and check if there was even a gun and then thrown out or a weapon thrown out in that immediate area. You didn't do that, did you?
Well, I know that the dog was
Yes,
there.
no, and then you can explain. Did you do that, ma'am?
Did I ask specifically for that? No, sir.
Okay, you want to explain why you didn't ask for it?
Agent McMichael is a professional who is highly trained in what he does. He knew why he was there. I trust my coworkers, who I still trust, to properly inform Agent McMichael. So it wouldn't necessarily be
fucking salad,
necessary
woman.
for me to supervise it when I knew that he knows how to do his job, and I know that my trusted coworkers were handling that particular part of this investigation.
He testified earlier today that nobody asked him to do a search down the rest of Redwood and Federal all the way to where the car was parked and Broadway and 40th. If he was asked, he could have done that, but nobody asked him. Do you dispute that?
Certainly nobody asked him to check all the way down to 40th. No, sir.
Okay. Do you dispute that testimony?
If that's testimony he gave, then no.
Okay. And do you dispute that Agent Michael didn't even know what was going on or there was even a scene on 40th and Broadway?
I wouldn't be shocked if he didn't.
Why you as the lead detective didn't inform him of that?
Oh, well, I was sexting with my husband that morning and I was
Because
really
I didn't
distracted.
have any information that there was evidence there for him to search for.
You found the
I just
gun
let
on the
everybody
8th
do
and
my
you
job
returned it
for
to
me.
Tyler Robinson, one of the men who went over to my client's house at midnight uninvited on April 7th. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, you said I found out on the 8th of April.
That it was Tyler Robinson's gun based on his own admission and the paperwork that he gave you showing that he bought the gun from his friend, his brother, Keyshawn Jones.
Correct, but that doesn't mean that anybody else was armed, and that doesn't give me evidence that others were.
Doesn't that give you a hint that maybe these guys have more to the story? They're not being forward straight with you because they don't want to get arrested for trying to kill Mr. Rudolph and the other Mr. Rudolph, Darryl Rudolph? And doesn't that give you a hint or a clue that they could be covering up what they did?
No.
You fucking idiot. Even he's scratching his head. That is the stupidest bullshit thing that I've ever heard in my life. Well, it ranks. It ranks up there.
I mean, if Law and Crime Chat does not think that this guy is guilty, I'm sorry, but it's look at the circumstances. You got these guys, they parked multiple blocks away from the house. They go up there. There is a confrontation. Somebody gets shot. And she's just like, oh, well, I didn't know that there was any evidence of a gun, so I didn't look for any evidence. Like, are you kidding me, lady?
When they lied to you. Okay, let's suppose in some bizarro land that is actually a thing. But when you find out the guy lies to you, you've been lied to about what happened. And then you still say, well, just because he lied to me about not having an extended magazine handgun loaded with hollow point bullets, just because he lied about that doesn't mean everybody else lied about anything else, so I didn't look at it. What?
And just because Dominique Jones deleted a text message from her phone, which is a felony, for her to obfuscate the evidence, that doesn't mean that I have to look any further into this, or that I have to maybe, she's the lead freaking detective. I mean, she's not looking into that. Like, how irresponsible and incapable. I mean, why does she have her job?
Just look at some of these law and chat things.
Oh my
wow, just
God.
wow. I'm absolutely speechless at how disgustingly inept this detective is. Free the man in charge of the group that really committed the crime. The sad part is she more than likely will not be even be reprimanded for all her negligence in conducting a proper investigation.
This is law and crime. Oh, wow.
It's terrifying.
Wow.
Someone this unqualified has the ability to destroy someone's life and strip people of their freedom. She should be fired. Every case she's ever been in charge of should be looked at again. What I take away from this cross-examination is the police have no problems lying. This man shouldn't spend another second in prison. If there's anyone in there's not a single.
Where was the energy for the Zachariah Anderson case from people? Hello, people. What is wrong with you? I'm just saying. Those sentiments, they're very true about the justice system, but a lot of these same people were like, he's guilty in that other case, and it's just like.
So you find out it's Tyler Robinson's gun. He gives you the paperwork and the box that he has in his house. Got his DNA on the gun. That was taken too, right?
I don't believe we got the DNA off of his gun.
Crime scene investigator Ali testified that she swabbed it.
You're right.
Remember that?
She does swab everything, or she would swab a gun. It is within their protocol to swab a gun. Yes, sir.
But you never asked to get it checked, right?
No, sir.
You know, November 30th, I don't remember the exact date. November, I'll find it in a second, but it's November of 2021.
Cami too, the $10
When they wrote the hearing in front of
Thank you
this
so
courtroom.
much, Cami too.
Tyler Robinson
Bringing
couldn't
that little
remember if that
moment
was
of
his gun,
sunshine into our life.
or if he even had a gun
You're
that
the
day.
best.
You know that?
No.
You know that he couldn't remember even going over to Mr. Rudolph's house? You know anything about that?
No, sir.
He had no idea about anything that happened that day, and that's his testimony was over and over. He couldn't remember anything. You don't know about that, do you?
No, sir.
Isn't it important to check DNA if someone has a real memory that disappears or a fake memory that disappears, so we would have evidence in the courtroom that was his gun? If it really matches up. If Tyler Robinson's DNA is on that gun and you never checked it, how would we know that if he then says, I don't remember anything?
Because the paperwork that went along with the firearm that has matching information between the firearm and the paperwork shows that was his gun.
But he gave a gun to his buddy that night to hold. He could have gave it to Jean Jacques or Mr. Jean Jacques or Mr. Keyshawn Jones, right? You don't know.
Theoretically, he could have.
Right?
Yes.
Erotically,
You ever been involved in homicide cases where people come in court under oath 6, 7, 8 months after the incident happens and they
What
don't
did she
remember a
say?
single thing that happened after they gave multiple statements to you and 2 other law enforcement officers? You ever see that before?
I'm sure it happens.
Tell me where you've seen that before. Tell me. Name one case.
I can't off the top of my head, sir.
Very unusual, isn't it?
No?
You don't know?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
So wouldn't it be prudent to get somebody's DNA if they come to the courtroom and they say, I don't know if that was my gun. I don't remember being there. I don't remember doing anything. I don't remember a single thing about what happened. And that's their testimony under oath. Wouldn't it be important for a jury in a trial like this to then be able to see if his DNA is on the gun?
But if I have no knowledge of that, I can't do that.
You had knowledge of that. He wasn't being straight with the first 2 detectives or the first road patrol officer, right?
No.
You don't have knowledge of that?
No.
Okay, so not telling the police that he dumped his gun by offense is that's being honest?
Based on the circumstances, it's not that he's being necessarily dishonest. It doesn't mean that.
You his protector?
Am I his protector?
Yeah, are you trying to protect him for some reason?
No, sir.
Oh, brutal.
What if he goes to the hospital and you got experienced detectives talking to him? You think they're going to talk to him when he's under anesthesia?
No, I would hope not.
You know Detective Ema. He's not that kind of person who would do that, right?
No.
Knows what he's doing.
Yes.
How long was that statement? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head, sir.
He's going to get a slug of vodka right now.
I'll get that in a minute, but you know if that was about 25 minutes? You have no clue.
What is 911 in Korea?
Not
Ask
gonna
Mandy. It's
testify.
actually
I'm not testify to that
119.
information. I don't know.
You got statement?
Is it?
I did, but I didn't make a point to check the timestamp of it. I'm not sure.
All right, but it wasn't a 10-minute statement like you did, right? At the gas station with Mr. Lowe and Mr.
You're referring to EMA.
Yeah, it
The
wasn't
EMA
the same. It
statement?
was longer than your statements that you
Oh.
took of Chris Lowe and Keyshawn Jones, right?
Again, I don't know. I didn't look at the timestamp.
Well, whether it was a minute statement or a 10-hour statement, at no time did Tyler Robinson tell Detective Ema that he dumped his gun. Isn't that true, ma'am?
That's correct.
All right. Not until you found the gun, not you personally, but the dog found the gun from Agent McMichael, and you knew about it, and now the gig was up. He had to say it was his gun, right?
He didn't have to say anything.
Oh, for fuck's
But
sake.
he chose to talk to you. He remembered then, right?
He did talk to me, yes.
And he said it was his gun. He didn't say, I don't remember anything.
He did not say that, no.
That was 2 days after the homicide. Or a day
That was
after.
the 8th. Yes, sir. So it was the day after,
He
yes.
was in the hospital for 1 day, right?
Appears
My
like it.
furious temple rubbing has left fingerprints on my glasses.
When you spoke to Tyler Robinson, did he tell you he was frustrated?
Frustrated. I'm not sure what
He
you're
doesn't want to
referring
talk to
to.
you. You're asking him too many questions. Did he tell you that?
When I spoke to him, no, sir.
He never mentioned that, right?
No, he was very cooperative.
Ever say that he was immature and he just made the wrong decisions about things? Did he ever say anything like that?
No, sir.
Tyler, wasn't he the
You ever
one
challenge
that
him and ask him why he brought a gun to my client's house at 12 o'clock at
didn't
night?
say anything?
In a domestic situation between two grown people?
Yep.
I asked him why he brought it, and I believe his response was that he carries his gun. I mean, it wasn't. He never said that he brought it to use it against your client or anything like that.
He says he carries it all the time. Is that what he told you?
I don't know if he said he carries it all the time. I don't believe that's what he said.
He told you he had a holster for it?
I'm not sure. I don't think he told me that specifically.
You ask him how he carried it, whether it was in his pants, his front, rear pockets, rear pants, waistband, on the leg holster. Did you ask him?
Well, I knew that night he carried it in his pocket from what he said.
Okay. So you, did he tell you he forgot the gun was in his pocket? Did he ever say anything like that to you when you spoke to him?
Something he said he didn't use it because he wasn't even thinking of it at the time until he knew that he was going to be in the presence of law enforcement, and then he realized he was afraid that he was going to be accused of being the shooter. So that was his reasoning for leaving it where he did.
So if Tyler Robinson pointed a gun at the Rudolph brothers, you expect him to answer that on the 8th? Yeah, I did do that. Do you think he's going to just come forward and tell you he tried to kill the Rudolph brothers? You expect him to say that, ma'am?
I don't expect anybody to say anything. I don't expect anything.
Most people cover up, don't they?
No,
They don't.
I'm not going to say that most people cover up.
When
That's
when
not my
someone-
experience.
Someone points a gun trying to kill someone, they usually come and tell you that, and they say, yeah.
Well, it depends on the situation, but most of the time, yes.
Yeah, they,
In my experience, yes, sir.
they confess that they're the aggressor and they're the ones who are going to shoot first.
Typically not.
That Fire and Ice, that kind of
Something they would
sums it
not
up.
want you to know,
She's
'cause you could
stupid.
charge them with attempted murder, possibly, right?
I'm getting frustrated by a
possible that I-
stupid person.
I'm not going to hypothesize of the reasoning for somebody saying something or not saying something.
You have no idea why somebody wouldn't tell you the truth. You don't know why somebody wouldn't tell you the truth about pointing a gun. That doesn't factor into your thinking? Why somebody would lie to you about pointing a gun at another human being?
Well, I can understand why somebody would, yes. But that doesn't mean that that occurs.
I mean, it does or doesn't, right?
Either way, you're right.
Aren't you skeptical as a police officer that people aren't being straight with you? You just, no. He said he had it in his pocket. I believe him. I'm good.
If I have information that evidence exists contrary to that, then I explore that.
Okay. So someone has to physically give you evidence or show you evidence that it's contrary before you will act on trying to disprove what somebody's telling you. Right?
No, I didn't say that.
All right.
The problem with this woman is she speaks with the mannerisms of an intelligent person, but everything she says is retarded. And it's really jarring. It's very jarring. Basically. Does that make sense? That's my experience right now.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer? About 10 years?
This is my 10th year, yes, sir.
You've never heard in a text message or seen in a text message ever, and correct me if I'm wrong, somebody's writing to their family or friends that somebody is a dead man walking. Have you ever seen that?
In text message form? No, sir.
That's pretty unusual for someone to put that in writing, right?
I have no opinion whether it's usual or unusual.
Okay. That didn't ring a bell to you that, hey, this is premeditation? Someone's going to go do something and kill another human being, possibly? Could be a joke or it could be real, right?
That's not evidence of anything occurring, though.
So if Keyshawn Jones shot Mr. Rudolph, hypothetically, and killed him right on his doorstep, wouldn't that be extremely good evidence of heightened premeditation? The best meditation you can get. A text message that he's a dead man walking. That'd be great evidence, right?
If that's how it happened, yes.
Okay. So if he doesn't actually do the killing,
that's how it
just
happened.
writing that means got nothing to do with this case, right?
I never said that.
Then why didn't you go back when you got his phone, Keyshawn Jones, and ask him
Thanks,
and his
kitten.
buddies,
Hi.
or at least Tyler Robinson that saw the message, and his sister, why didn't you ask Keyshawn Jones why he wrote Travis is a dead man walking after he finds out his sister's claiming my client did domestic violence with her?
Because he had, and really all the people involved who were originally in the Cadillac, they had already told me from the beginning. They admitted that yes, they were extremely angry in the beginning, and they were upset. And I think they used the word.
Talking about Keyshawn Jones, not anyone else, ma'am.
Okay, so Keyshawn Jones, all of what I just said applies to him as well. He had already specifically said that he was angry at first. I believe it was. So I believe 9:45 was when that text conversation started, where Miss Jones said that Travis dropped her, or whatever the exact verbiage is. And they didn't arrive at his house until midnight. So that's over 2 hours. So he had explained from the very beginning that he was very upset at first, but as time went on, they cooled down, and that by the time they went there, it was no longer it was not the intent of theirs to hurt anybody at that point.
So why did they go?
Speak with him, which
if they cooled down, why did
makes
they
sense
have to go in
considering
the
he was
first
trying
place?
to call him. So
They didn't want to
was
hurt
trying
anybody,
communicate
you
with
know,
him,
yada yada.
which is
They just wanted to
corroborative of
talk.
what he was saying.
Say hi.
So you solved the case just on that alone, right?
Bring in edible arrangements.
Dominique Jones broke Mr. Rudolph's phone, right? You don't know that?
No.
No?
Not that I recall.
Broke his
Maybe
windshield, right?
Pazuki.
I don't recall.
The BMW that was the flat paint, the black paint, and the BMW X5 in front of his home on 550 Teak Drive. She broke his windshield, Dominique Jones, didn't she?
I don't know that she broke his windshield.
You don't know that?
Oh, for Christ's sake.
That's a crime, right?
I would have to be able to prove it.
What if she came in a courtroom and swore under oath she broke it?
Well, that wouldn't be something I know.
Okay.
She
Never heard
doesn't
that
seem to know
before, right?
much of anything,
I
does
believe
she?
so.
How about
No.
the PlayStation? Did you know? You know what a PlayStation is, right?
I know what a PlayStation is, yes, sir.
I'm not being facetious. Some people don't.
That's one thing she
So,
does know.
Is it true Dominique Jones broke his PlayStation as well?
I don't know that.
You don't know that?
No, I don't.
She fucking
I don't
testified
recall that
to it.
information.
She literally said it in court. Oh my god.
So Keyshawn Jones tells you from day one, the only time you talked to him was day one, right? So I'm clear.
No. Spoke to him on
Only
the
sworn statement, and the only thing in your report is from the first day when you talked to him, right?
The only sworn statement was.
This attorney's great.
Yes.
Are you
don't think
kidding?
Chit chat.
He is killing her.
Cases going and things like that. That's not
Beautiful.
a statement that you put in your report, do you?
This is brutal questioning. This is great.
If during the course of a non-sworn, non-recorded conversation with somebody, something is brought up that I feel is of particular
Silly chat.
evidentiary value, then at that point I would stop the conversation and do a sworn statement or record the statement and go over the information that was discussed.
That never happened in this one statement for approximately 10 minutes.
One recorded statement, yes.
Is there any unrecorded statements that are of importance, ma'am? The Keyshawn Jones that you had, you keep inferring recorded. So is there any unrecorded statements that are of any importance?
No, sir.
Okay.
The doctor slapped her mother when she was born. That's a good one.
Yeah, I just
So
saw that.
only time you talked to him, he never mentioned, he said, no, he did mention, he said no one in our car had a gun, right? With them. That's what he told you, basically.
Well, first of all, he's not testifying. He's giving leading questions. And even if he is testifying, the prosecution isn't objecting, so he's allowed to. It's all you got to make the objection for it not to happen. This guy's great. This guy's a great lawyer.
I agree. And I also think it's like, and what else is he
Disagree with
supposed
that?
to do with this
I'm
witness,
not gonna
really?
testify to basicallys.
She's
Disagree
extremely
with that or
frustrating to
not?
talk
Not,
to.
emphatically.
I don't believe he specifically said that no one had a gun. I believe the way it was worded was that they weren't aware of anybody having a gun.
And he specifically told you he did not have a gun, right?
Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
You know that he has a concealed weapons permit?
Yes.
You know Mr. Jones carries his gun pretty much in many places where he goes? concealed?
He may. He would have every right to if he has it concealed.
You don't know that, right?
I don't know that he carries everywhere he goes. No, sir.
Or most places he goes.
Well,
You
what
don't
if he
know. You
told
never
you?
asked that.
No, sir.
So wouldn't it be prudent as a lead detective or even an assisting detective or even a road patrol officer when Mr. Keyshawn Jones tells you, ma'am, I didn't have my gun with me. My gun's in my house. Wouldn't you go to his house and check if he's telling the truth?
No. Not in this situation. No.
He gets a free ride too?
No,
He can
sir.
tell you whatever he wants and you believe it.
No, sir.
You can't tell this jury if Mr. Keyshawn Jones' gun that he allegedly owned back in April 7th of 2021 was in his apartment, was in his car, disappeared, was thrown on a roof, thrown in a lake, thrown in a canal. You don't know. You never checked, right? You never saw his gun.
I had no evidence that he had his gun with him.
Oh my
And
God.
When that was discussed on
To have evidence, you have to
during
fucking look
gun
for
use.
it.
I asked you if you did anything to check if his gun
All
was
you
where
gotta
he claimed
do
it
is
was.
ask,
He even has it
"Where
today.
is your
The same gun back on April 7th of 21. You can't tell this jury if he still owns that gun, can you?
That would be too hard, Jeff. That would be way too hard.
And the
for
reason
her.
you can't do that
Certainly
is
not.
because you couldn't spend 10 minutes or an hour to go to his house or send somebody and check it out. Yeah, you said you had no gun. Let me see if that gun still exists, right? You didn't do that, did you?
At the time that I learned of that, no, sir.
You didn't do it till today. 2 years later, more than 2 years after this horrible incident happened. To this day, you can't tell this jury if Keyshawn Jones discarded the gun that he owned on April 7th of 2021. Can you, ma'am?
No, sir.
If you would have went to his house and he said, ma'am, here it is. Here's the serial number. I bought it on this day. I still have the gun. Now what he says is confirmed, right?
No.
Not confirmed.
What?
That's
What? What?
First of all, I can't just walk into somebody's house and say, "Show
Oh,
me your
fuck
gun."
off!
Second of all, I didn't learn that
You
he
pedantic little.
carries a gun.
Come on, fuck
until
off.
the 15th.
You know what
which
he's
was
saying.
More than a week later, if I had gone there and he had a gun in his house a week after the incident, that would be by no means evidence that he had a gun with him or had a gun in his car on the night of the murder. So no, I didn't go to the house to check for a gun that he possibly owns.
Okay. And
Reject.
if he would have, and I know you don't believe it and you think he did absolutely nothing wrong. You made that perfectly clear. He told you the truth. That's your opinion, right? Right? That's your opinion.
That he did absolutely nothing wrong, and he's a.
Yeah, he's a saint. He's a good guy.
I'm not going to make a statement such as that, sir. No.
All right. So
That's not for me to judge.
listen to my question because I don't think you're following me. And if you don't follow me, I'll explain it
I may
again.
not.
Keyshawn Jones, simple question,
say it
basically tells you he did
slowly.
not have a gun with him on the night of April 7th, right?
Correct.
All right. Forget about the Pilot Jones's gun being found. Forget about all the questions on 40th of where you searched it in. Forget all that.
Okay.
He made that statement.
Yes.
If there was even a 1/1,000,000% or 1,000% that he discarded that gun because he wasn't being truthful with you, that he discarded the gun because he didn't want you and the rest of the police officers to find it after this incident happened, just like his buddy Tyler did. He threw his gun away. If he would have possibly did that, couldn't you either confirm that he still has the gun? Because if he threw it away, he wouldn't have it. Or you can refute it. You can show this jury that he's not being straight by just checking if he
He's
even has
gay.
that gun that he owned on April 7th. You follow that?
Now look, I mean, I do have to say, it seems I may be overreacting and acting clownish here on the stream with the overreactions and the guffaws and whatnot, but I'm really not. It really is this astoundingly stupid and bad. This nitpicking, just this. If you go to somebody's house and you do this, and you have to, well, you couldn't just go into their house. I don't think that was the point of the question. I'm starting to hyperventilate like a prosecution.
Let's put it this way here. I'm going to try and bring some sanity here. Let's put it this way. If she did a proper investigation and she was trying to figure out whether there was provocation, whether, she has to figure out who initiated this incident. She has to figure out, who the instigators were, correct? And so it would
she doesn't, because there's no evidence. Nobody told her who did it, so she doesn't have to investigate.
Let's pretend she's a competent attorney, okay? Not an attorney, not a competent investigator, competent cop, right? So then, wouldn't she want to then, maybe drop a warrant to search to find a weapon for this person? Would that not be a reasonable course of action? Is that not something that would be lawful for her to do?
Absolutely not.
God, I can't. I can't. I was going to go to bed and, I'm having a lot of fun here, but this is incredibly frustrating. Oh my God. This is the worst trial I've ever watched in my entire year of watching trials. Let's keep going.
Yeah. I mean, this is really taking the wind. It was funny for a while.
Yeah.
Now it's just taking the wind out of my sails. Now it's just, I've got into disgust, pity, and borderline rage.
I will say I'm impressed with the attorney, though, because I don't know how I would be able to handle this woman if I were questioning her. I think it would be incredibly frustrating and annoying. And he's doing a great job just, like, sailing through the question. You know what I mean? Like, just look at it. He's handling it so well.
We've got another hour left to get through this thing here today.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
With this lady, another hour of
You
her?
didn't do that, did you, ma'am?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
And then he gave you consent to search his phone, right?
He did.
Pretty much had no choice. You already had it. It was in the car, right?
He absolutely had the choice.
You would have got a warrant if he didn't give you consent, right?
If I had probable cause to.
Well, did you tell him that?
Did I tell him what?
Quick drinking game.
If you don't give consent, I'm going to get a warrant.
Take a drink every time she says the word absolutely.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
not do that. Let's
Did you
not
go to
do
his
that.
house when you got his signature?
No.
Where'd you meet him?
Then we all get alcohol
He was
poisoning and
with
die.
Miss Jones at the
Susan D.
the offsite.
Susan D said it's after 5 a.m. in Kansas. Time for me to say goodnight. Thank you, Jeff. You're awesome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to have you. Come back soon, Susan D. Take care. She's making this case easy. Not on me. Can you go to 120? We are at 1.25. Are we
Everybody
already
wants
on
it to
the
go
other-
by faster. Everybody
We're
wants it to go
already
by
on
like,
1.25.
everybody's
See?
tired of this. Oh
right.
my God. This is worse than Goldberg. I'm sorry. It's just really bad.
Where's that?
Currently it is.
Oh, no, back in 21.
Well, it was the same place,
Sorry.
but it is on community and military in that area.
Okay. You know how far that is from Delray Beach?
No,
You know how they got there?
I believe they drove.
Well, good.
Typically send crime scene over to people's homes to whether you have a warrant or not. If you have permission, you can go in the house, right?
I don't just send crime scene over to homes.
That's
If I
not
have a
what he
reason
asked you,
to go in
silly
somebody's
cat.
house and I need to document something, I may.
You never try to, whether you can get a warrant, probable cause or not, you need to make the effort. Say, Mr. Jones, can you please show me the gun that you had or owned on April 7th? You didn't do that, right?
Well, again, as I just explained, doing
Did you do that or not?
would
That's all I'm asking.
prove or disprove nothing. No, sir, I didn't do that.
Didn't make a difference to you, right?
Nothing ever doesn't matter to me or doesn't make a difference or I don't care. None of that is ever the case, ever. It wasn't back then and it's not now.
Okay.
So using terms like that is simply untrue, sir.
I'm
Oh,
stretching over here, by the way.
Check records to find out if you bought another gun since
That's
April 7th,
good. That's a
2021.
good. Take a breath.
Sean Jones?
There's no way to do that unless I go to each and every gun retailer and ask them specifically if that specific person purchased a gun.
Not true. Every time someone buys a gun, they have to do a background check, or if they have a CCW, concealed weapons permit, they fill the sign-up form and it goes to the state of Florida. And they keep records of every serial number and every gun purchased. Isn't that true?
No.
You don't believe that's true?
What?
You said no. You don't believe that's true, ma'am?
There is no database for me to look up who buys what firearm. That doesn't, to my knowledge, that doesn't exist. If that's some new technology that I'm not aware of, it may be, but I'm not aware of anything existing.
Right. But you wouldn't even think of doing that because it's relevant to this case, right?
Wow.
To see if you bought any new firearms since April 7th.
Oh my God.
Possibly replace one that was lost or misplaced.
Well, looking up that information would tell me nothing about what occurred on the night of this incident.
Oh my God. It would give you a piece of information that would aid in your investigation, you idiot.
Do you know why defense lawyers are allowed to take depositions of detectives? In other words, sworn statements, like I get a chance to question you?
I'm sure you could give me a much better answer than an answer I could give.
But you know that's something we have a right to do, right?
Absolutely.
And you take that seriously and you prepare when you come to a deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
No.
And I took your deposition on September 30th of 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you say, forget the deposition, but let me ask you this. Did you say whose black shirt it was found on the Rudolph's lawn? I know you mentioned a black shirt. Did you say whose it was?
I don't believe I did.
That's who it was? Do you know whose black shirt that was?
No, I don't.
How could you say that? You saw Tyler Robinson on the video rip his shirt off right before the door opened up. It was obvious.
I saw him without a shirt on. I don't recall him ripping a shirt off.
While taking it off. I'll use different verbiage. I apologize.
I don't recall him removing a shirt. I recall him not having a shirt on, but that specific detail of removing clothing, I don't recall.
That'd be important to see what someone's motive is if someone takes their shirt off at midnight in front of another grown man's home, right?
I'm not sure what motive taking a shirt off would show, sir.
That doesn't mean
You
nothing to you,
lying
right?
sack of
I
crap.
never said it doesn't mean anything.
What does it mean to you then? If that
Any-
It could mean lots of things.
Anybody knows.
Maybe he
that
was going through
when
menopause. Oh God, this woman. Sorry.
Anybody knows that when there's a youth sitting there, they roll up on somebody and they start tearing off their shirts, removing their clothing. That means they're getting ready to throw down. That's absolutely aggressive behavior. Everybody knows this. You don't have to be a detective. Look at that stupid surprised look on her face.
I mean, it's like, okay, the guys, they take off their shirts. The women, they take off all their jewelry.
Right, yeah.
It's a gendered thing. And don't tell me that you don't know that. She has this surprised Pikachu face constantly. And it's because she doesn't know anything. Everything is a surprise to her. She's very, very, very surprised by all information and all questions.
Now, people in chat, I'm going to ask the question here. Put a 1 in chat if you have absolutely no idea, you've never heard of, seen, or conceived of the fact that if people roll up on you and start taking off their shirt or their articles of clothing, put a 1 in there if this is the first time you're hearing that might be an aggressive move which signals their intent to fight. Put a 1 if you don't know that taking off your shirt, walking up to another man is a sign of aggression that means you're going to fight. Look at all the 1s that aren't in chat.
I mean, unless he's gay, maybe he's just trying to seduce somebody, but
Could be.
I'm just saying. And not in this context.
We've waited, not a single 1 in chat, and I don't even know how many people are here. We got 514 people here. Oh, there's a 1, Mandy, and Mandy's probably lying, but lots of 69s and boobs. There you go. All right, back to our regularly scheduled idiocy.
Yep.
As a detective in this scenario where guys are going allegedly to talk to a grown man who has guns, you don't know if they knew he had guns or not, do you?
There's a couple 1s, but
I don't know if the 4 men went to his house if they knew Mr. Rudolph had firearms, do you?
At least some of them did.
Okay. So the question back to the shirt. Let me show you some pictures.
Benjamin Ben said, mattress guy has proven that, Jeff. I don't even know what that means, but okay. Oh, mattress guy. Oh, the mattress brothers. Okay.
I'm confused.
I doubt it, guys. They didn't have any shirts on. They were rolling up with guns.
Oh, that's good.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been put into evidence. Evidence is defense exhibit number 5.
Yes, sir.
You ever see anything like this on the Ring camera?
Yes,
sir.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Blah,
did
blah,
you
blah.
ever
You're
see what was
stupid.
going on?
Blah, blah, blah. Absolutely
I
not.
went through it frame by frame, but I didn't make imagery such as this.
Even on 8x10s, did you do that?
I didn't print anything out, no, sir.
Okay. You agree the man without the shirt in his hand, it looks like, with the tattoos, is Tyler Robinson?
That's Tyler Robinson, yes, sir.
And he has a shirt off, right?
Correct.
You said the rings don't have times on it?
Correct.
Okay.
How many brain
That's
cells are we
exhibit number
working
2
with
that's been
here?
entered
Because
into
I feel like
evidence.
3 is generous.
Yeah.
See Mr. Robinson with a shirt here?
Yeah, the dumpster
Behind
bros.
the
not the
gentleman with a
mattress
white
bros.
sweatshirt and hoodie?
That may be him. I can't see his face.
Oh, shut up.
Well,
Yes,
can't
it's
you do a
gonna be-
process of elimination based on everything you know about this
Exactly.
case? That is clearly him?
Not clearly him.
It looks
All
like
right,
he
well,
should
shut
be
up.
addressed,
You're
sir.
obfuscating. Oh,
Let
my
me show you this
Lord.
one, the same one.
This obfuscating bit. Come on.
All right, who's the guy over here with his arms crossed?
That's the
Oh, no.
decedent.
Did you find out this wearing the hoodie was Keyshawn Jones?
Keyshawn, yes, sir.
Okay, and there's a clear picture of the man in the back. Is that Chris Lowe?
Between the two in the back and this picture, I can only speculate. It's not clear enough for me to unequivocally be able to say who is who.
It could be Harrison
Okay,
Ford.
so
for
the
all we know.
man, you don't know his name, but you see him here, right?
I see I know the two in the back. One of them is Tyler and one of them is Mr. Lowe.
Okay, so
But in this image, I can't comfortably testify.
She is so disingenuous. It's really starting to piss me
So
off.
from you watching the video, you being the lead detective on this, you can't tell us that this man, even on the photos I showed you, Tyler Robinson took his shirt off after the doorbell, not the doorbell, but the door was knocked on, and then he takes his shirt off before Mr. Rudolph's brother comes out the door. You don't know that.
I don't recall that, and I can't tell that by those images alone. No, sir.
You saw the real video, the actual video.
I did, and I can't recall whether he took his shirt off. At what point he took his shirt off. I recall his shirt being off, though.
And he came there with it on, right?
I can't recall that.
Well, would it be a factor for you to consider what someone's motive is if they take their shirt off, go into a stranger's home with 3 of their friends or brothers to allegedly talk to this man? Wouldn't that be a factor for you?
Why would you go to somebody's
Well,
house
there's a factor
shirtless in
that
the middle
was
of the
already
night?
discussed
That doesn't make any sense.
prior.
No, nothing she says makes sense.
That doesn't show you Tyler Robinson is there to get into a fight or to kill somebody?
Her whole testimony is
sir.
playing dumb.
Definitely
That's
does
the
not.
whole
That
thing.
confirms he's there to talk to somebody.
Well, see that's the thing, Chandler. I'm legitimately angry now.
Yeah.
Like really angry. Like I
Yeah.
can't even joke about it now because I'm just pissed.
Yeah, it's infuriating.
I'm just pissed. Ugh.
Like he told you, right?
The amount that somebody is clothed doesn't determine anything as far as specifically their motive, one way or another, sir.
I beg to differ.
Right before they get into a fist fight? You ever seen that?
To be perfectly honest, in my high school, no.
My high school.
And none of the other detectives in this case.
People just walk around without shirts for no reason at her high school.
No, that wasn't something that was told to me. No.
Didn't ask anybody either, right?
No, I didn't.
If the evidence, you don't know that the evidence is there, you're not going to look for it. Basically.
Not in this instance. In this
Right.
instance, the simple fact that somebody removed their clothes is not a telltale sign of really anything.
Maybe it was hot and they just want to cool off a little bit, right?
It could mean many things, sir.
What else could it mean?
Could mean all sorts of things. I'm not going
What?
to speculate as to why somebody that has
Speculate,
already been
detective. That's your
stand did what
job.
he did.
Speculate and follow down leads.
Homicide detective.
Exactly.
Trying to get to the truth.
Precisely, which is
Right.
Why, what else it could mean besides they're hot?
so.
Sustain.
Did you ever ask him why he took his shirt off?
I did not.
Why?
Because we had discussed previously what occurred when they went to the front door and what they were thinking and what, at least what his thoughts were. And it, based on that, him removing his shirt was consistent with what he had already said.
That he was there to talk.
Well, that he was concerned that the conversation would become a fight or some sort of altercation by Mr. Rudolph's doing.
You don't think that's provoking a fight?
She scared me.
Not at all.
So you
Yeah.
take
Typically
off
taking
your
off the shirt
shirt because you think somebody's gonna fight
You
you,
ever wake up at midnight, 4 guys banging on your door, and someone takes their shirt off, no shirt? You ever face that yourself?
and you're worried about it?
Thankfully.
She probably faces that every Friday night, to be honest, though.
Mm. Mm.
Four strapping Nubian men pounding on her door at 7 o'clock. After midnight on a Friday, taking their clothes off before they even get in the house.
Oh,
She's probably
God.
used to it.
Oh, does she get paid or does she not get paid? That's the question.
I don't know.
Or she probably doesn't get paid.
No, sir.
No. The answer is no. Mm.
Here's another photo that you're going to find utterly incomprehensible,
Method and
correct?
evidence. You see that?
Now, where's Waldo?
Yes.
All right. The gentleman
Point out Waldo to me for.
has the hair that's braided on the top. You know who that is?
That is the decedent, Mr. Jean-Jacques.
You agree that his phone was found in the back of the car in a satchel. It was your word, right?
Yes.
Do you know what was in his pockets when the medical examiner investigator took Mr. Jean-Jacques, the decedent, out of the vehicle?
Yes.
What?
What's he got in his pockets is my precious.
2 keys, right?
I believe so.
Anything else?
Not that I'm aware.
Filthy bag.
Your testimony that the pocket that's depicted in this picture of the decedent is consistent with the 2 keys that he had in his pocket upon removal from the car by Mr. Linguasco, the investigator for the ME's office.
It could be absolutely anything that is pocket-sized, sir.
Is it consistent?
Wait, Drew X, what do you mean? Here we go. We haven't been going yet? What do
Wait,
you
did
mean,
you hear
here we
what she just
go?
said? Did you hear what she just said? What's in his pocket? It could be absolutely anything that is pocket-sized.
I didn't hear
Answer.
that.
What answer is that? Oh my god.
I didn't hear that.
Anything that's pocket sized. Wow. Oh boy.
Oh, fuck me. I can't.
I know. Oh dear.
This has been the longest 2 hours of my life since it's only been 45 minutes.
I'm just glad you don't have to do it alone.
Yeah, me too. Right, Mexican Video says it gets worse. How does it get worse? Well, it gets worse because it's not buffering here. That's the first problem. Even my browser wants nothing to do with this testimony.
Consistent with the 2 keys that he had in his pocket upon removal from the car by Mr. Linguasco, the investigator for the ME's office.
It could be absolutely anything that is pocket-sized, sir.
There,
is it consistent with 2 keys is my question. If you know, if you don't know, that's fine.
I'm not going to speculate to that, no, sir.
Did you ever bother printing these pictures out and getting them checked out to find out what may be in these pockets of Mr. Jean Jacques and Mr. Chris Lowe? Did you ever bother doing that?
Can you repeat what you're asking me if I ever bothered to do?
Print these pictures out, 8x10s, poster board size, whatever.
Okay.
Didn't you see there was something in their pockets that looked like guns?
That is not indicative necessarily of a gun.
Necessarily. So you use
Right.
words I don't understand. Does that mean it is a gun, it might be a gun, or necessarily it's not a gun? What? We have no opinion, or you don't
Notice
know.
how she's not
I mean,
answering
it
that
could be
question.
Anything pocket-sized.
Could be a gun, right?
I suppose, but it's not
I
gun-shaped. It's not
suppose.
obviously, blaringly obviously a firearm. And no matter what size paper I printed it on, there is nobody who, in their right mind at least, would make a speculation, especially with an image such as that is a gun.
Nobody in their right mind would
In
think
their-
that's possibly a gun. That's what you just
Seriously?
In
said.
their right mind.
That's not what I just said.
Yes, it is exactly what you just
That's
said.
exactly right.
What I said is that nobody, no matter what size I printed it, could I present those photos to, and they would say that is a gun. There is no way to unequivocally, by that picture, say that is a gun.
Yeah, it's consistent with a gun, right?
Thanks, I guess.
Disagree with that, ma'am?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
You ever put a gun in your pocket and see if it looks just like this?
No, I did not, sir.
You ever get a pair of pants?
She
and
says
you put
with
a gun in there and
disgust
see
in her
it
voice.
bulging out exactly the same. You never tried that, did you?
No, the imprint in his pocket is not obviously in the shape of a gun, so I would never
I mean, I
be
guess
able to
these
say
could be
that
technically
was a
anything
gun.
that is boob
Are
shaped.
you an expert in imprints and people?
But
Right.
nobody in their right mind would say that
I'm
these are
not an
boobs.
expert, but as a law enforcement officer, that's something that we deal with often.
What training do you have to make that opinion that you don't believe it's consistent with a gun? Where are you forming that opinion, or are you just trying to protect your case, ma'am?
It's not about protecting anybody.
Right.
I know what a handgun looks like.
Except my own ass.
Based on my training experience, and I know that shape is not unequivocally the shape of a handgun.
Is it the shape of a big cock? What are your choices? A phone, a cock, a
why
gun,
that
or
one?
anything else
Okay.
pocket shaped? Pocket sized, sorry.
Why that one?
Possibly a portable dildo.
I mean,
just,
I understand
you
what
know.
you're trying to. Here, come on. Somebody come up from the state, please. Feel free to
I
stand
guess
up.
all dildos are portable.
3 of the 4 cardinal rules.
Yes, somebody from the state come up here so I can yell at you all. Looks like he doesn't yell very long here.
Nobody in their right mind? Really? Oh boy. I can't pick the thing that makes me the maddest of all the things that she says. She keeps topping herself.
That's
Over and
that's
over.
why it's so hard. I'm so done with her. I am so done.
Did you
with
ever think, from watching the video,
That's what
that
all of
there's
her
a
boyfriends have
possibility
said.
that Mr. Jean Jacques and Mr. Chris Lowe had a gun in their pocket?
The
Yes or no, or then you can explain. Yes or no, and then explain if you need to.
I really hate how he just does these punchy things into the mic. I mean, he's just saying, he's like punches something into the mic and it like shatters my eardrums for like a second.
It's bad.
He's just talking quietly, and then suddenly he just says a word like that. You know, it's like, stop that. God dang.
Did you ever think that, as a detective in this case, that either one of those gentlemen may have had a gun based on that video?
no.
I'm not going to take it out, but defense exhibit number 7,
Whip it out, Jet. Whip it out. Whip it out.
the
There you go.
Taurus 9mm.
I've lost so many brain cells throughout this very short period of
So-
time. And I
You
can't
know
believe
this
you've
would-
been
this would
doing
look
this
like
for
if it was in
7.5 hours.
athletic
That's
pants.
insane. Oh, Jeff.
But a similar pants that was.
Let's hope you can still practice law by tomorrow.
night of this
I'm
crime,
praying.
right?
Yeah, and just so we know what's going on here, the plan was to marathon stream tomorrow's as well.
Oh boy.
But quite frankly, that ain't gonna happen. I
You need a break.
cannot do this for another 8 hours. I
You
just
don't-
can't.
You don't deserve that. I mean, that's a
So-
horrible fate.
As soon as we get through this last 45 minutes, I'm gonna shut this down. I'm gonna go out and take probably like a good 2-hour walk along the beach. Just deprogram, decompress, relax. Maybe, put a cap in my skull to end it right now. But I will come back and stream for a couple of hours later, probably around 9 a.m. Eastern or 10 a.m. Eastern, just a couple of hours. Like maybe 2 hours.
It's a thankless job.
About 2 or 3 hours from now, I'll just set up another short little stream, and because I want to keep getting ahead, where we'll be 1 day behind, and I think the defense is going to rest on Monday.
Okay.
So Monday, thankfully Tuesday here in Korea, like Monday my time, they'll rest. Tuesday is a holiday here, so I'll be able to do an all-nighter Monday and catch up, so that we'll be on time there. So I'll come back in a couple of hours. Like after we finish this, it'll be about 3 hours after I finish this, then I'll come back and we'll stream just for a couple of hours for shits and giggles.
All right then, if that's what you really want.
Yeah,
You're committed.
I am.
I'll say that.
Stupid. Unhung Hero, thank you so much. Money makes everything better. Unhung Hero, thank you so much for the super chat. Clearly the large space between Detective Hammerheads. I started. It's not inhabited by a big brain. You can't call her Detective Hammerhead.
Why not? It's the most excellent nickname I've seen so far.
You can't say that. That's mean.
Well, yes, but it's listen to how long you laughed for. I mean, oh.
I don't care anymore. I'm dead.
Oh.
I know what the imprint of a firearm looks like in a pocket of very thin fabric.
Examples of it? Can you show us?
As I stand here today, no, sir.
Okay.
You're not standing, you're sitting.
Telling me it's completely different than what I showed you in the photographs from the doorbell cam?
What I'm saying is that that image and that video is not unequivocally indicative of anybody being armed. It's not even enough to raise a true and well-founded suspicion that it's a firearm. That is not in the shape of a firearm. It is a bulge. It could have been their anatomy, sir. I can't speculate.
God, you went there. You went there.
Oh, but it's
It
not
could have been balls.
unequivocally. It's not
It could have been
unequivocally
dick and
indicative.
balls.
Private part, possibly.
It could have been dick and balls. She went there. She went to the eggplant.
It's not unequivocally indicative that it wasn't a dick, is what she's saying.
Yeah.
She thinks of
indicative of. Oh, she went the dick route. Could have been their anatomy. She knows she was there with a magnifying glass going, yeah, look at the anatomy. Frisk you. Oh my God. Yeah, she went the dick route. There
Is
we
that a
go.
gun in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Is that
Seriously.
I can't with this lady. She's the worst.
We told you it gets worse, as John Gary.
Oh man. So bad.
Oh, Lord. All right. Wait for the rewind buffer to stop buffering. All right, here we go. Yeah. She could have been part of his anatomy.
Have been their anatomy, sir. I can't speculate as to what it is.
I think it was their private parts.
It could have been anything.
You're serious, right?
It's about that answer. That it was their private parts, possibly.
I said it could have been anything. It could have been a part of their anatomy. I don't know. That's what I said. And
What
yes, I'm
other-
very serious there.
What other part of their anatomy would
That means
be shaped like that?
unequivocally, right? That's your opinion.
No, that's not what I said.
Exhibit number 4 has been entered into evidence. It's a different firearm. You know whose firearm that is? It's marked. I'll help you with this. It's marked as a Hurstel pistol. The testimony was it came out of Mr. Rudolph.
Hurstel? Hell, it almost kills her.
Firearm, yes, sir.
Okay. And you don't know what imprint this would leave. If this belonged to Mr. Lowe or Mr. Jock, would you?
Well, it would leave the imprint of a firearm.
Good question. How do you know?
How do I know that it doesn't change shape? I'm confused by your question, sir.
Well, if it's anatomy, it does change shape. I'm just saying, you know, it can change shape. I like that question though. It's how do you know that's not the imprint of a gun? That's actually a good question. Chandler, yes.
I was thinking about a dick changing into a gun, and I started thinking about Videodrome. Cronenberg stuff. Never mind.
Wow.
Just keep going.
Yeah, I won't. Yeah, all right. Jeff Moser, it's sad. Is it sad that I'd rather watch Judge Judy? No, it's not. Mandy, bring in some more heat.
I'd
This
love to see
beef's so
Judge
dumb.
Judy judge her, though. Oh my god.
Yeah. The video quality dipped to 144p. It's 720 for me. Don't know what your broke ass computer did.
Yeah, something happened there with you. I don't know.
Love you, Mandy. You're the best. Thank you so much. How does it keep getting worse? I don't know. Wow, you know where that motorcycle outside my window's going? Somewhere I'm not. I'm stuck here. Let's keep going.
Be able to clearly see it's a firearm?
I specifically can't tell that it's a firearm. That's the point that I'm trying to make, sir.
All right, and you can't tell it's not either, can you?
I would never, under oath, make a statement and say that it absolutely can't be a firearm. That is what I'm saying. I'm saying that I have no specific information that it is a firearm, and it does not, in my opinion, and from what I'm seeing, it does not appear to be that.
What investigation did you do to determine it was not a firearm? Tell me one thing you did on those videos to try to enhance this or investigate to disprove that's a firearm or even a possibility.
Oh, I didn't do that.
You did nothing to disprove that, right?
Certainly not, no, sir.
Didn't do
Certainly
nothing.
not. Mm-mm.
You never even thought that was a possibility, right? You never even thought from watching the videos that there's a possibility that these men all came armed, right?
They all came
Anything
armed.
is possible, like I've been saying this entire time. What I do know is that, like I said before, blowing up an image, I can blow it up the size of this room. It wouldn't unequivocally tell me that that is a firearm that is in either of their pockets.
Isn't that your job to investigate as a detective, to find out if my client was really faced with life and death decisions?
Absolutely.
Isn't that something that you should be doing?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you just didn't give a fuck?
Did you see the pictures from, or were you there? When investigator Wasco was there taking the two keys out of Mr. Jean Jacques' right pants pocket. Did you ever see those photos, or were you there when it happened?
I was not there when it happened. I did see the photos.
Didn't leave an impression like we just saw in those photographs, did it, ma'am?
I didn't see the impression. I didn't see him in that position, so I can't speculate.
What
as
position
to
would you
what that
like
would
to
have looked
see
like
him
had he
in?
been
With
in
his
that
weapon of choice.
There's no pictures that leave that impression that's like on the doorbell camera. Isn't that true, ma'am?
There's no what? I'm sorry.
There's absolutely no photographic evidence on Mr. Jean Jacques' right pants pocket that's consistent with what that looks like it's in his right pocket on the doorbell cam that's been blown up. Right?
Right.
I'm not trying to be difficult, sir. I have no idea what you're
Oh, you
asking.
lying cow. Yes, you are.
What you're
She's
saying.
not trying to be difficult. Are you kidding me? Oh god. This cow bag, I swear.
When you came to your deposition, you said you were prepared, right?
I don't know if that was something that I stated to you.
I asked you, September 30th, 2021. You knew I get a chance to question you under oath one time, and that was my chance to find out what you knew, right?
That is the time you took your deposition, yes.
Yeah, and I only get one shot at it as far as you know, right? Generally.
Generally, yes, sir.
Okay. And you came there prepared, right?
Madeline Kahn.
Yes,
It's
sir.
true. It's true.
That's about 5.5 months after the homicide took place, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, when I asked you the questions, you were in the violent crime division, homicide, about 1.5 years, right?
Yes, sir.
September 30th of 2021, I asked you about the 911 call, and you said you didn't have it, right? From Keyshawn Jones or Chris Lowe. Remember that, ma'am?
At the time, correct.
And it wasn't until 7 months after this incident took place on November 9th, 2021, it magically appeared somewhere, right? That's where you found it, or provided it, right? November 7th, 9th, 2021.
I don't believe so.
All right, tell us when. You didn't have it on September 30th, 2021, right?
Well, may I refer to my notes for a second?
You can, and I'll
No.
give you a deposition if you want to refresh it.
No, I don't need a deposition. What I'm trying to find is.
I bet she's bad in bed. Just a feeling.
So,
Excited, just can't hide it.
and just for the record, I'm looking at supplement 18 of my offense report. On that page, it says that on Wednesday, I'm sorry, this was the 8th, April 8th at 1945 was when I met with Officer Richard Smith, who provided me with the files for all body-worn camera
Dick
footage from the
Smith.
officers on scene at 40th Street and Broadway Ave, along with city surveillance.
That's about the 911 call, ma'am. That you said was made.
And real quickly here, legal advice. I know this is living la vida linda. I know this is killing you, but I completely enjoy watching a really good lawyer do his job so well. I appreciate your streaming. I hope you can catch up so we can watch the TR together. TR. Oh, I see.
Travis Rudolph, I'm guessing.
It's his initials. Yeah, I see what he did there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so he's still on the stand. Okay. Yeah, me too. But I enjoy watching him do his job, but it's the shit that keeps flying out of her pie hole when she opens up her silly freaking face that makes it really, really difficult to deal with. But we're working our way there. We're got about 30 minutes left, so
We spoke about it.
our time's about 25.
Chris Lowe was your testimony. You said Chris Lowe made the 911 call, right?
You're right. I had everything from them except for the 911 calls at that time.
Okay, so when I took your deposition, now I'm asking you, where is it? I need to hear it. You didn't have it, right?
I don't believe I had the 911 calls. So because of that, I requested them, and when I received them, I provided them.
And it wasn't until November 9th, after I had a chance to talk to you, that's when you gave me the 911 call, right?
I'm not hearing any boom
If-
noises.
If that's when you're saying it was provided to you, I know it was provided to you as soon as I had it.
You disputed it was November 9th, right around that time?
No, I'm not. Very well, maybe.
You have notes to refresh when you turned it in?
No, not that I recall. I believe, in fact, no, I don't recall.
I think that's the court audio.
Well, I was probably mistaken because I got
I
all
didn't
the
hear it.
files from West Palm Beach PD, and I didn't realize that or I guess at the time I didn't realize that the 911 calls from West Palm Beach PD were not included. We did have the 911 calls from PBSO, but at first I didn't realize it was my error.
Yeah.
Also back when I questioned you, my opportunity on September 30th of 2021, you swore under oath to tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Like you did today.
Yes, sir.
The prosecutor was there, at least one of them.
Yes, sir.
I was there, right?
You were.
Court reporter was there, typing down everything we're saying.
Yes, sir.
Live person typing it down, right?
The live person.
I believe so.
Okay.
Not a dead one like Sebastian.
And when I asked you about Chris Lowe's phone dump, you told me you were working on it back on September 30th. Remember that?
I did misspeak back then. Yes, sir.
Wow. That was under oath, right?
Well, sometimes we misspeak under oath. It's not providing false information. It's misspeaking.
Well, did you ever go back? You had a chance to read
Yeah.
this. And I think you may have said to read. Let me check. Which gives you the opportunity to make changes and corrections. Let me see.
Opposed twice? All right, but what's the legal objection? Oh, that's okay for redirect.
Well, that's a good point. Let me ask you that. There came a time where, we'll get back to this in a second, where you did a supplements on Tyler Robinson's phone that wasn't downloaded until, what, February of 2023?
I did what? I'm
You did
sorry.
a supplement report talking about Tyler Robinson's phone in February of 2023. around that time, right?
Shortly after I received it, yes, sir.
Okay, because you neglected to give the detective, I think his name is Cunningham, in your department who does the phone analyzations, you never gave him Tyler Robinson's passcode that he gave you. right?
Oh,
You never gave it
Chandler's
to him.
getting sleepy. Chandler's falling asleep.
Why it took so long?
I'm
That was a
Technically
miscommunication between
awake.
the two of us.
You're a miscommunication, right?
I don't think it was really like mine or his. I think it was just a miscommunication. But as soon as we figured it out, unfortunately, it wasn't figured out until some time later. But as soon as it was figured out, it was downloaded, it was provided, and a supplement was done.
It's because you gave him the passcode shortly before February of 2023. That's how he was able to get into it, right, ma'am?
I don't believe that's what occurred.
You gave him the passcode originally when you handed him the phone back in 2021?
Yeah, misspeaking is different than lying, right? Right?
I can't recall exactly when it was
Right.
provided. I do know it was a miscommunication, and I am owning up to there being a miscommunication. That
Your fault
happens
or his?
sometimes.
Or both?
You mean they made a
I'm
false
not gonna-
statement?
I don't know whose fault it is. It was a miscommunication. I guess it was both of our faults. I don't, whatever you would like to consider that.
Okay, and then you did supplement reports and a little follow-up or investigation on Tyler Robinson's phone, things that were on there, right?
Yes, sir.
And then my partner, Ms. Perlette, I think did a Zoom deposition with you, like the prosecutor said there was 2 depositions. He did a Zoom video deposition with you a month ago, maybe a few weeks ago. I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, so there's actually 2 depositions.
Yes.
That deposition was only questioning you about Mr. Robinson's phone and the things you did recently in 2023, right?
No.
Went back to the original case?
No, she asked me about, I think we went through each and every supplement that took place after September 30th of 2021.
Okay. All right. So back in September 30th of 2021, when I'm talking to you under oath, and you said Chris Lowe's phone dump, the analyzation of it basically is in the process. You knew that wasn't true because you never had Chris Lowe's phone, right?
No, that's not the case.
You had Chris Lowe's phone?
No, that's not what I said.
So my question is, when you told me that, was that a miscommunication?
It was a misunderstanding on my part. We had numerous phones in the works. I got.
It wasn't a fucking
Don't you
lie.
think that would be important for a lawyer that cares about his client trying to find out where's the 911 tape? Where are all these phone dumps? Don't you think somebody would possibly want that information who's possibly going to challenge you and what you did?
I would hope so.
Did you ever call me up or send me a letter or an email?
Call me maybe.
Saying, I don't have his phone. I made a mistake. You never did that, did you?
I would never communicate with you directly anyway, sir. That wouldn't be proper.
Why not? Lawyers are allowed to talk to witnesses. We do it every day.
I communicate through the state. It's just easier and I feel more proper.
Okay. So if I called you and said, do me a favor, Detective Vanderlaan, do you have this in evidence? You wouldn't respond to me?
I'd probably tell you that I don't feel comfortable speaking to you without the knowledge of the prosecutors or the state.
Okay. All right.
What the hell kind of answer is that anyway?
I don't
We
know.
as you sit here today, Chris Lowe's phone has never been looked at by you or anyone in law enforcement.
That's correct.
You don't need somebody's phone to get their phone logs to see who called them and who they called, right?
Phone logs, no.
You can subpoena the provider, right?
I could write a CDR warrant and get that. I'm not sure if I can get that by subpoena.
But you can do it, right?
I don't know if I can get that by subpoena. I know I can get like subscriber information. and
Oh
stuff
my
like
God,
that
it's
via
just
subpoena, but I don't know if I can
never-ending
get,
spout of
phone-
bullshit
actual
going
phone
on here.
records by subpoena. I always do warrants just to be safe, but I also have to.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Cause for that.
I'm sorry.
I have to have probable cause to write a warrant.
Okay, well, probable cause just means basically you got to show the person was involved in a crime, either as an alleged victim or alleged defendant, and their phone may be at issue in this case. And 1, 2, 3, a judge signs it, right?
It's not quite that easy.
Well, you could have got one on Chris Lowe, right? You disagree? For his phone.
Well, if she didn't have evidence that there was
There
probable
really
cause.
wasn't any evidence that I had.
I wish
to
I was
prove
drunk.
that his
Says,
phone
hey,
was
Jeff Chandler in
involved
chat. How
in
are we, everyone?
this
We're not doing good.
case,
We're
so
not
I
doing
don't-
good. Irish
I'm not sure that I
guy.
would.
How would you
I
have
love that I
evidence if
predicted
his
her
phone was
answers
involved if you
now.
never looked at it? How could you have evidence in advance if you never looked at it, who he called and what he said?
Well, that's why we have civil rights, sir.
Oh, for fuck's
Oh my
sake!
God, are you kidding me?
You never attempted to look at his phone through a search warrant. You never attempted to do that, right, ma'am?
Civil
Yes, sir.
Civil
So
rights.
if Chris Lowe would have
Civil rights
said
my ass.
he's going over to help his buddies to kill my client, beat him up, or talk to him, don't you think that would be important information if that was in a text message?
Well, yes, but as I said before, that was something that I could have explored. I did admit that. And I also said that by that time we had more or less everybody else's or a good picture of the communication that was had between these involved individuals.
Don't you want the whole picture? Everything?
Well, optimally, yes.
The jury have a right to see everything that happened so they can make a determination.
There you
Not
go.
you making a determination. You talked about civil rights. So doesn't the jury have the right to see everything?
Absolutely.
Why didn't you attempt to even subpoena phone records to see what text messages, calls he did, where he was possibly at a certain time? Why didn't
What
you do
about the
that?
civil rights of the
You know, we'll
defendant?
supply that information.
Why didn't you attempt to get a search warrant?
Ooh, that's all dirty Harry. What about the rights of that little girl?
Remember, no double teaming. So continue the question.
Why did you not attempt to get a search warrant then?
Sustained.
That's double teaming.
You like that?
Okay. Do you know why Mr. Jean Jacques' phone was in airplane mode, ma'am?
Old Red Line says, I just yelled you bitch out loud in my house.
When we preserve phones,
I do stuff like that when
it's
I'm watching
typically
these.
placed in
Yeah.
airplane mode.
Typical. I'm asking you, do you know in this case why Gene Jock's phone was in airplane mode?
It would most likely be because it was placed into airplane mode.
By who?
Whoever preserved it, I can't recall who.
You ever ask him, or are you just guessing?
I'm not guessing anything. I'm saying I don't recall who.
All right. Well, is it possible Mr. Gene Jock put his phone on airplane mode so nobody could figure out where his phone was being located because at the time?
I do know that it is proper procedure to place a phone into airplane mode, so I would never think that that was something that was done.
I wish I was drunk as well. I'm worse. I have a chest infection.
It's not.
Oh.
Got any evidence that Dominique Jones's phone was placed in airplane mode?
I
Feel
believe I
better.
placed it into airplane mode when
Yeah,
it was
feel
brought
better. Thank you.
to be downloaded.
How about Daryl Rudolph? How about his phone?
No, I wouldn't have done that. I didn't do anything with his phone.
Herp a derp.
Why wasn't his second phone collected? Do you know?
No, I don't.
No idea.
No.
Okay. Did you put Travis Rudolph's phone in airplane mode? You personally?
I can't recall if I personally did.
You can't tell this jury if Mr. Gene Jock put his phone on airplane mode prior to putting it in the trunk and locking the trunk, or for slow locking the trunk, or if someone in law enforcement did it, right?
I can't state between the two. I do know that it is proper procedure to do that, however.
Also proper procedure to collect every phone in a case, not just 1 out of 2 in somebody's room that may be involved in this case, right?
Well, we're
Yes
allowed,
or no?
we're allowed to use our discretion.
Okay. So you collect what you... So you have discretion on a phone that you can't see what's on it, and you just pick 1 out of the 2. That's discretion?
No, that's not what was done.
Okay. How do you know?
Well, because I know that the phone was inoperable based on my investigation with Detective Ott.
That the second phone was inoperable?
It was off. It was not working.
But you told the jury earlier you got the wrong phone. The phone that you needed was the one that wasn't taken, basically. Isn't that what you said?
No, I never said that. No,
You didn't? Oh, I misunderstood you. Didn't you say that the reason you didn't check out Daryl Rudolph's phone or have it downloaded because none of the calls went to that phone? It was his other phone?
No.
You didn't say that?
No, I didn't say that.
So
Would you like to
what-
clarify?
Tell me why. Tell me why the second phone wasn't collected then.
Because we're able to use discretion. And
Okay.
if an incident has just occurred, cell phones, collecting cell phones. Now, collecting cell phones and downloading cell phones are two very different things.
Cell
Just
phones,
because I have
collecting
the ability
cell
to collect a
phones
cell phone
on
and a search
next
warrant
week's.
does not mean that I have the ability to download its contents.
I'm not asking you about that.
I had the
I'm
ability.
asking why it wasn't collected, ma'am.
Well, you asked me to explain.
The detective's attorney testimony brought to you by. Anyway, sorry. Never mind. Just keep going.
So I'm
No,
So
no time for this. I've
I
got
had
no
the
time for
ability
this,
to
man.
collect cell phones within that house. That
Cell
doesn't mean that
phones,
I
collecting
must
cell
collect every
phones.
single cell phone that's in that house. The fact that the cell phone that Mr. Shiner is referring to that was not collected, the fact that it was off and it appeared that it had been off for a long time,
You've
that
been off
was an
for a long
indication to
time.
us that
Off your meds.
probably wasn't used within the past hour, however long it was between, or it wouldn't have been an hour,
This
but
woman
within the
has
past
no
day.
integrity.
Therefore, we used our discretion and we did not collect it.
So if a cell phone is off, you can tell how long it's off for by looking at it?
Absolutely not, sir. That's not what I
Okay.
said. No, that's not what I said.
Oh, it sure is, ma'am. We'll let the jury determine that.
The-
It looked like it was off for a long time. That's what you
It
said.
appeared that it had not been used in a very long time.
All right. By looking at it, you can tell that.
I can tell that a phone is off. It's not warm. It's not. I believe
Warm?
it was on it. It did not appear to have been used.
The fuck does that mean? My
pictures of
phone
it
has
with
been
dust
on
on
for 3 days and it's not warm. The fuck is it, a
All right, so what
car?
was- explain to me
Is it a
why
light
you said
bulb?
something about the reason you didn't have Daryl Rudolph's
How can you
phone.
tell
because
if
your
someone's
phone
been
was
off
not
for a
saying
long
anything
because
about
it wasn't
Explain
warm.
that to me. Since I apparently didn't understand you.
Makes no
So what
sense.
I said before, phones have specific identification codes attached to them that we are able to search in law enforcement databases to see like the phone number and possibly the subscriber that it applies to. That was determined to not be the same phone that was the personal phone used to communicate with Miss Jones at a later time.
Okay, where's that phone? Where's the phone Daryl used allegedly to communicate with Miss Jones? Where is it?
I wouldn't know. You'd have to ask him.
Well, you're the cop and determining who's collecting evidence, not me. It's not my job. It's your job.
You're absolutely right.
But why didn't you try to find it?
Because in order for me to seize his phone, I would have to have probable cause and a warrant to do so, and I did not.
How do you know it wasn't the second phone that appeared to have dust on it and off for a long time? How do you know it wasn't that one? You don't know that, do you?
A judgment call was made at that time, and based on the state of the phone, it appeared that it had not been used recently, so it was not collected.
My question was, you don't know if that was the phone that may have had things relevant to this case, do you, ma'am? The phone with the dust in it looked like it was off for a long time.
I don't believe it does, but I can't say that it most certainly doesn't.
You didn't see anything else besides 2 phones, right? In Mr. Rudolph, Darryl Rudolph's room, right?
2 phones, 1 guy.
So.
Darryl Rudolph was patted down, right? And he was restrained by handcuffs or some kind of restraints on his arms, right? Or hands.
I was not there for that part. I don't know. I don't know if he was searched. I do know that when I got there, he was not detained. He was not in handcuffs. He and his mother were both freely in the area.
So you're telling me under these circumstances, he would not have been searched when he came out of the house?
What I'm telling you is that I was not present for that. I cannot testify to that. I will not assume anything.
You talked
I
about
would not,
standard
could
operating
not
procedures.
on a boat.
Isn't that
I would not,
SOP
could
for
not
police
with a
when somebody
goat.
comes out of a house in this type of circumstances, there's definitely going to be searched at a minimum.
It depends on the situation. And again, I'm not going to testify to something that I wasn't there for.
Did you ask any of the other officers if Mr. Darryl Rudolph had a phone on him when he came out of the house?
No, I didn't.
You didn't subpoena any phone logs for any of these phones, including Dominique's phone, right?
Well, the phone logs were in her phone.
How do you know she didn't erase them?
Suppose I don't.
When phone logs tell you if she's trying to tamper with more evidence that she's not talking to you about?
Oh no, she would have told her.
Theory.
And admitted to it, right?
not
That would
talking
have made it all
theory,
better.
real life, ma'am.
Exactly, and that's also not something that I can just arbitrarily ask for.
Oh my
We're not talking about arbitrary. You have power to write a search warrant. You can do a subpoena. You have multiple ways to get
arbitrary about
evidence.
it.
Isn't that true?
Yes, absolutely.
Made no effort to subpoena any records from Dominique's phone to see if there was further things she destroyed or eliminated from her phone, right?
No, I didn't.
You can't even tell us if the phone she brought, well, she didn't bring your phone. Someone named Paloma brought you the phone, right?
Yes.
Did Dominique Jones tell you it's too far to drive?
Una
No,
paloma
no, that's not what she said.
I'm like a bird in the
She had some sort of appointment. I can't recall, but she did coordinate for the phone to get to me, and I was able to confirm that it was the same phone from the evening before.
How do you know it was the exact same phone, that she didn't buy a second phone of the exact same, like iPhone Max, iMax, iPhone 13? How do you know she just didn't replace it with a new one?
Because it was the same phone that I saw her with the evening before.
Well, phones pretty much look alike.
No.
You
You can look at a
dumbass.
phone. I could.
All you have to do is buy a second one and put the same case on it. Jesus.
Your brain.
Yep.
Listen up. I'm just going to show it to you.
I love the idea that it's arbitrary for her to search the call logs when it's been proven that this witness tampered with
Then you ask
the
me for it.
evidence on the
For whatever
freaking
reason, I don't
phone.
want to give you this one. I'm going to give you a different one. A week later. How do you know by looking at it? It's not the same phone?
Well, if you did that, when I
Two
downloaded the
phones,
phone,
one
I
for
would
each
not have
eye.
contents from prior to the time you purchased this new phone.
What if it was iCloud and you put your stuff in iCloud, but I just wanted to delete what I wanted? Everything would still be on there, wouldn't it, ma'am?
Nice one,
Not the
Otto.
things that aren't stored to iCloud. I didn't do an iCloud warrant, sir. I did a phone download. Or
Well, that's not my point. My point is if I switch phones and I have everything's in the cloud, my new phone is going to contain everything on there, right?
not necessarily, but I'm also not going to speculate to this. I'm not a phone expert in any way, shape, or form. So
You don't know. You have no way of knowing or disproving whether or not this young lady, Dominique Jones, the phone she gave you was really the same phone she had on April 7th. You don't know if she replaced it, do you?
all of the evidence that I had shows that it was.
Any receipts where she bought the phone?
No, sir.
You ever call the provider and say, here's an IME number, tell me what day it was bought or sold?
No, sir.
You do that, right?
I'm not sure if I can get that without a warrant.
Whatever. You can make a phone call and even ask them, couldn't you?
I don't know if I can do that. But again, I'm also not speculating to that. So to speculate? No, I'm not going to
I
speculate.
didn't ask you to speculate. You didn't try to find out if it was even the same phone, right?
The evidence that I had in the phone tells me that it was the same phone.
And you can't tell the jury if it was an iCloud or some type of cloud that just transferred everything and she only erased what she didn't want you to see, right?
I'm not speculating to how the contents of the phone and iCloud. I'm not speculating to any of that. No, sir.
You didn't ask your phone guy, Cunningham, to check this phone out to see what was erased and taken off this phone that Dominique supposedly gave you, that she gave you, right?
Well, when a phone is downloaded, it does contain deleted information if it locates it. So I wouldn't have to ask that. That's something that's automatically provided.
And that's from Detective Cunningham?
Yes, sir.
Be surprised. He said no one ever asked him to do a check of anything that was deleted.
No,
A little while ago today, he said that.
No, I wouldn't, because like I said, that's not something that specifically I don't have to inquire or instruct him to also tell me the things that are deleted.
I said that's a whole different report. You didn't ask him to do that one.
It's not a whole different report, sir.
Tell me from the report that Cunningham gave you What was deleted from that on his report from Dominique Jones's phone?
I can't.
Renee Mate Jeff, it's freaking 7 a.m. on Sunday here, and you've been streaming for 7 hours. No, I haven't been streaming for 7 hours. I've been streaming for 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 42 seconds. But we are almost done.
Thank God.
About 10 more minutes, 15 more minutes.
I can do it. It's 4 a.m, but I can do it.
4 a.m. Came without a warning.
I can provide that information off the top of my head.
Nothing. There's nothing in that report that shows anything was deleted, right?
I can't.
You disagree with that?
testify to that. I'm not disagreeing. I can't testify to that.
I'm so
You
sick
didn't
of her
subpoena
face.
Mr. Rudolph's logs to see if he was erasing messages or people he was contacting or phone calls, right?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because when we receive the cell phone downloads, it will include information. Oftentimes that's deleted.
And your testimony is you don't have to ask Cunningham to do a special check on that.
No, see, now I've got to call bullshit here on the. Well, first of all, I wish I was drunk. This girl looks like they see you next Tuesday. Am I? Thumbs up. Yeah. Wait, that's not the one I wanted to click on, but now that I have, let's read it. No kidding. This is making me question if my cats are as smart as Nibbler from Futurama. See, Mandy says Jeff stretched out her testimony for 4 hours. No, we've shortened this. You'll notice this is a 10-hour and 9-minute stream, and we're only 8 hours in, and we're finishing it up. I'm saving you guys. Saving your damn lives.
He's saving you. Be grateful.
Yeah.
Say thank you to your Lorax. Ugh.
Oh, nice to meet you, Mrs. Hello, my kid's from a sperm bank. Since I
believe
can't
that
keep a man
Chris
because,
Lowe is
in
the one
addition
who
to
was
my
speaking on
jillion
911 call?
neuroses, I have a weird-looking
I
vagina.
said that earlier, and then later I realized I recalled that it was Mr. Jones, but it was Mr. Lowe's phone number that called.
Okay. Wouldn't that possibly be important who's talking?
I'm sorry?
Isn't that important who's actually making the call possibly, or no?
Yes. I
Is it
mean,
also important when the call was actually placed?
absolutely.
Well, we have two different testimonies in this case where one person, Chris Lowe, said he made the call on the way out of the scene, on the way to where the car got stopped, and Keyshawn Jones said he made it with Chris Lowe's phone in the 40th and Broadway gas station. Could you tell us where it was made?
I have never heard the first one that you said about Mr. Lowe.
It was his testimony. He made the call on the way out of the neighborhood on Teak Drive on the path that they followed. Do you know where that call was actually made? The 911 call? Could you help us with that?
I can't say exactly where it was.
Okay. If you had Chris Lowe's phone, would it show the time the call was made on his phone?
Okay. Is it okay for me to explain?
I'm asking if you would have had his phone, would it say? That's all I'm asking. Is it yes or no? Or I don't know.
It may.
Do you know how much time passed? And you have the city cam videos from the time the Cadillac stopped in the gas station or auto shop, whatever you want to call it. Well, first of all, was that auto shop in business at the time, or was it not in business? I know it wasn't open at night in the middle of the night, but was it a functioning business?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Not important to know that?
I didn't check to see if it was. I know it was a closed business. I didn't go back the next day and find out if it was open.
To this day, you don't know.
No.
Never went by and said, "Hey guys, did you find any guns here?" One maybe, or bullets or casings.
I definitely didn't do that. No, sir. You were asking me about the cameras in the West Palm cameras.
I'm getting tired. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I asked you about the cameras, and then they're in the parking lot, where in the gas station or whatever you call it, car repair shop.
Correct.
Did you tell how long they waited before 911 was called?
So based on those cameras, in the computer-aided dispatch, or it's referred to as CAD notes from West Palm Beach Police Department, there is a note that says that at 0016, which is 12:16 a.m., that the vehicle was seen on the camera passing what they referred to as the bridge, and that is located close to one of the cameras. I believe it's the 49th and Broadway, I believe.
What kind of bridge is it? Do you know?
What kind of bridge?
Yeah, does it go over land? Does it go over water? Is it the port?
I think it goes over. It looks like industrial. I don't know if it's specifically water or storage of boats or what what exactly it is, but it's kind of like an industrial area.
12:16.
So at 12:16, it went over that bridge, and then the call was made at 12:18 from Mr. Lowe's phone.
What time did the car pull in? Do you know from the city camera? The gas station area?
No, I don't, because the camera footage that was provided to us from the city was not time stamped. However, to try to lock that information down, because that would most certainly be important information, I calculated by directions like Google Maps kind of thing, how long it would take to get from that location at 49th and Broadway or at the end of the bridge to the scene or the location where the vehicle was found, and it was about 2 minutes. So that is consistent with them calling as soon as they arrive or within the short amount of time after they arrive.
Know if they were out of the car?
I don't.
The city camera doesn't show you if these two gentlemen were trying to throw anything away or they were jumping up and down asking for help. You can't say any of that, right?
No.
You would agree that the 911 call was not made in this case until the car came to its final resting spot.
Wake up, Chandler. We're almost done.
At some point around the arrival, I don't know if it was after the final resting spot per se, but based on
5
what I
minutes
could see,
left,
it was
10
at
minutes,
some
5
point
minutes, I don't
before the
know.
arrival of the final resting spot.
You don't
Or
know
you can just
before
take
they
off
arrived at the final
now.
resting spot, during it or after, you can't tell us. It's somewhere right around that time period.
Correct.
You ever check any, or not just you, all the other officers, did you ever ask anyone to help you and check any businesses or any other homes that car may have passed by to see what was going on?
No.
Absolutely not.
Certainly not.
And I'm talking on US 1 as well. There's multiple businesses there, right?
Yes.
You don't know if any of those people have video cameras, right?
No.
Being an officer in Palm Beach County for 10 years and the experience you have, is it commonplace in many areas that if somebody finds a gun, they don't call the police, they just take it?
I wouldn't be able to speculate to that, sir.
You don't know that?
I can't speculate to how often people don't call the police. That's
Wow. Isn't that common in your business that sometimes in rough neighborhoods, guns are there and somebody snatches them before y'all get there?
Sustained.
God, her entire
It's important to try to
testimony
get evidence
is so
before it
disingenuous.
disappears. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Did you ever get the entire video from the city of West Palm Beach so we could possibly see if Lowe and Jones were trying to tamper or discard evidence?
Certainly not.
What is your definition of entire video?
The entire video,
The whole
you
video,
stupid. What the fuck do you think entire means, you dumb? You fucking, oh, for Christ's sake, what do you think the entire video means?
The whole thing from start to finish. Rule of completeness. Oh my god. She can't answer a single thing. She's Dennis Fung, but like the lady version. It's annoying as hell. She can't answer anything. She's just lying the whole time, being dishonest the whole time, like obfuscating the whole frickin' time. I mean, if they asked her, you know, was today a Tuesday, she would just be, you know, like, well, like I have no
She'd
evidence
say,
that it
well,
was.
I don't know.
I have no evidence that it was a
See
Tuesday.
you next Tuesday.
I mean, today, you know, maybe today is a Wednesday, but do we really know that? I mean, she can't answer a single question.
Ugh.
It's annoying as hell.
That's for a portion of it.
Well, the cameras are constantly recording, so it's kind of hard for me to answer what exactly a whole video would be.
Well, when I took your deposition back on September 30th, 2021.
Yes.
You told me that, I can show it to you if you don't believe me, that you never requested the entire video from West Palm to see if either Lowe or Jones discarded or tampered with evidence.
No, I believe that what we were discussing was that you were referring to a small clip, not the entire video that I received, which was provided in discovery.
So at the time I took your deposition, you only provided to the state a small clip. So I had no idea what the rest of it was, right?
No, sir. That's not what I said. I said you were referring to a small clip that was, it sounds like, also provided to you. However, the entirety of the video provided by the West Palm.
Oh my God, this is so bad. But it's
You
almost
agree that
an
you
end.
flipped off a
Fuck
portion
me.
that you thought was relevant and didn't give the prosecutors and me the whole video? That was initially, that's what happened. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Stop
I
with
just
the
asked you about requesting the
absolutely.
whole video out of the blue.
No.
Okay.
You were referring to a small clip, which there is also a small clip, but I did provide the entirety of the video that was provided to me.
After I asked you the questions.
Absolutely not, sir.
Okay. So I'm asking you for the whole video
Absolutely
and I only had a small clip because why? You don't know?
You were referring to a small clip. I'm not speculating as to what you had and didn't had. I can say that I provided the full video that I had.
Okay. You never had any pictures taken of Mr. Rudolph, did you, ma'am?
No, I didn't.
Travis Rudolph.
No, I didn't.
You could do that, right? I could tell one of the crimes
About
people take.
7 minutes.
I can absolutely not force to take somebody's photo ever.
Denise
Unless I
Crimes can take a picture of someone in a police car?
Exactly, John.
I can't force somebody to take photos unless I have a photo warrant.
Photo warrant? There's no such thing as that, is there?
Absolutely, sir, yes.
Name the. What case did you do a photo warrant on to take somebody's picture who's present at a crime scene?
So I did one recently because the...
Present at a crime scene is the question.
Can I finish my sentence?
Yeah.
So I did one recently. We do them often. Oftentimes, we only have a special, particularly if it's a juvenile, we only have either no photo of them because the only place we would really get photos would be either arrest records or driver's license photos. So it is pretty typical for us to get warrants for updated photos of somebody. So even if it is an adult, perhaps their driver's license photo is from the 90s and, you know, they're a possible suspect in a case. So we would get, and with probable cause, get a search warrant for a photograph of the person. But I most certainly can't just walk up to somebody, open a car and just take pictures of them.
Then why do you have a video camera recording every move that Mr. Rudolph made while he's sitting in the back of your car or one of the police officer's car for 6 hours?
Because that's a completely different topic. That's a completely different situation.
Oh, okay, so the video camera's okay, but you can't snap a picture. That's what you want? That's what you're telling us?
I'm not saying I can't.
But you didn't. That's the point. You did not take pictures so we can see what he looked like, right?
Absolutely not.
Oh, you didn't take pictures of Linda Rudolph, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't take pictures of Darrell Rudolph?
Absolutely not. No, sir.
Absolutely not taking
Absolutely
any pictures of Keyshawn Jones either, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
You absolutely didn't take any pictures of Christopher Lowe either, right?
Lowe, no, sir.
All right, and so if any of these people had damage to their knuckles or bruises to their eyes or ears or back, places you couldn't even see maybe behind under shirts, under their pants, you have no way of telling us what injuries any of these gentlemen may have had or Miss Rudolph, right?
No.
All you have to do is ask crime scene, hey, snap a picture of these people, right?
Right.
No, that's not all I have to do.
Okay, you disagree with that, right?
Yes.
Nobody was a juvenile here.
It's not only for juveniles. That was an example I was giving. But I know the answer is no. I cannot just go up to somebody and force them to be photographed by a crime scene.
Got him in handcuffs. What's he going to do? When
He's in handcuffs in the back of the car. What do you go up to
got
him?
him locked in a police car. You can't take a picture when he walks out. When you book him into the police department like you did, they take pictures there, right?
Well, he had booking photos.
But they don't take his shirt off, so
You can
we
take
see
pictures
what
of
happens
whatever
to him,
you
possibly,
want.
right?
Yeah.
They don't make him undress.
I cannot force somebody to provide a photograph of them without.
Bitch, you can take his picture. Does anybody in chat believe that the police cannot take a picture of a guy they have arrested in handcuffs in the backseat of a car? As
The
you just said, they're
paparazzi
gonna,
do it all the time. I mean, it's like, what, you can't, is it you're going to steal somebody's soul if you take a photo of them or something?
they as you just said, they go to the book, they go to the booking, and then they take booking photos. Do they have a warrant to do that? They
Take whatever
have the
photos they
video?
want. It's their investigation. They can do whatever they want with their investigation. They're the state. It's their power. They can do whatever the hell they like.
I have never heard of a was a photo warrant, but like I can see what it would be. Someone who's not there at the scene, who describes someone, so and so has a tattoo. They just can't walk up to so and so who's not at the crime scene and go, "Let me show your tattoo. You show me your tattoos. Let me photograph them," without a warrant. Or a minor, like they're saying, but the dude is locked up in the back of your cop car, sitting there. How come this is just? Why are we even talking about this?
It just shows what a huge liar she is. It shows how disingenuous she is. That she can't even answer this question with the least degree of honesty or sincerity.
Yeah. What have I done? That's what I want to do. We're close to that.
That's
point.
what we both want to do, I think.
Yeah, but we are so close to the end. But Livin' La Vida Linda, thank you so much for the super chat. The 15 euros. Thank you. So you can get a sex on the beach for your walk on the beach. I'll tell you, this walk on the beach has the coolest thing. Wine slushies.
Ooh, that sounds really good.
There's this bottle shop, and it's like a regular, I guess it'd be about like a regular cup size, like a coffee mug size, 2001, so that's like about $1.75, gets you a wine slushie. Which is they don't like add the like ice and wine, like the shaved ice, put wine over it. They just put wine into a slushy machine and make the wine just slushy.
That sounds so good because I have this for sorbet
It's so
flavor.
good.
It's like a Cabernet sorbet, and it sounds like that, and I want that right now.
Yeah, except I mean it's just wine. It's just wine that's nearly frozen. They just keep
I
the
love
wine
it.
slushy flavor, and you put it in a cup and you drink it while you walk along the beach. You have shit red wine and shit white wine, but it tastes so good. So that's what I'm gonna do. Actually, I'm literally gonna walk down the beach and I'm gonna gonna buy me one of the $1.70, $1.80 wine slushies.
Oh
and
God,
drink
Jeff,
it
you
while I
you
watch.
just you deserve that like more than
I will take a photograph.
anybody.
I'll
Seriously,
put it on Twitter.
That sounds
And
great.
I wish I was drunk. This girl looks like I see you next Tuesday. Myra, we already read that one. Thank you so much there.
But it's true
And
and worth reading again.
yes, and John Gary also Denise Fung is worth reading again.
Yes, yes.
All right. We're in the home stretch. Let's do this. We have moments left.
A warrant to do so.
You didn't try is the point. You didn't force anyone, but you didn't even try, right?
You're absolutely right. No, sir.
Okay.
Didn't even try.
As a matter of fact, when I took your deposition back on September 30th, 21, you told me you asked crime scene to take photos of Travis Rudolph with his shirt off. Remember that?
I thought I had. Yeah, I misspoke again.
Been looking for those photos for 2 years. Where are they?
You fucking lied again. That's
I
what you
didn't
mean,
take any
right?
photos of him.
Well, you asked crime scene to take them is what you told me under oath. Remember that, ma'am?
I don't believe I stated specifically that I asked that. I think I said that may have happened. I don't believe I said, yes, that absolutely occurred.
Shut up. Just shut up.
But now you're telling us it definitely did not occur.
No, it did not.
You told me that you believed you asked for that. Whether or not it occurred, you can't recall, but you believe you asked for photos. Remember saying that back in your deposition?
Yeah, so like I just said, I specifically did not say that I absolutely asked. I said I believed I did, but I'm not 100% sure.
Never said you weren't 100% sure. You said I believe, right? That's your words.
She
Whatever
didn't
is
say
typed there,
absolutely.
I believe is what I said.
What's
Yeah,
it?
she didn't say certainly,
If
yeah.
you would like to show it to me, sure.
No problem.
Show me yours, I'll show you
I'm not
mine.
disagreeing with you that I said whatever was typed in there.
Well, my point is, you're saying now I didn't say it 100%, but in the deposition under oath, when I had my first opportunity to talk to you, you didn't say, I don't know 100%. I'm guessing. You said, yeah, I did ask for it. I believe I did. Right?
No.
All right. Let me show you the deposition.
Okay.
Approach.
Yes, briefly. That's why I said briefly.
This is some of the stupidest testimony I've ever seen in my life.
You go to page.
Seriously.
Yes, but I would personally
23.
like $1 for every time the word absolutely appears in the court transcript.
Certainly you would. Yeah.
24. It's actually on 24.
Clearly.
Then I could pay for law school. It'd be great.
Correct. I said, I believe I asked for that. Whether or not that occurred, I can't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. You didn't tell me
But-
you weren't sure. You said, I believe.
I didn't use the words 100%. He's correct.
Okay, it's after 6 o'clock now. It's almost 6:01. So we're going to break now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try to do the same thing tomorrow that we did today in terms of lunches. I know I'm going to catch some grief for this, but I don't care. We're going to, first thing you do when you get in tomorrow is order lunch, but do remember to sign in downstairs, please.
We're done.
Oh God, thank God
We're
it's
done
over.
today. This was a rough 8 hours and 17 minutes.
And I only came in for a little bit of it, so I mean, I really have nothing to complain about except for that it's
Oh
late and I'm
my
tired.
God, that was bad. Yeah, that was bad.
Oh boy.
She's worn me down. That was just, I just feel like that was just a beat down. The
Yeah.
579 people that are here, bless y'all. You guys are awesome.
That's
What's going to
crazy.
happen is I'm going for a couple hour, 2, maybe 3 hour walk along the beach just to get out and decompress and get rid of this. And then I'll come back and we'll stream for maybe 2 hours later. So 3-ish hours from now, I'll post something and we can do it for a couple of hours just to try to get a little bit further ahead.
Well, I'd love to say I
Thanks for
join you, but
being
I'm
here.
going to be sleeping,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. Thanks for being here. Currently, we got 8% saying guilty, 79% not guilty, 13% saying hung jury. We'll see how that changes as we wrap this up over the next few days. Mods, thank you so much. Those of you guys that you came in and came out and switched around as things went on. Thank you guys so much for being here. 563 of you here in chat and everybody that joined us throughout. Thank you so much. People watching on replay, crew, if you watched all 8 hours and 18 minutes of this on replay, I worry about you. And those of you generous super chatters, thank you so much. Membership givers, thank you so much. Chandler, thank you. Thank you
Thanks
for
for
making
having
it
me,
bearable.
Jeff. Absolutely.
sane.
Anytime.
All right, we'll see everybody here in a couple of hours just because. Stay tuned to Twitter and turn your notifications on. You'll find out when. I can't even say anything witty on the way out of here. I've just been kicked in the teeth by this. I'm out of here. Everybody take care. Love y'all. You guys is great. See you soon for a very, very short stream comparatively.
Absolutely.
All right, with that, shut up. Bye.